Good morning to all of you, and thank you very much for beginning early with us. We'd like to press through the day today on the technical case. We'll be taking public comment between 6 and 7 p.m. We're on day 3 now of the joint petition around vehicle emission standards. We had an agreement with Mr. Domenici to present a witness out of order based on time constraints. Following the testimony of Mr. Domenici's witness, we will return to the petitioner's third panel with Ms. Miano, Mr. Copal, and Mr. Lee. Mr. Domenici, if you would, please.
So, Madam Hearing Officer, I might have misunderstood. That single witness is part of a panel, so I was expecting to put that panel on. But if that's going to take too long, then if the other NMED panel is ready, that panel, that'll be one of my main panels. So I would assume there'd be, of course, you can break up cross-examination or do whatever you want, but it would be a 3-person panel.
I see. All right. So let me check with the other counsel. I did misunderstand. I thought it was an individual. Mr. Knight? Yes.
Madam Hearing Officer, yeah, that was our understanding too, that it would be a single witness presented, and then we would be able to get back to questions from the board for our panel so those people could finish up. That was what was asked for, and that was what was agreed to. It was my understanding.
Okay. So, Mr. Domenici, is there a way to present that person as an individual? Because my understanding was that individual has to be gone by 10:30. If we go back to the petitioner's panel, I couldn't say whether you could get through your panel then by 10:30.
I would.
Mr. Bach, please come to the mic.
From our position, we would be comfortable having the panel go if that's the fastest way to do things. I think our biggest concern is making sure that we move everyone along, because we have a lot of witnesses that still need to get in. So if it's more efficient, that's what we would prefer. But obviously leave it up to you and the other parties as well.
That's my only interest as well, is just powering through some.
So we would like to do the panel. Of course, if she's cross-examined first or something like that, she could leave. I think her cross-examination might be less than other panel members, but if it would, if Andrew's panel is here, we don't mind if they want to finish up, and if we have less time, we can get that one witness finished. But she has been expecting to testify as part of a panel.
Okay, so what we have left with the petitioner's panel, really is the questioning of 3 board members.
That's okay.
All right.
So that would be fine to finish that up.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Ms. Miano, Mr. Copal, and Mr. Lee, do we have all 3 of you?
Madam Hearing Officer, I don't think Mr. Lee is here yet. Okay. If the boards are comfortable, he didn't get asked very many questions last time, but if they want to answer theirs, and if they still have remaining questions when he joins us, happy to have him go up and answer them.
All right, thank you. I'm sorry if we misled him last night.
No, it's okay. Yeah.
All right.
My name is Kelsey Sona.
Okay. We do, by the way, have a new court reporter today. This is Chris Sanchez of Williams and Associates. And I do try to use people's names when I call on them. If I forget, please identify yourself for the transcript. So, Ms. Miano and Mr. Copal, if you would. You were. And now you don't have to rush. Good morning. When we broke or interrupted the questioning of this panel, Chair Paul still had questions remaining. We'll then turn to Chair Sweeney and Vice Chair Trujillo. Chair Paul, please.
Thanks, folks, and good morning. I think I just had 4 more questions. We just talked about the agricultural use exemption potentially. I heard a lot of questions about a singular citation or a singular sentence of your testimony, Director Miano. Is there any other evidence in your in the docket about manufacturers' plans for EVs that you might want to point to?
Yes. We have in my, let me go to my direct testimony. I would point to NMED Exhibit 4, starting at page 10, page 11, page 12, page 13. I'd also like to point to my rebuttal testimony that has additional information, and that is NMED Rebuttal Exhibit 6.
There were also questions about the road fund or the gas tax. I don't know what we call it, but you know, the funding that we receive from tax on gas at the pump, and how that would decrease if there were fewer gas cars on the road. Are there any plans to, you know, find those funds in other places? How is the state managed? And now I know you're not at EDD, so maybe you're not the right person to ask, but. The folks you're the New Mexico Environment Department. You may not be the right person to ask, but maybe you can tell us a little bit about that fund, because it is, of course, important to keep our roads maintained.
Thank you, Chair Paul. I want to note that the gasoline tax, for those that don't know, is a tax of 17 cents per gallon, and that is a tax that is paid for the purchase of gasoline. And so the issue is that the tax that, you know, we all pay when we fill up gasoline, there will be a gap because we will not be taxed, because we will not be purchasing gasoline, and we will not be subject to the fluctuations of higher gas prices and those sorts of issues. It is a consideration that New Mexico is thinking about, and how to address that, as far as making sure that there are enough funds to keep roads in place. There's no proposals at this time, but it's something that we're well aware of. And I know that other states other Section 177 states are considering this issue too, with options for increased fees for an EV registration, or other ways. We were even talking about maybe there's a way that based on weight of vehicle, there could be, you know, additional fees. Everything is under discussion as far as the Section 177 states, as to how to recoup some of the taxes that will be lost because of, you know, New Mexicans and those other state residents will not need to purchase gasoline anymore.
Okay, thank you. I think this was covered a little bit, but just in case it wasn't, we talked a little bit about chargers and the availability of pumps versus the availability of individual plugs. Can you fill in that picture a little bit more for us about the plans at the state and with your sister departments, how in the next 13 years, if this rule were to be enacted, or I suppose it's just 10 years now, I'm living in the past, how that, how, if there are plans to reach parity in terms of chargers being as easily accessible and available throughout the state as gasoline stations?
That's a great question. Thanks, Chair Paul. We have heard throughout this rulemaking process that one of the advantages of electric vehicles is that you don't have to travel to a gas station to purchase gasoline with these kinds of vehicles. So it upends in many ways what we know and experience now as how we fuel our cars. So there won't be the need for the kinds of gas stations that we have because we don't have the ability to fill up our internal combustion vehicle engines in our house. Obviously, this is going to be an opportunity for anybody who has a battery electric vehicle to actually get that energy from wherever they're living. And so that is a different model than what we have. And so we are looking that, and because we know that 80% of charging occurs at home and that the utilities are integrating transportation electrification or rebates as part of their transportation electrification plans, we understand that a lot of that fueling up, so to speak, is not going to be in individual locations, but will be where people are living and more localized. That said, we are ensuring that for folks that are, traveling along highways, we have the public investment that is needed to ensure that those travelers can fill up in the because we are used to that instant gratification of putting filling up our cars with gasoline. We know that there's an expectation that when people travel, they want to fill up their cars quickly with energy, whether it be gasoline or electricity. So we're ensuring that those direct circuit, the DC chargers that fill up cars fast are prioritized as far as state investment to ensure that that fueling up can occur as quickly as possible. And as far as location, I know that there's a lot of consideration about where those chargers are placed. And I know that there's a lot of consideration for corporations and businesses about where they're placing their chargers as well. For example, I know that Walmart is installing chargers at their shopping centers so that you go in and go shopping, you plug in your car, you pick up what you need, and then you are back at full charge or the charge that you need to get back home. I know that malls are installing them. I know that we know at the state level, we're looking at installing them at state parks. So if people were visiting a park, they could fill up while they're doing their hiking or recreating. And so we're being very mindful at the state level. And I know that businesses are being very mindful about where to place those chargers, given some of that extra time we know it takes to fill up the vehicles, to make sure that people have those options. And so it's a little bit different than what we know as far as our experiences in all of our lifetimes with filling up our vehicles with gasoline. And so we're being very mindful about those placements and those investments in that transition.
Thank you. The last question is, yesterday we spoke about how many new vehicles are purchased. You had said 60 to 70,000 a year new vehicles.
Yes.
Do you have a figure on used vehicles today?
I don't. I have been informed that it is hard to find that information. And so, all I can say is that we do know that the used vehicle market is more in New Mexico than the new vehicle market, but I don't know exactly how many used vehicles are purchased annually.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Knight?
Could we ask again for an instruction that conversations in the audience be taken out into the hall, because there's a lot of, it's hard for the court reporter and it's hard for the interpreters otherwise.
All right. Again, our hearing is being transcribed by Mr. Sanchez and simultaneously interpreted by a team of interpreters who are with Ms. O'Grady. And chatter in the room carries further than you might think because of the acoustics in this room, which they've tried to help with these quilts and rugs, but isn't a perfect fix. Add that to the crinkling roof sounds, and we're in a very special place. So thank you, Mr. Knight. Also, please reach for your devices and silence them. I know sometimes we forget to do that. And thank you very much, Mr. Lee, for joining us at the table. There hasn't been a question for you yet, but maybe later. Chair Paul.
I finished my questions. Thank you.
You did? All right. Chair Sweeney.
Yes, thank you so much for coming early on our third day. I have a couple of questions, and this is for Ms. Miano. I know from your resume and your history experience, you have some experience working in tribal and Pueblo country with your previous employment. So I was just wondering, and I think I asked this earlier in these proceedings, how does this rule affect tribal and Pueblo areas? Since it's a state rule, has there been any discussion with like Pueblo leadership or tribal leadership about how to coordinate or how it dovetails or doesn't dovetail with their jurisdictional areas? Like, for example, some may have like treatment as a state for air quality and maybe even water, but in particular air quality. So I was wondering if in your development and the department's development of this rule, if that has ever come into any discussions, and if so, what have those discussions been?
Thank you for that question, Chair Sweeney. We know as a state, from speaking with tribal environmental directors, that there are limited resources that Pueblos and tribes have. I know that our department has not been shy when we have discussed our limitations when it comes to our budget and our capacity. My experience talking with tribal environmental leaders is that they are even less funded in many ways and have less staff than our understaffed department. And I think one of the Pueblos I had met with their tribal environmental director had just come on board, and that was the first position that they had. We've also heard from tribes and Pueblos that they have been coordinating with EPA because, of course, of that government-to-government relationship. That's a very important relationship to honor, especially as a state government. What we've heard is that EPA is trying, but there is not the resources available as much. And right now I'm talking about those federal funding opportunities that the state is looking at, namely the Climate Pollution that's been one of my priorities, talking with other pueblos and other tribal nations and EPA, talking to the EPA tribal liaisons and those directors for both Region 9 and Region 6. There's full acknowledgement that there's not the funding available for tribes like there is for states. And even though for a lot of these federal fundings or opportunities have both a state track and a tribal track, that does not preclude us from working together. And so one of the things that we have tried to do at the department is coordinate with tribal environmental directors, see what the priorities are for those environmental programs. I know that, for example, in the Navajo Nation, their environmental protection agency is dealing with air pollutants and trying to address monitoring situations like our air agency is. And speaking with them recently, we had a lot of the same experiences trying to make sure we're getting the right data out and being responsive to community concerns. I see us all in a very similar position of trying to obtain the most federal dollars for our governments. And even though the federal government has the tribal track and the state track, I've notified tribal leaders that we would like to work with tribal governments to coordinate on those limitations. For example, with the limited funding available for Region 6, for example, our EPA region, maybe there's a role that the state can play if a Pueblo or a Pueblo, Pueblo consortia applies for the tribal money and it's limited, they can't get it. Let's work together and figure out if we can fold in and coordinate as part of a larger effort, because even with the state track in the Climate Pollution Reduction Act funding, we're not precluded from working with other jurisdictions. And actually EPA has told us that they would like our jurisdictions to work together and do the hard work to make sure that there's connectivity, to make sure that all communities are benefiting from this kind of projects that will both, and this is part of the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant again, both reduce emissions, reduce air pollution problems, because we know that our air sheds, although we have jurisdictional divisions, our air sheds are all the same that we're breathing. And so the more we can work together in order to put in some of these applications together and coordinate, I think not only is that the right thing to do for making sure that all of our communities are considered, but it puts us in a more competitive place for EPA, and that's what they're looking for. I think that we've seen from the Pueblos that they've already particularly that they've already taken a very aggressive stance when trying to make the business investments for clean vehicles, and we understand that, that is a disruption from the way that this state has done business in the past. And I think that shows great leadership from the Pueblos, and it's something that, the state would like to further coordinate on. We do also understand as the state, we heard from some of the state representatives that for a very long time in Northwest New Mexico and in some of those jurisdictions that, whether it be Gallup, I think that was, for Senator Munoz or other state representatives, they're telling us that there's a very large gap in terms of infrastructure and electricity and water, and that's occurred in, those legislators' jurisdictions for a very long time. So the state stands ready to work with those legislators to help solve those problems in those districts. We'd love to see and work with those legislators to make sure that the utilities and those areas are getting the resources they need, and we stand ready to work with them to serve those districts, those, there are a lot of disparities that have happened for a very long time. The state's position is not that we should, again, overlook those communities as we advance towards cleaner vehicles and make those communities go through dirty electricity and dirty vehicles and more pollutants and have to breathe gasoline in order to get to where we're trying to get them. Our intent is that we can bypass that completely and bring them online with programs like the Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Department has applied for. The Solar for All program specifically targets those communities that might not have electricity, that might not have the ability to, just have what we're talking about and plug in that vehicle. And so we want to make sure that these funds go everywhere, and we are and will continue to work with Pueblo, tribal, and Native nations to ensure that that's not confined to a state jurisdiction, but that improves well-being and quality of life for everyone.
Thank you for that. I just wanted to, so in all of the docket and some of the information that was provided, I just want to also ask what kind of data sharing, because I noticed that they're on the map where we have chargers. I know that there's some Pueblo areas that have chargers, but they're not on the map.
Yes. There are chargers that I know of that the New Mexico Department of Transportation is working on to install, I think at Jemez and at Pickeries. I also know that we need to do a better job of illustrating where those chargers are, because they are coming online so quickly, as we heard in testimony. We have to make sure that we're getting those updates to the map as soon as possible so that people have comfort and knowledge about where to charge once they purchase their electric vehicle.
Great, thanks. Yeah, and that's been one of the concerns that's been brought up. So I just want to make sure that there's data and out there for the public, and for us also to consider of where these chargers are, if there's gaps. Mr. Valdez had said, there's an intent by NMDOT to have a charger every, I think, 50 miles along state and interstate highways. But with that said, I know, as I shared earlier, there's a great deal of federal lands here, and you talked about having chargers at state parks. Is there also, can you explain about collaboration maybe with federal jurisdictions like Forest Service, BLM, National Park Service, about additional charging areas to increase that infrastructure?
Thank you, Chair Sweeney. I know that there are odd legal limitations with easements at travel centers. And so I know that is something that the Department of Transportation here in New Mexico is trying to address. And we know that the federal government is as much on board with this infrastructure investment, of course, with the bipartisan infrastructure law and other federal laws. We know that the federal government wants to make those investments too. And so it is up to us to figure out how to thread that needle to make sure that our chargers are here, under the legal auspices of any easements or that sort of thing, and to work with the federal government to ensure that those chargers are in place. And if they can't be in place for a legal reason, to determine what that legal reason is and correct it, and work with federal partners, because we do have a lot of federal land here in New Mexico. I know that there's a lot of federal land in, for example, Utah, and they have been working to really install chargers at a fast clip. And the states are talking about how we're solving these problems. And so if there's a limitation that we find, we're able to work with other jurisdictions to make sure that we're all benefiting from the lessons learned as we all go through this process that nobody's ever done before.
Thank you. And maybe a little shift in your written testimony, and what Legal Counsel Domenici pointed out earlier in the cross yesterday was about the grant. So I want to shift to some of the grant funding that is in your written testimony. I noted in some of the, in that chart that, and having written a number of grants, I wanted to ask this clarification question. So noted on these grants and in that table, for some of those grant funds, especially some of the bigger ones, that they are quote-unquote competitive grants. So would it be your understanding that by being a ACCII state, that will help in framing whether or not the state will be more competitive in seeking out that grant funding?
Yes, there are two, as you know, Chair Sweeney, two types of grants. We have the formula funding and the competitive funding. I don't know off the top of my head if there is a way that ACCII could make us more competitive, but I do know that for my climate pollution reduction grant in our department, that the EPA is looking for investments to make that are amplifying the work that's already being done. And so for that particular grant, that's the one I have knowledge of and that I can speak to specifically. There's so much federal funding flowing into all of the corners of our nation that for the climate pollution reduction grant, EPA specifically looking for where are the dollars not going to, where's that gap, and how can EPA use its federal dollars to amplify what's already happening. So I suspect that passing the proposed rule will place New Mexico and other partners that we work with to submit applications in a more competitive position, because the EPA can see that our region is taking action, is serious about reducing air pollution, which we know we have a problem with, given the testimony. We are an energy producing state. The EPA wants to see states like us, what we come up with, what projects we put together, how we can decrease this, what we're doing. And I can only imagine that for a grant like the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant, passing these proposed rules will push us over the edge and make EPA see that, look, this region is doing what it needs to do. We think our federal dollars are best invested there.
Thank you so much for that. And I wanted to kind of shift to what Chair Paul was talking about with the gas tax and the potential decrease if this rule is passed, with the decrease in what taxes are paid at the, from the pump. Has there been an analysis, like what is there, as you're maybe discussing how how the state will accommodate that shift? Is there like a break-even point where we need to do something by, as a state, by 2027, 2028, where the gas tax revenue goes down, and that we need to kind of level that out? I don't know if there's been that analysis.
I don't have that analysis. I do know that with the gas tax, the burden on paying for roads shifts from gasoline to other places. And so we as a state are going to have to make some decisions about how to make up for that funding. On one side, less tax is great, because that means we're not paying as consumers that tax. On the other hand, we know that we, of course, need to maintain roads and make sure that people can drive to where they need to drive to for their day-to-day. And so it is something that's under consideration now, and that we're going to have to make some decisions on as these rules, if they are implemented, go forward.
Thank you for that. And maybe to move a little bit on that, I was wondering, I've heard and read some of the public comments and some of the information in the docket about the weight issues or weight considerations for the EV vehicles, that they're a little bit heavier than ICE vehicles. Some around, I think I read a figure of like 30%. I think it was talked about yesterday a little bit in some of the cross examination. And I was just wondering if there's been any data from other states that have already started this transition about the road issues and the wear and tear, maybe potentially additional wear and tear on roads because of electrical vehicles or heavier vehicles. And I think this might be for Mr. Copal. Thank you.
Thank you. Good question, and I do want to acknowledge that weight estimates I gave yesterday were low. And as pointed out by the gentleman on the EIB, that the lowest end of the range for weight increase is about 300 pounds in the market, which is what I was quoting, but the typical weight is about 1,000 pounds. And I think, and I address this in my rebuttal testimony, because there's two things I want to point out. The first is that industry recognizes that this is an issue. There's developments underway. In fact, as I mentioned in my rebuttal testimony, Ford, Toyota, Nissan, and BMW are developing solid-state battery technology to be introduced as early as model year 2025, with the potential to cut the battery weight by 2/3 and to increase driving range. And then in addition, because we know that battery density and battery capacity continues to improve as it has, I think industry is recognizing that this needs to be addressed. And I think we've seen the innovation in industry, rising to the challenge, and I think that's well underway. And so I don't think that this is a static situation, right, where this weight difference will always be there for EVs. But certainly it is the case now. The other thing I point out in my rebuttal testimony is that increased weight from cars and light trucks on roads is not unique to EVs. We've seen an increase in car and light truck weight of 25% over the past 40 years because of this shift from cars to SUVs and light trucks. The roadways are designed for fully loaded semi-trucks, 80,000-pound trucks. And so, in terms of any sort of, recognizable damage or catastrophic damage to the roadway, the roadways are already absorbing the weight increase that we've seen on light-duty vehicles, and they're designed for these heavy trucks. And as I say in my rebuttal testimony, and I cite a study on this, that a heavy truck, 80,000-pound heavy truck, causes 2,500 times the road damage of a 4,000-pound car and truck. So it's not even in proportion to the weight. It's an exponential increase. And so when we're designing roads and bridges for those trucks, the weight increases we're talking about from today's EVs, are not, in that order of magnitude. I'm not aware of any studies in states that have been able to look at this. I think it's probably very difficult to parse out because, people are driving, 10,000-pound pickup trucks, and already, on the roads. And so, how do we sort of assign an increase of 1,000 pounds, of a certain, sector of vehicle? How do we look at that so far? So I think it's, I'm not aware of any studies. I think industry does recognize that this is an issue that really has to be addressed for EVs, and I think the technology is on the way to reduce the weight.
Thank you for that, and that additional explanation. Let me see if there's, I think I want to, Mr. Copal, I wanted to go back to some of your slides and your testimony, the written testimony, and I know there's some projections out from in your slides about the benefits of going to electrical vehicles, the cost benefits for the individual, cost benefits for the state. And I noted that, some of those models or those estimates went out to 2050. And I was just wondering what the assumption is as you model out from 2032, because that's what I understand this rule is going up to in terms of the 80-some% at 2032.
Right.
So what's the, the gap between 2032 and 2050? What is the assumption in terms of vehicle? Is it staying at 80-some? Okay.
Yeah, that's what we assumed for, we call that the market scenario, where we just assume that the market stays stable after model year 2032.
Okay. And so going out to 2050, if we're able to stay, I know in one of the slides there was let me pull up my notes here, an estimate that climate damage is avoided at 1.1 to 3.5 billion in 2050. I think it was on one of the slides. And you said it was not specific to New Mexico. Was it specific to the country, or was it globally?
Well, that's that's the social cost of carbon estimate, which is based on, so that the emission reductions are specific to the New Mexico program. The benefit of, from the climate, I think it was difficult to put a bound on geographically, right? Because it's, and so I don't, so, all I can say, it's not specific to New Mexico. It's sort of, I think considered, I know US EPA, when EPA does social cost of carbon, they sort of attribute it to, the nation. But also with some recognition that, of course, not all the climate impacts are just going to happen within the neat bounds of the country, right? So I think it's probably more safe to say it's a global, sort of a global effect.
Thank you for that. And want to jump a little bit, Mr. Copal, to what Member Lewis was talking about mining and the full cycle impacts of battery. I know you mentioned a little bit and talked about that yesterday during your testimony and in your written testimony. Is your analysis and maybe industry analysis looking at the full cycle impacts, including disposal of batteries like lithium, and what to do with the waste of lithium batteries? And I assume we can't just toss it out at the the normal county landfill. And I don't know if it's between you, Ms. Miano, or Mr. Copal.
I do know, so as I mentioned yesterday, so our analysis looks at fuel cycle emissions, so the kind of the extraction and the production and distribution of gasoline versus the generation of electricity. So that's a well-to-wheel or fuel cycle. Our analysis did not cover the full life cycle or vehicle life cycle. However, we did look at, anticipating this question, we did include a sensitivity analysis in our documentation where we took an estimate, and this is more sort of, and I'm not sure, to be honest, how it deals with the back end, the disposal side. But the estimates in terms of the production of the minerals, and the mining of the minerals and the battery production. So we looked at a study that was published by the International Council on Clean Transportation, which had estimates of greenhouse gas emissions per kilowatt hour of battery capacity. And they had estimates specific to the US, China, and Europe. And so for US battery, based on where it's sourced, as we mentioned in our docketed material, we found, and we didn't do a full life cycle analysis, which would include, not just looking at this for the EV, but of course, the internal combustion engines also have vehicle life cycle emissions as well. And the studies did show, and I think this is acknowledged, that, currently the battery production emissions are higher than the internal combustion. But when we look at the battery production emission estimate, and don't look at the internal combustion engine, so it's just sort of a maximum, kind of a worst case. We estimated that it would reduce our greenhouse gas benefits by about 5%. So it's a very minimal impact. And what's interesting is I also looked at comments that were submitted by the American Fuel and Petroleum Manufacturers, and they included a detailed study for the California, so it's not specific to New Mexico, but it's for California, but it looks at the same, and it was a study done by Ramble, another environmental consulting firm. And they also looked at, the life cycle impacts of different implementation of different, different EV strategies, et cetera. And they also included a case with and without the upstream, the battery cycle production. And, I don't have the specific number, I was trying to pull it off charts, but, but I was able to sort of roughly calculate that it's of a similar magnitude. I would say, less than 10% of the greenhouse gas benefit, would be lost, I think, due to. So it's interesting that, not only our own analysis based on International Council on Clean Transportation, which is a reputable international organization, but also it conforms with data that was presented by the American Fuel and Petroleum Association in their comments as well. So I'm and clearly, this issue has to be addressed going forward in terms of the broader life cycle impacts. But I think based on these two, independent estimates, it gives us some sense that, this is not, not going to overwhelm the benefits of the program, right, in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. So.
Thank you for that, Mr. Copal. And I think for NMED, I was wondering if there's been discussion about, the disposal costs and places where lithium batteries, as one of the cradle-to-grave considerations for any new technology. Sometimes we think it's the next best thing, and then we're at the end of the cycle, and we're trying to figure out what to do with the waste. And so I just wanted to see if NMED has had any discussions or plans for how to address the waste of, in particular, lithium batteries.
Thank you, Chair Sweeney. It is a topic of much discussion, not just in the lithium battery realm, but in all of the manufactured and produced commodities that we use in our day-to-day lives. We find that the manufacturers and companies produce these items, and then we as the government are largely responsible for cleaning them up. And I know there's a movement to ensure, and I think this is particular to plastic, that the companies that produce produce waste are responsible for their waste cradle to grave. And I know that from my conversations, there is more than I've ever seen companies taking ownership over that issue. Even in Los Angeles earlier this year, I listened to a panel of major corporations developing their own programs for waste, their own programs for taking back the waste after their products are used. And so I am hopeful that the auto manufacturers, and with these new technologies, there are recycling programs and other programs that can be created to solve this problem. And I know that a lot of companies are moving in that direction. I also know that for disposal, for waste currently, our New Mexico Environment Department spends a lot of time and a lot of taxpayer money cleaning up waste from the oil and gas industry, whether that be in our Petroleum Storage Tank Bureau. I know this is not unique to the New Mexico Environment Department. I know the federal government spends a lot of time cleaning up spills and those sorts of items. So we think that there's a benefit there moving to this technology, especially with a movement with businesses considering their own waste streams. I also learned as part of this process that with a battery, even though the battery of the car might not, or the battery in the car might not have enough life to power the car, that battery can actually be used to power other things. And so it might not have enough energy to power the car, but it could be repurposed and recycled to provide other kinds of power sources. And I know there's a lot of folks working on that issue as well to make sure that we don't make the same mistakes that we did with internal combustion fuel vehicles and gasoline and diesel development.
Thank you so much, and Madam Hearing Officer, that's all I have for right now.
Thank you very much. Vice Chair Trujillo.
Thank you, and I'm going to kind of follow up on Phoebe's question, even though it's a little out of order from where I was going to go. Ms. Miano, when we did, and I understand that you were not an employee of NMED during Clean Cars 1, but this board specifically asked NMED at that time to have some thoughts on plans for disposal of these batteries. And I'm curious if that has followed through in some way, because I have not seen anything in any reports or any evidence submitted so far. And I understand the answer that you gave Chair Sweeney. I'm sorry, did I call you Phoebe? Chair Sweeney on the workings of NMED when it comes to disposal and cleanup of things, but we are very and I am very curious about the actual plans that are being developed for disposal of these batteries.
Thank you, Chair Sweeney. Thank you, Member Trujillo. It is something that we do not at NMED have definitive plans for, but that we can, continue to look at as these rules roll out, as we move towards that model year 2027 timeline. We need to make a lot of preparations to ensure that what we have control over here at the department and at the state, we're addressing the issues that you raise, and we don't make the same mistakes that we did with fossil fuel and internal combustion vehicles and waste streams.
Thank you for that answer. I'm going to pivot real quick. I'd like to ask Mr. Lee some questions. And I'm curious about some of the things about transportation challenges in Albuquerque. And if this is a little bit out of your space, that's totally okay. I'm just trying to, I moved from southern New Mexico up to Albuquerque. So I am learning about a totally different city than I once knew. So I'm curious about some of the challenges that the city of Albuquerque is facing as far as transportation. If you can give me a broad view of what some of those challenges are.
Is there any particular aspect of transportation that you're interested in learning more about, or just all of the above?
Well, in general, I'm sure there's probably top 3 things that are really challenging in Albuquerque for people to get around, for just transportation in general. So you want to limit it to the top 1 or 2, 3 things. That's fine.
To the best of my knowledge, one of the most challenging aspects, especially this has been a issue since the pandemic, is for our transit department, ABQ Ride. They've had many issues and struggles trying to hire drivers and mechanics, and they've had to unfortunately cut service and other maintenance issues with their buses because of those employee shortages, and they've been working tirelessly to find ways, increasing pay, other benefits to increase the number of drivers and mechanics, and they've had some recent successes, but unfortunately they're still at a reduced schedule for their bus service. However, they are currently in the middle of doing a complete redesign of the transit system, and hopefully when that is complete, sometime next year, they will be able to provide a higher level of service than they are currently. And I think that is a hopeful trend that they are actually, their mitigation efforts to try to increase the number of drivers and mechanics is working, and that will coincide with also an improved service network that they can provide to all the people in the city, especially the disadvantaged communities, which they are prioritizing in their redesigned service network. So when that debuts next year, hopefully those two trends will coincide into a more efficient and better transit service. You asked for top three, so.
Well, actually, that leads
Yeah,
right
so-
into like my next question.
Sure.
I'm really curious about the public transportation, public transit portion of this, and that, and those reductions on emissions in the city. And I read an article recently. I saw or heard it on the radio, and so I looked it up and read it. It was about the Zero Fare program.
Yes.
And admittingly, I didn't know anything about it, and it sounded like, based on the article, that public transportation in Albuquerque was really ramping up. But I kind of got the impression from your statement that it's struggling with finding people, and I think that's pretty common right now, of finding employees, and that it's operating at a reduced schedule. So I am kind of curious, what are those challenges that program is facing with reaching people? Is it just unable to maintain a full schedule? What would make people in Albuquerque use public transportation more often?
So the Zero Fares program that you had mentioned, the City Council did just a few days ago, or I think late last week, did approve permanent zero fares for all of ABQ Ride's services moving forward. So I think that's a big win for the transit department and for the city. That program has generally been very popular throughout the city, and since the pandemic, when ridership plummeted due to many known factors, the trend has been upward for ridership since that point, every month since then. So, and some routes, they are nearing the pre-pandemic ridership. And I think especially that Zero Fares program is very beneficial to many of those underserved communities, which will have greater access to the bus service, as well as one aspect that is not talked about is that the Zero Fares program does speed up existing service because it eliminates the need for individual riders to present passes or pay fares at the fare box when they enter the buses. So that is also a big benefit of the Zero Fares program.
Has the city done any sort of modeling on reductions in emissions based on some of these programs that they're implementing for public transportation?
I'm not aware of any greenhouse gas emissions estimates strictly from Zero Fares. They certainly have done modeling for their zero emissions transition study, which I had mentioned in my testimony, where they're looking at both cost, operational, and also environmental benefits of transitioning the bus fleet to zero emissions buses. And those numbers, I don't have any summary of those numbers, but you can find all that information in their study, which is accessible to the public.
Okay, and just one last question for you. Do you feel that implementing this rule or this proposed rules will change the efforts in public transportation?
Yes, I think the requirements and mandates of particularly the clean trucks rule will benefit both the availability and impetus for transit systems not only in Albuquerque but throughout the state to transition to lower and zero emission buses, which I think is a good thing and will benefit both the environment and the climate in the state.
Okay. Thank you for your time. Madam Hearing Officer, do we need to take a break for public comment?
No, we do not.
Okay, great. So I'll just keep going. Thank you. I have some more questions of, let's see here. Mr. Kripal, did I pronounce your name right? Okay, thank you. I'm curious if ERG conducted similar reports as you created for other states that went through similar rulemaking process.
Good question. So I'm thinking because the way that our analysis came about was sort of building on prior work that was done, commissioned by the International Council on Clean Transportation, ICCT, and was performed by a different consulting firm, Sonoma Technology, and they have done this analysis for multiple states. Nearly all the Section 177 states, both for ACC and for the ACT rule and omnibus. And so I can't speak specifically to the ins and outs of every state, but this is the first state where we've kind of taken that on. So we sort of took their work, as I laid out in the report. We started with their work and then adapted it to the updates to the rule, and then extended it, as I mentioned, to 2050 and made some other modifications. But short answer is no, this is the first time we've kind of done a full analysis for a specific Section 77 state related to the benefits of the program.
Okay. Well, my follow-up question, I assumed that you had made more than this report. So my follow-up questions are about assumptions made and lessons learned. And so I guess if you can answer that to the best of your ability.
Assumptions made and lessons learned. I'm drawing a blank a bit on that. Can you sort of
That's okay.
help me out of it?
We can move on to some other things.
Do you want me to sort of just talk about kind of the modeling method and like the assumptions that go behind it? Because I can certainly speak to that.
Actually, I have some questions on the modeling, so we can just move on.
Okay.
Yeah. Actually, I wanted to ask about on page 26 of your report, so 26 of Exhibit 47, there's a chart. And I think we've discussed this chart. I think Mr. Domenici asked some questions on it as well. I believe it's page 40 if you're in the PDF.
And by the way, I do want to clarify that when I mentioned the ICCT and Sonoma work, that was specific to the environmental modeling that I was talking about. Yeah, so, okay.
Or, I'm sorry, it's page 41 if you're in the PDF version of it.
The figure 4?
It's actually table 22. It's
Okay.
on page 27 of Exhibit 47.
Okay, I see it. Yes.
Okay, so what I gleaned from this was that this is over a 10-year period was based on. And so I'm curious if any, how long does the average New Mexican hang on to a car?
I can't answer that specifically for New Mexico. I know, nationwide, it's longer than 10 years.
It's longer than 10 years?
Yeah.
Okay. What's you mentioned about the savings for that the savings was the same no matter the person's income, and so I'm looking at this chart. I'm wondering, the average cost of the car that was used in this table was $48,000, I think. Around $48,000, or $43,000 and $47,000. So like in that range. And I'm curious, what was any, what kind of payment is that for a household? Like?
What sort of payment is the incremental cost, or what sort of payment is the base?
No, what I'm getting at here is that, and I'm pulling a whole lot of information together since I was the last one to go today, or for all this panel, is that we have, I looked at the inputs into REMI, and I don't see any, or RMEI, sorry, and I don't see that any indication was for any inputs were for income. So I'm wondering, like, for residents of New Mexico, so how does one afford a $45,000 car payment and have an average income of $50,000?
I guess maybe 2 points on that. I mean, so first, as I mentioned yesterday in testimony for the REMI modeling, that was based on a baseline of New Mexico income that was developed based on data from the Bureau of Economic Analysis. The total cost of ownership, I think, in terms of the question, again, I think in a lot of, I think there can be a lot of comments that are sort of pointed at EVs, but need to also recognize the same issue exists for gasoline vehicles. The same issue exists for gasoline vehicles as well.
Yeah. I agree.
So,
I've seen the $80,000 vehicles for sale, so
right.
I understand that.
Yeah, and so I think, and again, I think just to be clear, the rule, of course, as we all understand, is not requiring purchase of new vehicles. And so, so in a way, maybe I'm not understanding your question, but I just want to sort of be clear that it's, we're not like in our table 22, we're not speaking to the question of affording a vehicle. That's not the total cost of ownership. That's sort of, and the total cost of ownership could be applied to, a used vehicle, a used EV versus a used gasoline vehicle. It could sort of shift according to the range of the type of vehicle that's being purchased. But I think really this is just meant as a base case to say, if we look at, the current increases in EV cost, which are expected to also come down along with battery weight, as I mentioned before, as battery costing decreases. But based on the manufacturer's suggested retail price, that's what this analysis is based on. If we look at the increase in vehicle cost and we look at the charging cost and kind of all the things listed here, on a relative basis, do we see a savings or do we see an increase? And so that's what this analysis is pointing to, and not really addressing the question of affordability. But I guess I would also say that the question of affordability, is not specific to EVs. It's specific to any income strata in terms of the vehicle being purchased. But I guess I would also turn that around and say that the total cost of ownership analysis, I mean, fuel, whether it's a cheap used vehicle or an expensive, luxury vehicle, comparing gas and EV on either side, if you assume that the EV vehicle is more expensive, along the lines of what we're showing here, the fuel still needs to be purchased, maintenance still needs to be done, electricity will still be need to be put into the vehicle. And when you look at the balance of those, the fuel savings outweighs the costs, we're looking at one specific case here, but I think that conclusion would apply to the range of vehicle prices and even into used vehicles.
Okay.
And again, this does not include any tax breaks. This is before any sort of tax credits, for new vehicles or otherwise.
Well, and I believe Miano? There we go. Miano had a chart in her testimony, and it was page 16 of Exhibit 14. It was figures 3 and 4, which show the cost, over time of owning an EV versus an ICE. And although I think that what I kind of gleaned from that was, that over time the EV would be a better purchase than the ICE. So I'm trying to draw all these things together to help kind of paint this picture, but for myself, of why not let the market take care of bringing more EVs in, because I don't have an EV, but I'm almost sold on one after this hearing. So, it sounds like a great way to go. So why not let the market just take care of itself in this?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Vice Chair Trujillo. There are certain times when the market needs to be corrected, and this is one of those times. And why it's one of those times is we have seen from this experience, from even just our testimony this morning, that the current availability of internal combustion engines, the existing availability of internal combustion engines, the existing availability of public transit, it needs to be improved. Public health metrics need to be improved, and climate change needs to be addressed. And the market isn't acting fast enough, and is not creating as much certainty as needed to solve these problems as quickly as we need to solve them. This is why the governments are proposing this rule to accelerate the market. We know from what we've heard that the auto dealers, New Mexico residents, everybody's in agreement that we're all moving into this direction anyway. It's not moving fast enough to address the environmental and public health problems that we have. And we as a government have the ability to provide certainty to the auto manufacturers in a time of uncertainty at the federal level. We can join the other Section 177 states and create certainty for the auto manufacturers that says, regardless of the federal political wins or who wins 2024, we're telling you, auto manufacturers, that there's a market for these EVs. We know people want them. They're going to improve our environment. They're going to improve our health metrics. The total cost of, when you buy a car, even at that expensive price, that's not factoring in all the costs that the state has to pay, all the health bills that, our families have to pay. We need a correction to make sure that we are indicating to the auto manufacturers that there is, that the states, that the governments, the Section 177 states have determined this is the best path for the residents and for you know, the communities that we have the mission to serve. And this is the time to pull the lever to ensure that the auto manufacturers know that we want those vehicles here, that there's a market for them here, that we're hearing people can't get the base models here. And regardless of the federal level, it's our way of providing the certainty and surety for manufacturers that there is a market. It's meeting them where they are in some instances, but whoever wins in 2024 at the federal level, we don't know what that's going to be. They want certainty for their plans. They have, as we heard, to put in business plans in place about where to deliver their vehicles. Regardless of what happens at the national level, we want to make sure that those manufacturers know that us as states want these vehicles, and it's the right option for how we see the outcomes of increasing vehicles for our residents.
And thank you for that answer. And I'm curious, what keeps New Mexico from writing their own rule that fits New Mexico's economy and applying for their own waiver through EPA?
That's a great question, Vice Chair. The way the Clean Air Act is written, we as a state, we only have two options, and that's under federal law. So we can either accept what the federal government tells us to do, or we can accept what California tells us to do. At this point, we have looked and made the determination that we would like to choose based on what we've been talking about through this rulemaking, along with the other Section 177 states, the California path. It gets us to where we need to be quicker, both for environmental and health outcomes. And California is a huge market for cars. And so with all the states, with all the Section 177 states, we estimate that we're about, New Mexico is a small market. We estimate that we are about 40% of the market for the auto manufacturers. And so it shifts. Instead of the federal government being the leader, us joining California shifts California being the leader when it comes to talking to the auto manufacturers and how quickly that they move and how quickly that the states are expecting action to happen. Unfortunately, the Clean Air Act does not allow for states other than California to make those decisions and chart those paths. But what we can do is we can, like we've been having in this discussion, put in certain other laws and policies and directives that are apart from the from the proposed rules that are specific to New Mexico for the New Mexico resident. And this is why we have talked to all kinds of folks that have been participating in this rulemaking. This is why we've talked to the auto dealers to hear what their comments have been. This is why, we've been talking to them for several months now about what they expect for their consumer base. This is why the Governor Lujan Grisham and the Taxation and Revenue Department are introducing the tailored state tax credits particular to the New Mexico market. So, for example, we can't include conventional hybrids in our following of the California rule, but we can tailor certain things to New Mexico to make this work for the New Mexico consumer. And we've heard those concerns, and we have proposed policies to alleviate those concerns. Especially, we've heard a lot about conventional hybrids from the auto dealers, and so we've included that in our proposal for this upcoming legislative session.
Okay. And thank you for answering that so fully. And I think that's the last question I have for you. I had one follow-up question for Mr. Copal. On page 40 of your report, Exhibit 47, you make a statement about, and I'll read the statement. It says, "These trends are only due to direct changes from the implementation of the proposed rules and do not depict the overall trajectory of the state's GDP, employment, gross output, and personal income. Rather, these trends show deviations from the baseline." And my question for you is, when you make that statement about deviations from the baseline, was that calculated and is it included in the report? Is that deviation significant?
I think what this is referring to, deviations from the baseline, is really sort of reflected in figure 4 on the next page. So it's, what we're saying is we are using an economic model that was calibrated based on New Mexico specific information, as I mentioned, from the Bureau of Economic Analysis. But we're not doing an analysis to say, here's our overall economic projection, for the entire economy of New Mexico. We're basically saying, okay, just based on, this baseline that we have based on, use the word baseline, based on data we have from the Bureau of Economic Analysis, if we just look at, this rule, the impacts of this rule, the costs, the savings, et cetera, how does that kind of change things relative to the baseline? And so the deviations from the baseline, I think, I interpret that, and that's really the lines on the chart, right? So it's employment is increasing, that's a deviation from the baseline employment. Personal savings are increasing, that's a deviation from the baseline. As I mentioned in my testimony, we see an initial increase in GDP and output, based on the purchase of electric vehicles and charging infrastructure. That's a deviation from the baseline of those, and then those drop, within 1% as savings are, assuming savings are held on to. And so the deviations from the baseline are really just sort of, how does this specific rule, the inputs and outputs of the costs and savings, how does that, change the, kind of the baseline case, really, is all I can say. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
And that's the end of my question.
Thank you, Vice Chair Trujillo. Member Lewis, I believe you're on the platform and you have a question.
Yes, thank you. Director Miano, I wanted to get a little more explanation of the expectations for compliance, what the data were that led to proposed penalties, what information we have from any other states, or even, it's probably too soon to have data from the first Clean Cars bill. But can you talk a little bit about your expectations for compliance and enforcement if companies do not provide the projected volume of vehicles?
Thank you, Member Lewis. We have not heard from any auto manufacturer that they will not be able to meet this rule at all. With all the flexibilities that are in the rule as far as how they can meet their percentage requirements over time, that has been received positively by the Auto Manufacturers Association and as a benefit to them. That said, all the other states that might not have those early action credits, we have not heard from anywhere that the auto manufacturers are not going to be able to meet these requirements. And that's including the statements that we heard yesterday from, and that are made in the rebuttal testimony from the auto dealerships, which with many of them, if you look closer, actually support the Environment Department's position, which is that the auto manufacturers are still on track, even if there is a delay, to meet their commitments. That said, being in the environmental regulated, business here, there are times when we know that businesses aren't able to meet those requirements. And so in order to ensure that they do, we have to put in, with all of our regulations, I would call it a stick. please do this or else. And so that or else piece for purposes of this rule is enforcement mechanisms available to the New Mexico Environment Department under the Air Quality Control Act. And that's a range of remedies, including fines. And so in the event that the auto manufacturers are unable to meet their delivery requirements to New Mexico, which we do not anticipate happening, there will be, of course, as with any failure to follow a requirement, remedies to the department under the Air Quality Control Act.
And can you elaborate on what those are?
Yes, there are our remedies under the Air Quality Control Act range from any kind of remedies you would have in any, regular enforcement proceeding, ranging from injunctive relief, meaning non-monetary relief, to monetary penalties. I believe under the Air Quality Control Act, they're $15,000 per violation, or per day per violation. I can't recall directly off the top of my head.
And in previous instances, has that indeed been enforceable? I mean, have people responded to those fines? I'm trying to get a sense of how big your stick is, I guess, is the question.
Yes, that's a good question. For this particular rule and for the Advanced Clean Car rule, or the Advanced Clean Cars program, Advanced Clean Trucks program that we're proposing here, those have not been enforced yet. And so there is a big question on this particular rule about, how those enforcements will occur across all Section 177 states, because this is such a new program. I think that for purposes of New Mexico and our Air Quality Control Act, of course, we have used the Air Quality Control Act to enforce against air quality emissions violations. In this administration particularly, that has been a key part of ensuring that New Mexicans are able to breathe clean air, increase the quality of air that we do breathe, and make sure that companies are held in compliance with the rules that we have on the books. And I think you'll find under this administration, we've had historic settlements and historic enforcement actions, and to address air quality concerns and air quality violations. And in the next 3 to 6 months, those are expected to increase.
And so you're thinking, part of the remedy for a lack of compliance then would be an initial individual fine process or penalty process, including fines. And should compliance not occur, then we would be looking at a court case settlement with industry. Am I capturing that correctly?
That is what we have used in the past under the Air Quality Control Act, and so likely there'll be similar, if it comes to that, which we don't anticipate it will.
Yeah, sure.
There'll be similar enforcement mechanisms available to us to make sure that the manufacturers are complying with our rule.
Okay, thank you. And I just wanted, Mr. Capel, just a couple of clarifications. One on your discussion of the differential weight issues. And I agree for any individual car relative to an 80,000, the 80,000 figure, the number is small. But if we're looking at shifting an entire individual residential level fleet, those numbers get much more impressive. And if we think about like the issue with the bridge fire recently in LA, where their estimate was 300,000 vehicles a day on one bridge, and 300,000 times 1,000 differential, you're now starting to get to a point where that is a major difference. And I just wondered if your perspective on the weight impacts over time multiplied by the number of vehicles that are increasing that weight might change.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. I think, I guess 2 points on that. As I mentioned, the increased weight is something that, we do not think, and, sort of based on industry projections and industry's, announcements about forthcoming research and development of products, we do not think this is a long-term issue for EVs. We do see on the horizon technologies being brought to market that will, as I mentioned, solid-state batteries for, that several manufacturers are in development and looking at putting in production in the next few years, will reduce battery weight by 2/3. We do see sodium-ion technology that can reduce, not as drastic a weight loss, but, there's one in production in China that is able to reduce weight by 30%. And so, and manufacturers overall realize they have to reduce this. So I don't, based on, actual market projections and announcements from manufacturers and just sort of the general sense that manufacturers know they have to reduce weight, I really think that it's reasonable to believe that this weight gap will be closed. But that said, the truck number that I mentioned before, 2,500 times the damage of a 4,000-pound vehicle. I mean, there's enough heavy trucks on the road, to sort of, make that, still make that the driving force, I think, in terms of road design and bridge design. So, I really feel like the idea of, large, long-term, road damage or bridge damage is really speculative at this point. I mean, I don't feel like it's, based on sort of, looking at the road dynamics, looking at road design, looking at any studies of this, and also, not taking into account sort of the improvements that are already on the way in terms of battery weight.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. And my last point is just to emphasize the mining question that I brought up initially. Several other people have also raised it, and the discussion to this point really has focused on the grave side of the cradle to grave question. And I think my concern for communities and for air quality from all of the work that we've done is more heavily based on the cradle side. And so I would just urge NMED in developing potential policy submissions to the legislature to focus on that mining side, because the waste that gets left in these communities from that cradle end of this whole process is what ultimately breaks down over time into the nanoparticulates that we're dealing with today in the dust storms. So, if we could just shift that thinking, not to ignore the grave side, but the cradle side is equally important. And that's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Lewis. Any other questions, or can we excuse this panel? Oh, Member Garcia.
Yes, thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. One of the questions I have for Director Miano is, I think it's Director Miano, is I know that you all have talked to other 177 states and probably looked at some of the problems they have encountered since they've enabled this rule. And one of the things I'm hearing about with friends in California who have EVs is, of course, there's not enough chargers. It seems to be a universal problem. But also, once they get to a charger, somebody has parked their car there, left it charging, and then walked away. You suggested earlier at national parks, state parks, maybe they could park it and go for a hike. Well, that could be a big problem if somebody else wants to come along and use that charger. So have you thought about incorporating, and I don't know if you guys would be the one to enforce this, but incorporating rules or somehow penalties so that if somebody leaves their car parked at a charger all day long and prevents other people from being able to use it, are you all thinking about ways to deal with that? I think in California, they have talked about increasing the charging cost, tripling it if somebody leaves their car parked when nobody else can use that charger. So what are the plans for instances like that?
Member Garcia, that's a great question. On the chargers, the public chargers specifically, there are, and I'm not sure if folks are familiar, but you actually have a app on your phone, very much like a gas station where, like, you know, your gas pump clicks, and then that's when you know that you're finished filling up your gasoline tank. With the electric fueling, obviously you don't have that click that tells you that you're finished, but you do have a notification that the charging station sends you. And, you know, we can't police everything at the Environment Department. We hope that folks would adhere to that click, a virtual click on their phones, just like you'd be at a gas station and all the gas pumps are filled and everybody's parked in front of the gas pumps and people are inside buying, you know, coffee or snacks or that sort of thing, and you throw your hands up in the air and, you know, you're like, oh my gosh, I need to go, you know, I can't fill up my gas pump. We hope that folks will take personal responsibility when they get that message that their car is finished refueling to, you know, go back and remove their car for the next person to refuel. In the event that that doesn't happen, you're right, there could be a similar situation like you would have at a gas station where all of the pumps are full. We have not had that problem here that we have heard as part of this rulemaking, and so I'm really glad that you brought that up for future state, you know, in the future. It's a great consideration about when we do get to the point in the future when we have more EVs, what remedies can we have, whether that be Environment Department or maybe Department of Transportation or other, you know, local jurisdictions. It's a great consideration about how we're going to approach that.
Thank you. That's you.
Oh, Member Ely.
Yeah. Just one real quick follow-up question, kind of related to Vice Chair Trujillo Davis's question regarding the market. And is there, and it may be directed to Director Miano or Mr. Copel, but is there any evidence of greater market penetration of EVs in existing 177 states that have adopted the ZEV requirements?
Thank you, Member Ely. We don't know offhand. For a lot of the cars coming in, we anticipate there being a difference that you can see probably in that model year 2026, 2027 timeframe. And so that's going to be a very interesting time to see how the manufacturers deliver.
So are you saying it's too early to tell because we're not in the compliance year yet?
Correct.
But are early action credits bringing in more ZEVs? Do you know?
I do not know.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. I think we can excuse the panel at this. Oh, Mr. Domenici?
Could I follow up on some of the new topics?
Oh, on which topic?
On some of the questions that are new.
Yeah, so remember we still have your panel to get to before 10:30, and I thought the party questioning was over.
Well,
Come to the podium.
After this breadth of questioning, I think I should be entitled to have a few questions. And if my panel has to reschedule, we're willing to do that
All right.
to make sure we finish with this panel.
All right, if you would please keep it brief.
Put that letter. So, Ms. Miano, really, I'm just going to focus on two questions. First, are you familiar with the comment from Wanda Johnson that's been submitted to the record?
No.
Do you know Wanda Johnson?
Yes.
Do you agree that she represents McKinley and San Juan County?
That is my understanding.
And there was an entire line of questioning from Chair Sweeney about the communications and the arrangements made by the department, and this letter completely contradicts that testimony.
Mr. Bach, I'm sorry, I have to have you come to the podium.
Yeah, we would object. This letter was not discussed at all by any of the questioning. If you want to introduce it into evidence, the way to do that is through your own witnesses.
Yeah, so Mr. Domenici, I am trying to keep this moving, and I understand this may contradict something that was said in response, but is there any reason you couldn't elicit this through your own witness? Wait, unless you come to the podium, I can't hear you.
I mean, the reason would be that his witnesses are not qualified to present on it. And if that's the choice that they made, that's fine, but they should not be abusing the cross-examination process to introduce to information that they can't introduce the correct way.
Right, I'm just trying to balance the breadth and extent of the board questioning in the event there was something else to elicit.
This goes exactly to the questioning of Chair Sweeney, and of course, that's valid cross-examination. The fact that it's an exhibit, it's actually a comment in the docket. The fact that I mean, if we're going to say you can't use, I'm not quite clear why I couldn't use this letter to cross-examine this witness. There's no requirement to pre-disclose cross-examination witnesses. This topic was not raised on direct by NMED. This was raised by Chair Sweeney. She probably asked at least 20 questions about this, and there were minutes and minutes of testimony about we're talking with the tribes about this, about that. This is exactly a response from the representative from that district that has those tribal members. So if you don't accept it, then I would like to make an offer of proof and continue with my questioning.
All right, so insofar as it's part of the record already, I don't think you need to make an offer of proof. You have pointed to it, and it can be part of the board's deliberations.
And Madam Hearing Officer, one other point is that there are time limits on cross-examination. Mr. Domenici has already used up all of his time. And he has 6 witnesses or something like that. There's no reason to be, you know.
Right, I had forgotten that aspect of it, Mr. Domenici. You made full use of your cross-examination time of Ms. Miano, and I'm sorry, I keep forgetting about that. What is the nature of the other question you would ask?
The other question, again, is a brand-new issue that wasn't discussed, which was recycling or disposal of the lithium batteries.
Yes.
And I would like to follow up on her testimony and it'd be more precise.
And, all right, what would your question be?
Is a lithium battery hazardous waste once it's stopped its useful life?
Okay. Can that be outside the scope of this panel? There was an awful lot of discussion of the batteries, the possibility that they could be used for some other purpose, even if they couldn't be used to power a car. Is this something that is within your knowledge?
No.
Okay. Mr. Domenici, I think she's closed the door on that. You said you had the 2 questions.
So just to follow up on the battery, one more on the battery. Isn't it true, you described this, many other technologies where the technology doesn't really take into account the disposal or recycling costs. Isn't it true that the main objective with new technology is that the price reflect the disposal costs? So the government does not have to bear it, and the taxpayers who aren't benefiting from that piece of technology do not bear it, but the user pays the cost. Isn't that
that sounds closer to what you were testifying about.
My testimony is that the cost of a vehicle does not account for externalities that the government has to bear for the lifetime of that vehicle, whether it be health costs to our New Mexico residents, environmental costs to our New Mexico residents, or environmental costs or cleanup costs, for example, in the Petroleum Storage Tank Bureau of the New Mexico Environment Department.
But if you know the cost or realize there's going to be a cost, isn't it true you try to incorporate it? Or if you're going to pass it on to the manufacturer, as you indicated, isn't it true that cost has to be included in the price of that item?
I wish that was the case, but it's not. The government cleans up a lot of waste from business and is very experienced in whether it be, like we have been discussing, spills, oil spills, gas emissions, climate emissions, all of the testimony from involving health impacts from air pollutants. All of these externalities are not included in the cost of a vehicle.
So the government is going to...
Mr. Domenici, I think you've pursued the 2
I'll move on.
points.
I had one question for Mr. Copal, based on the questioning of Vice Chair. You talked about a baseline in one of the tables she referred to, and you compared the cost, and I think you said they would probably be, this was the 1.3 billion, 1 to 1.3 billion, and you were asked where those costs or benefits might show up, and I think you said it was not local, it was perhaps national or international, correct?
Yes.
And then on that particular analysis, in order to show that benefit differential, you had to compare it to a baseline.
Correct.
Is that the same baseline that Dr. Charlton discussed last night?
Can you refresh me on the baseline, Dr.
He said
Charlton?
Right. So, Mr. Domenici, I'm sorry. Now,
I'll lay the foundation. I thought he heard.
Wasting time. He's already used more than his allotted time.
excuse me, I'm sorry. Mr. Domenici, I think Mr. Charlton described what his baseline was. I believe Mr. Copal described his baseline. They both discussed it. And you can make whatever arguments you'd like to make on the differences. I can't hear you, Mr. Bach, unless you're at the podium. So if you would, please, we need a break. We're going to take a short break.
Madam Hearing Officer, I would ask that this time of excess cross-examination be deducted from the move-in interveners' time, because this is just, we have 4 witnesses that still need to go on, and this is just not appropriate.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bach. Mr. Domenici, we have to bring this to a close.
I'll just make my statement on the record. When new issues are brought up by the board that cannot be anticipated by council, to deprive the parties of cross-examination on those brand-new issues is a violation of due process.
Okay, and I was trying to balance that.
And I think you did, and I appreciate it.
All right, thank you very much. Let's take a 10-minute break. And you're excused, panel. Okay, we have just returned from a short break after completing petitioner's third panel. I see Mr. Bach at the podium.
Yes, Madam Hearing Officer. I believe we had, Mr. Domenici mentioned to us that he was not planning to take his panel at this time, so that we should proceed to make our case. I think we are next.
Oh, all right. So the petitioners are complete?
Madam Hearing Officer, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Bach? Yes.
And so, as you will recall, I did reserve my opening statement as well.
Yes, you did,
But
and you have 15 minutes.
Even before I do that, we would like to say, a housekeeping matter, with respect to our witnesses, so that we don't have a repeat of the issue that happened, we would request that, to the extent there are questions from the board that council feel are outside the scope, we would request an objection be made at that time, rather than someone coming in and trying to do recross that's additional. I think that it's not efficient to have people doing 2 rounds of cross-examination, and so that's how I would propose resolving that issue.
All right, thank you for that observation. Council, if you note that the board members are straying from the scope of the testimony offered, please do indicate that that's what you're noting at the time. I guess I would also ask board members to focus more on questions than statements of their own. Mr. Domenici?
So I don't view the situation that way. What happened with that last panel is not typical. Usually the presenter asks questions, then the panel asks their questions, and then by the time cross-examination comes, there is the benefit of having heard all of the board's questions. I don't think it's necessary to limit the board's questions, and I don't understand that that is really a requirement. I don't plan to object on board members' questions. I never do, and I wouldn't feel obligated to do that, but I would certainly ask to be allowed to cross-examine after all those questions.
All right, you're right. That last panel was handled a little differently, and I'm going to tie a string on my finger to make sure I do it in the correct order again.
And
So-
we have no objection to having the boards ask our panels first, but we do request that we keep the cross-examination within time limits.
All right, thank you. You're going to introduce, your opening
I'll
statement.
make my opening statement, mid-hearing statement. Good morning, Madam Hearing Officer, Chair Sweeney, Chair Paul, and members of both boards. My name is David Bach. I live in Las Cruces. With me is my co-counsel, Charlie DeSalen, who lives in Santa Fe, and we're here representing the 13 organizations that constitute the Climate Advocates Coalition. I want to start off by thanking NMED and the Environmental Health Department for all of their tremendously hard work, including extensive public outreach that really began last year with the first clean car rulemaking and has extended into this year. I also want to thank the members of both boards for volunteering their time. And Madam Hearing Officer and Council, I want to thank you for your time. The groups in our coalition represent more than 35,000 New Mexicans from all parts of the state and all walks of life who care about improving air quality, protecting the climate, and seeing New Mexico thrive. We strongly support the clean car and trucks rules that are under consideration today. If adopted, these rules would constitute one of the most significant steps our state has ever taken to reduce deadly air pollution and combat the climate crisis, while positioning our state as a leader in the clean energy and clean transportation economy. We will present 5 witnesses in support of the rule. Yesterday, we presented Dr. Charlton, a practicing emergency medicine physician from Gallup, who presented an overview of the medical science showing a clear link between tailpipe pollution and adverse health outcomes such as premature death, stroke, asthma, and respiratory infections. Today we will be beginning with Efraim Lopez, who is a Clean Air Advocacy Manager for the American Lung Association. Mr. Lopez will build on some of the themes of Dr. Charleston's testimony, discussing the American Lung Association's State of the Air report, which shows that more than half of New Mexicans live in counties impacted by unhealthy levels of air pollution. Mr. Lopez will also discuss the American Lung Association's Zeroing In on Healthy Air report, which found that the benefits of transitioning to clean zero-emission vehicles will deliver billions of dollars of public health benefits in New Mexico. Finally, we will present a panel of 3 nationally recognized experts on clean transportation policy: Kathy Harris, Aaron Kressig, and Guillermo Ortiz. These witnesses were involved in the preparation of extensive cost-benefit analyses for the rules under consideration here. And they will explain the results of the studies, which show that the rules will deliver benefits for New Mexicans that far, far exceed the costs. The witnesses will also address some of the concerns raised by opponents of the rule, of the Advanced Clean Cars rule, explaining that demand for EVs is increasing exponentially, including in New Mexico, that EVs are already more affordable in some cases than comparable conventional vehicles, and that their costs are continuing to decline. The witnesses will also address some of the environmental justice issues that we've talked about, including how funding for EV infrastructure can be leveraged to improve grid infrastructure in rural and tribal areas of the state, catalyzing a broader solution for energy insecurity. All of the evidence presented by our witnesses, as well as the evidence presented by the departments, point to one conclusion: joining the Advanced Clean Cars and Clean Trucks program is clearly in the best interest of New Mexico. I want to say a few words about the folks opposing the rule. To start, I think it is very important to emphasize that no one is opposing the Advanced Clean Truck or Heavy-Duty Omnibus rule. No one. These rules will deliver huge benefits for New Mexico by cleaning up heavy-duty commercial trucks so that New Mexicans suffer less from deadly exhaust pollution. The board should swiftly adopt these important unopposed rules so that New Mexicans can enjoy the benefits of cleaner commercial transportation. So the only opposition that we're seeing today is to the clean cars component of the rule. And here it is important to emphasize that none of the parties who are directly regulated by the rule have intervened to oppose it. The automobile manufacturers have not intervened because they are already embracing an all-electric future. Volvo and Cadillac plan to phase out internal combustion engine vehicles entirely by 2030, long before in advance of the requirements of this rule, while GM is planning to offer an all-electric fleet by 2035. If the automakers thought that clean cars would prevent them from selling vehicles in New Mexico, they would oppose it. They are in the business of selling new cars, but they have not. The only parties to oppose the clean cars rule are a segment of New Mexico's automobile dealers. But even they recognize that the transition to zero-emission vehicles is inevitable. All of the dealers stated in their testimony that they've made substantial investments to be able to sell EVs. They acknowledge that many of their brands are going all-electric by the end of the decade. The Dealers Association has even been running television ads touting the benefits of EVs, and we did include that television ad as an exhibit. So we've heard the dealers express concern that New Mexicans may go out of state to buy internal combustion vehicles if the rule is adopted. But in fact, looking at the market trends, we're likely to see the exact opposite. We're likely to see Texans and Arizonans coming to New Mexico to buy EVs that they can't get in their own states. Industry analysts expect that new EVs will cost $5,400 less than comparable gas vehicles by 2027, which is the first year this rule applies here. Once EVs are cheaper to purchase and cheaper to operate, demand for EVs is going to exceed supply in the early years of the transition. Manufacturers will send EVs to states that have adopted the Clean Cars rule first because they're required to do so. States like Texas that probably will not adopt that rule are going to get left behind. All New Mexicans, including our auto dealers, stand to benefit if we have the foresight to embrace this opportunity. I want to briefly address a question that has come up in some questioning about whether we could just stick with Clean Cars 1, or whether we could include Clean Cars 2 but include regular hybrids or make other modifications. Unfortunately, neither option is possible under federal law. Under Section 177 of the Clean Air Act, New Mexico can only adopt the zero emission vehicle program if it is identical to the one currently being enforced in California. Two cases that I would point the boards to are American Automobile Manufacturers versus Cahill from the Second Circuit in 1998, and the Association for International Auto Manufacturers versus Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection from the First Circuit in 2000. And those cases concerned a situation where California had adopted a ZEV requirement and then repealed it, and Massachusetts and New York wanted to keep enforcing it, and the court said, you can't, you have to do exactly what California is doing right now. You can't do anything different. We may feel like the federal legislation should be changed, but that's not before these boards. I think it's also very important to remember that Advanced Clean Cars is a multi-state program. All of the 9 states that have already adopted the rule adopted identical rules. The fact that the rules are identical across the states increases the flexibility because manufacturers can trade credits across state lines. And so that actually means that if California overcomplies or if New York overcomplies, we'll have a lower burden in terms of early compliance here. This pooling would be impossible if the standards weren't identical. And so I would encourage the boards to keep that in mind. This is a multi-state program. We're not doing this alone. We have 9 states already. Many others are looking at it. And so those benefits can be secured for New Mexico by joining the program as it exists. Just to wrap up, the net benefits of joining these rules are astounding. We heard from Mr. Copal that adopting these ZEV standards is the single biggest thing New Mexico can do to combat ozone pollution. And really the only viable control option for Albuquerque, because almost all of the NOx pollution here is from motor vehicles. Ozone pollution is an extreme threat to public health in New Mexico, and so this is incredibly important on that front. Our coalition believes that the benefits would be even greater if we adopt Clean Cars in full, setting a target to achieve 100% zero emission vehicle sales starting in model year 2035. We urge the boards to consider that option, or in the alternative to do what Colorado did, which is they adopted through model year 2032, but included a provision to streamline the process for updating the rules to the extent that it becomes advisable to do so. So the evidence here shows overwhelmingly that the Advanced Clean Cars and Clean Truck rule will improve New Mexico's economy and the environment. The boards have a statutory duty to prevent and abate air pollution in New Mexico. And if we don't clean up our cars and trucks, we will have to clean up other industries and have likely greater impacts on employment, et cetera. This is really not, we've heard some speculation and concerns about what this will do for the auto industry. But as I said, I think that this is actually an opportunity, and the manufacturers are in the business of selling cars. They will design cars that New Mexico wants to buy, and our dealers can benefit by selling to our neighboring states as well. So we urge the boards to follow the evidence and adopt the rules under consideration in full. And with that, we will introduce our first witness, Mr. Ephraim Lopez, and my co-counsel will be taking care of the examination.
Thank you, Mr. Back. Mr. DeSalen.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Officer, members of both boards. Again, my name is Charles DeSalen. And we are calling our second witness now, Mr. Ephraim Lopez.
Do I need to swear the witness?
Yes, please.
Mr. Lopez, would you raise your right hand and be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Could you state your name, please, and spell it for the record? Get the mic working first.
No.
There we go.
There we go.
All right. Could you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
My name is Ephraim Lopez. That's spelled E-F-R-A-I-M as in Mike, L-O-P-E-Z.
And what is your current position, Mr. Lopez?
I'm a Clean Air Advocacy Manager for the American Lung Association.
And could you tell us what your responsibilities are as Clean Air Advocacy Manager?
I focus on clean air vehicle programs. In this role, I work to advance state-level zero-emission vehicle policies to protect public health. I've been deeply engaged throughout the New Mexico process in considering adopting Advanced Clean Cars 2, Advanced Clean Trucks, and the Low NOx Heavy-Duty Omnibus standards.
Okay. And what are your qualifications to testify here today as a technical expert?
Excuse me. I have an automotive technology degree from American River College, and I previously worked as an emergency medical technician. This prior experience has given me a unique perspective on transportation pollution and health. I also have a Bachelor's of Science degree in Health Science from California State University, Sacramento, and a Master's in Public Health degree from the University of San Francisco. In previous public health focused work, I worked with the Sierra Club as a project director to educate and increase awareness for tobacco product waste and environmental justice. And in addition, I've worked with tribal communities through the California Rural Indian Health Board, where I coordinated various statewide projects funded by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. These were in relation to tobacco and other chronic diseases.
Okay. Now, Mr. Lopez, I refer you to a document that's been marked as Climate Advocates Exhibit 30. Can you identify it, please?
Yes, it's a copy of my resume.
Okay. Is it accurate and up to date?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, you stated that you work for the American Lung Association. And what is the interest of the American Lung Association in this proceeding?
The American Lung Association's mission is to save lives by improving lung health and preventing lung disease. We do this through education, advocacy, and research. For 120 years, people living in America have trusted us to protect their lungs, whether it's through researching treatments and cures for lung disease, keeping kids off tobacco, promoting limitations on the emissions of harmful pollutants, or advocating for laws that protect the air that we all breathe. Our goals are big. They're to defeat lung cancer, create a tobacco-free future, and champion clean air for all, and improve the quality of life for those living with lung disease. Because when you can't breathe, nothing else matters. These rules, if adopted, will greatly reduce the emissions of harmful air pollutants from internal combustion engines, and it'll advance the important transition to clean electric vehicles.
And does the American Lung Association support the three proposed rules that we are discussing today?
Yes, the American Lung Association strongly supports these rules, and we believe it's very important for the rules to be adopted and in effect no later than January 1st, 2024, so that they'll apply to model year 2027 vehicles. We also support, while we support the proposed rules, we also propose to strengthen the ACCII rule. The ACCII rule as proposed runs through model year 2032 and achieves 82% zero emission new vehicle sales. We encourage the boards to consider adopting the full ACCII program with 100% of new vehicles sold being zero emission by model year 2035. We urge you to continue New Mexico's leadership by adopting ACCII, ACT, and the low NOx programs without delay. And I'd also like to take a minute to thank the New Mexico Environmental Improvement Board and the Albquerque-Bernalillo County Air Quality Control Board for holding this hearing and allowing me the opportunity to testify today. I also want to thank the Environmental Department and the Environmental Health Department for their work to advance these rules.
Now, Mr. Lopez, have you prepared written testimony for today's hearing?
Yes, I have.
And I refer you to a document that is marked as Climate Advocates Exhibit 29. Can you identify that, please?
Yes, sir. It's my direct written testimony.
Okay, and did you prepare it?
Yes, sir.
And do you adopt it today as your sworn testimony?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, I'm going to move on to one of the reports here. I'm going to refer you to a document that's marked as Climate Advocates Exhibit 14. Can you identify that, please?
Yes, it's the American Lung Association's State of the Air report for year 2023.
Okay, and what is the State of the Air report?
Thank you. Each year, the American Lung Association releases an annual report that's titled the State of the Air Report. This is on air quality progress and challenges across the United States. The State of the Air Report gathers air quality monitoring data from ground level ozone, which forms smog, and particle pollution. This monitoring information comes from over 900 counties across the United States and is used to provide the public and policymakers, such as yourselves, with a report card-style grading system to show local air pollution burdens, while also ranking counties and metropolitan areas on the lists of cleanest and most polluted in the nation.
What air pollutants does the American Lung Association look at in its State of the Air report?
That's a good question. We look at two main air pollutants, ground level ozone and particulate matter. Ground level ozone is formed when oxides of nitrogen or NOx and volatile organic compounds or VOCs mix with atmosphere on warm sunny days. This chemical reaction generates ozone, which is a colorless, odorless, and corrosive gas that can cause harm to lung tissue, as Dr. Charlton explained a little bit about that yesterday. NOx emissions from vehicles help drive unhealthy levels of ozone. Particle pollution is released. Particle pollution is released from heavy-duty vehicles and other combustion processes. It adds to the health burden. Particle pollution is classified according to the particle size. Particulate matter between 2.5 microns and 10 microns is called PM10, and particulate matter less than 2.5 microns is called PM2.5. The smaller the particle, the more dangerous it tends to be in general. PM2.5 consists of small particles that can enter deep into the human lungs. Once lodged in the alveoli of the lungs, they can even diffuse into the bloodstream and wreak havoc on our bodies. Some of that havoc described by Dr. Charlton's testimony in detail.
Okay, and does the State of Air report specifically look at these air pollutants in New Mexico?
Yes, it does.
And what are the report's findings regarding air pollutants in New Mexico?
The results of the most recent report are stark. Our 2023 report showed that over half, or 51%, of New Mexicans live in counties impacted by unhealthy levels of ozone or particle pollution, or both. Many New Mexicans, especially those in low-income communities and communities of color, often face disproportionate impacts due to multiple local sources of air pollution. New Mexico is home to over 200,000 adults and children living with asthma, over 90,000 living with chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, and more than 100,000 with cardiovascular disease. These individuals face greater risk and need stronger protections against harmful pollutants.
And could you describe in a little bit more detail the health effects of these pollutants?
Yes. Poor air quality contributes to a wide range of negative health impacts. Decades of peer-reviewed literature highlights the health harms, including childhood asthma attacks, impaired lung function and development, lung cancer, heart attack and stroke, and premature deaths. Within the broader scope, within the broader scope of harmful air pollutants, transportation-related pollution creates its own unique health risks. Decades of peer-reviewed literature have created a wealth of knowledge as to the harms caused by combustion of transportation fuels, especially those in close proximity to major roadways. Notably, the Health Effects Institute, or AQCII, an independent research organization that provides impartial science on the health effects of air pollution, recently reviewed and reconfirmed the health harms associated with exposure to traffic-related air pollution. AQCII's July 2022 publication includes more than 300 peer-reviewed studies and concluded that strong connections exist between traffic-related air pollution and early death due to cardiovascular disease. AQCII also found a strong link with lung cancer death, new asthma onset in children and adults, and an increased risk of acute lower respiratory infections in children. The American Lung Association's report also has another report published in March of 2022 titled Zeroing In on Healthy Air, and it illustrates the public health urgency of policies and investments of transitioning to zero-emission transportation and electricity generation in the coming decades. These sectors are one of the leading sources of unhealthy air in the United States and in New Mexico.
Okay, then let me refer you to another document that's been marked as Climate Advocates Exhibit 34. Can you identify that, please?
Yes, it's the American Lung Association's Zeroing In on Healthy Air report.
Okay, thank you. And does that report discuss the health benefits that would accrue to New Mexicans if the Advanced Clean Cars 2, the Advanced Clean Trucks, and the other rules are adopted in New Mexico?
Yes, it does.
And could you describe that a little bit, please?
The American Lung Association's Zeroing In on Healthy Air report found that New Mexico is poised to benefit from a widespread shift to zero-emission transportation and electricity. We found that the transition in the light, medium, and heavy-duty vehicle fleets could result in $3 billion, with a B, $3 billion in public health benefits for the state cumulatively by 2050. This includes a range of avoided health harms, including 273 premature deaths avoided, 7,380 in asthma attacks avoided, and over 32,000 in lost work days avoided. The key assumptions made to inform this report analysis are described in my written testimony, but they're generally in line with the proposed rules that the boards are considering today.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. That's all of my questions. The witness is available for cross-examination and other questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. DeSalen. Let's start in this corner this time. Member Eberline, do you have questions of Mr. Lopez? All right, Member Armijo.
Nope, no questions.
All right, Member Lewis.
Just one, and you may excuse me, I'm coming in late, I'm still focusing. Your assumptions on the health benefits and costs, were those based on, I don't have a microphone. Oh. Is this better? No. Is it better now? Okay. The assumptions that went into the modeling that you were doing, I know that there has been a recommendation to go to the full transition. Are those based on the proposal we're considering now or the full 100% implementation?
They are based on the full 100% implementation and a clean electricity grid.
Thank you.
Okay. Member Bitzer?
No question.
Thank you. Member Garcia?
No, thanks.
Member Ely?
I have no questions.
All right, Vice Chair Trujillo.
I just have one question, and it's a follow-up to Commissioner Lewis's question. Member, okay. God, we don't keep it consistent. So actually, it was just you said it's based on full implementation and a clean grid. Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Does New Mexico have a clean grid?
I think that's outside of my scope.
Okay. Thank you.
Right. Chair Spina.
No questions.
Right. Chair Paul.
Really briefly, you mentioned 273 premature deaths that would be avoided, and 7,380 asthma attacks that would be avoided by implementing these regulations. Is the difference, how would you explain the difference between that and the numbers that the doctor gave us the other day? Maybe you used different models, maybe he was referring only to ACCII and not all three parts, but the doctor, I apologize, I forget his name, from Gallup the other day said 85, he said an 85 deaths number that were avoided by ACCII that stuck in my mind. So I just wanted to understand why those might be different.
Yes. I can't speak for the specifics of the model from Dr. Charlton's report, although our modeling has some EPA modeling and others. And I'm not sure if his included the clean electricity grid or just the vehicles, but there's a few other organizations with similar reports, although ours focuses primarily on lung health. So using different modeling might get slightly different numbers.
Does yours include the trucks and the omnibus, the other elements of the
Yes, ma'am, it does. Also available on lung.org/EV. We have a trucks report and a passenger vehicles report separately. This one includes both.
Thank you.
All right. Member Coleman. I don't have any questions. All right, thank you. Do we have any members on the platform who have a question?
I do not have any questions.
Thank you.
This is Member Richards. I don't have any questions.
No? All right, thank you. Member Richards, do you have a question?
No, I just said I didn't have any questions after you asked the question.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. Let's see, Mr. Maxwell, do you have a question of Mr. Lopez?
I do. Mr. Lopez, does your degree in automotive technology specifically cover the assessment of vehicle emissions impact on public health?
It covers emissions in general. They train technicians to do smog checks and do engine performance. Separately from that, my public health degree is where I got the experience.
In your previous role as an emergency medical technician, did you work directly on environmental policy or air quality standards?
Emergency medical technicians usually have healthcare, not policy work, but it is a background from treating, responding to calls that I gained some of that experience.
Does your bachelor's degree in health science and master's in public health include specialized studies in environmental science or air quality?
Yes, sir.
While at the Sierra Club, was your primary focus on vehicle emissions and air quality standards, or was it on other areas?
Other areas of pollution.
Can you describe those other areas of pollution?
My resume is submitted. You can refer to it.
In your role with the California Rural Indian Health Board, were you involved in addressing automotive emissions or environmental policy issues?
I worked on various chronic disease prevention, such as diabetes, heart disease and stroke, obesity, and tobacco prevention, which are generally also affected by air pollution.
Thank you. Mr. Lopez, in your current role at the American Lung Association, does your work primarily involve advocating for specific legislative or regulatory policies?
At the American Lung Association, we work to protect the general public from air pollution that can harm harm lungs in multiple capacities.
Could you please describe in detail the methodology employed in creating the State of the Air report for 2023?
The report is submitted as evidence and it can be reviewed, but it would be outside of the time to review those methodologies right now.
Were there any specific sources of data or research that served as the foundation for this report's conclusions?
Yes, over 900 different counties that are reporting air quality data and EPA government-funded sources of air pollution monitoring, and a few private sources that are working with the American Lung Association to just report on the air quality standards, and then we put that through modeling to generate the report. You're welcome to look up the methodologies also on lung.org/EV, and we have several documents that detail more of that if you'd like.
In this report, were there any potential biases in its data collection or analysis to your knowledge?
I can't answer that question.
Can you that the findings presented in this report are directly related to the proposed amendments under consideration today?
Can you repeat the question?
Can you confirm that the findings presented in the State of the Air report are directly related to the proposed amendments under consideration in this hearing?
The report is based on certain assumptions made for zero emission vehicles, and they're generally in line with the rules that are being proposed today.
Were there any external organizations or individuals involved in the preparation or funding of this report?
I don't think I can answer that question.
Thank you. Mr. Lopez, you've mentioned various health effects associated with traffic-related air pollution. Can you provide specific studies or scientific sources that support those claims?
They are cited in the reports, and you're welcome to review them. There's also the ACCII report that has over 300 peer-reviewed articles, generally referred to as a meta-analysis, that has a lot of sources for that information.
Have you personally conducted or been directly involved in any research related to the health effects of transportation pollution in New Mexico or anywhere else?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Have you personally conducted or been directly involved in any research related to the of transportation pollution in New Mexico or anywhere else?
I am not listed on the publications for the State of the Air or zeroing in on Healthy Air report.
Has the American Lung Association received funding from organizations or entities involved in researching air pollution and its health effects?
I don't think I can answer that question.
Thank you. Can you clarify whether your statements about the health effects of transportation pollution are based on widely accepted scientific consensus?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Could you provide references to support those consensus?
They are listed in the citations in the report.
Have you personally conducted any studies or assessments on environmental justice disparities in New Mexico?
I believe I've already answered that.
Do you have direct knowledge or expertise in understanding how the proposed rules before us today would impact communities near high traffic roadways in New Mexico?
Was the question, do I have direct experience for that?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you provide examples or evidence from your work or research that illustrate the disproportionate environmental burdens faced by lower income communities and communities of color in relation to transportation pollution?
They are outlined in the Zeroing In on Healthy Air report. Generally, people of color and low-income communities tend to live in close proximity to major roadways, which disproportionately affects the amount of exposure to these pollutants. And they vary from state to state.
Have you collaborated with local community organizations or experts with a focus on environmental justice when evaluating the impact of transportation pollution on these disadvantaged communities?
I participate in a local coalition with organizations that do that. I myself don't.
Can you tell us the organizations you're participating with?
No, not today. I don't have that off the top of my head, and it's outside of the scope of my testimony, I believe.
Thank you. Could you provide more details regarding the assumptions and methodologies Zeroing In on Healthy Air report?
Mr. Maxwell, you have already asked him about the methodologies underlying that report, and he's already answered that question.
I believe I asked for the report called State of the Air report earlier. This is a different report.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Lopez.
The methodologies are listed in the report, and it's submitted for review. Also available at lung.org/EV in further detail.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Is that report entirely objective in its assessment, in your professional opinion?
I don't think I understand your question.
Is that report without any potential biases in its methodologies or findings?
I did not write that report. I can't answer that question.
Can you provide concrete evidence or specific studies that support the claim that the proposed rules today being heard would result in the predicted public health benefits in this report for New Mexicans?
I believe I answered that question by stating that they're all in the report.
Thank you. Are there any limitations or uncertainties, report's analysis, that should be considered when evaluating the projected health benefits?
I believe that's up to the board to decide.
Has the American Lung Association conducted any follow-up research or studies to validate the assumptions and predictions made in this report?
Yes, we published, I believe, April of this year, summer of this year. We followed up with a similar report and reconfirmed the findings.
Can you tell us the name of that report?
There are 3 reports available online, which you can find at lung.org/EV. There's a passenger vehicle report, a trucks report, and the one I'm referring today has both in it. Some states want to adopt one or the other rule, and we have those reports online. I forget the title right now.
Are you aware of any specific challenges associated with achieving a goal of 100% zero emission new vehicles by fiscal year 2035, as opposed to the proposed 82%?
Can you rephrase the question, please?
I'll ask it again. Are you aware of any specific challenges or concerns associated with achieving a goal of 100% zero emissions by fiscal year 2035, as opposed to the proposed 82%?
I believe the challenges, whether it's 82% or 100%, have been widely discussed in the hearing in the past 3 days.
Has the American Lung Association or you personally received financial support, donations, or contributions from organizations linked to zero-emission vehicle manufacturers or advocates that could be perceived as influencing your support?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I'm going to object here. This is very repetitive. He's already answered very similar questions 3 times, and the answer has always been, I don't know. But Mr. Maxwell continues to ask pretty much the same question repeatedly.
All right, so Mr. Maxwell, I understand that you are asking similar questions of different reports. If I'm sorry, now I've forgotten your last question. I would just encourage you to focus on the questions that don't include repetition.
Certainly. This one was specific to financial support, donations, or contributions from any organizations linked to zero-emission vehicle manufacturers or advocates who could be perceived as influencing his support. I'm asking if he or the American Lung Association have personally received any of this.
All right. Mr. Lopez, if you can answer that question, please go ahead.
I cannot answer that question on behalf of the American Lung Association. On my behalf, I have not received any monetary influence.
That's all I have, Mr. Lopez. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Maxwell. Mr. Domenici, do you have questions of Mr. Lopez?
Good morning, Mr. Lopez. Madam Chair and Board, may I proceed?
Yes, please.
Mr. Lopez, have you been here throughout the hearing so far?
Yes, but I have done a few media interviews, so I've stepped out a few times.
Okay. Did you see Dr. Charlton's testimony last night?
Yes, not in its entirety, though.
So I'm focusing only on one section of your testimony, which is section 7, the health benefits analysis that you did. And I can put that on the screen, but if you want to turn to it, I know it's pretty short, but.
Screen, please.
Okay, if you could put that up, Ken.
The chart?
No, that's the other one. Exhibit 29, page 7.
I forget the exhibit numbers. Is that the
exhibit-
zeroing in on healthy air report?
It's your exhibit 29. It's your actual testimony that I was going to ask you about.
Sure.
We'll get it here in just a sec.
Sorry.
But you do reference in that section the zeroing in on healthy air report. So
Sure, we can proceed if you'd like, and if we need to wait for the image, I'll just wait for the image.
let's see how long it takes. Yeah. Page 7. I'm going to start so we don't take too much time. So in in the testimony, you indicate that that the benefits of widespread shift to zero-emission transportation and electricity. Is that correct?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
When you discussed electricity, zero-emission electricity, well, I'm going to wait. I still won't get close to my 30 minutes, but I apologize for wasting everyone's time.
I could retrieve a hard copy from the back corner if necessary.
I just need the witness to have one in front of him. I think most people might have it on their computer.
What exhibit is it?
29.
That's it? Oh.
Those are not my reports.
That's why it's taking so long.
This.
Our advocates exhibit 29?
Yeah, I'm just looking on page 7, but the section that starts with this.
Okay.
Or section 7, but it's page 7. Okay, thank you, counsel. So you have your exhibit 29, your testimony available.
Yes, sir.
So in that first sentence, you indicate that the American Lung Association report, which is Exhibit 34, found New Mexico is poised to benefit from widespread shift to zero-emission transportation and electricity. So is that report focused just on transportation, or is it also addressing a transition to electric generation?
To the best of my knowledge, the report is addressing the transition to zero-emission transportation, including the electrical grid.
Okay, but it's not, you're not discussing a transition of electrical generation from whatever it is now to zero-emission electrical generation, correct?
Can you rephrase the question?
Well, I'm just trying to make sure this report is not discussing electric generation and the benefits from some kind of transition of electric generation, since it has that word electricity.
It does include, when fueling your electric vehicles, there's several ways to electrify or recharge your vehicle. The American Lung Association wants to reduce those pollutants also. So in our assumptions of the report, we included zero-emission electricity, fueling the zero-emission vehicles.
Are you
Charging, I'm sorry, not
okay.
fueling.
Are you able to distinguish the benefits, because you understand this regulation is not going to dictate how electricity is generated in New Mexico. Is that fair to say?
I don't think I can answer that.
But can you parse out in this report what of those benefits come from transitioning transportation to zero emission to transitioning electric generation to zero emission?
May I rephrase the question and you can tell me if I'm correct?
Sure.
So what you're asking is, in the Zero and In on Healthy Air report, am I able to separate what the benefits are from the electrical grid versus just the vehicles?
Yes.
No, there are baseline assumptions made for the report, which we did out to 2050, in order to see what the maximum results can be.
And so what did you compare them with as to what the baseline of both transportation and electric generation would be without this regulation?
I don't think I can answer that question.
But when you discuss a benefit, are you saying that that is a benefit that would not occur if this regulation doesn't pass? Is that what I understand your report to say?
Sorry, I'm not sure what you're asking.
Well, let me ask it this way. Do you have any evidence that that $3 billion benefit won't, to a high likelihood, occur whatever, regardless of what this board does today or this week?
I don't think I can answer that. I'm not sure. Are you asking whether or not we'll see $3 billion in public health benefits, whether or not we transition to zero emission vehicles?
No, because you don't know whether or not we'll transition to zero emission vehicles if this regulation doesn't pass, do you?
I don't know. I'm pretty confused on the question, to be honest.
Okay, so if we go to zero emission vehicles and zero emission electric generation, there's $3 billion of benefits by 2050. That's a fair summary of that report?
Yes.
But that is not being compared to any baseline.
I believe the methodologies are available for review for the board, but I don't think it's within our time to go over the methodologies all used. Several modeling procedures were used, some of them by the EPA and other models.
I'm not asking for all the methodologies, I'm asking for the baseline. So is it clear, your testimony, you can't describe in your own words the baseline assumption that goes into that $3 billion benefit?
I did not write the report. I am relying on the expertise from the people that wrote the report at the American Lung Association, which I'm happy to provide contact information for.
Okay, then if you're aware, did you or American Lung Association do an analysis of the proposed multi-pollutant emission standards by model year 2027 and later for light and medium duty vehicles, which is the pending federal vehicle emissions regulation?
The American Lung Association has a federal team. I'm not aware of, I work on state level policies, not federal.
So it's fair to say that this $3 billion benefit, or you don't know if that $3 billion benefit will occur if the federal rule takes effect rather than the rule you're here supporting, correct?
I'm not sure if there's a general consensus on the federal rule. I believe they're under review still, so I can't answer that question.
Just like this rule's under review, but you're able to testify on this rule in the review process. You are familiar there's a federal rule that was proposed.
I am familiar that there's a federal rule that was proposed. I'm not familiar about what was proposed in the federal rule.
Okay, thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Domenici. Mr. Knight or Ms. Sona?
Madam Hearing Officer, we have no questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. DeSalen, any redirect?
Yes, just a few questions. Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Madam Hearing Officer, I've been in a number of proceedings recently. Mr. Lopez, Mr. Domenici asked you some questions about the assumptions of the assumptions that went into your report regarding the electric grid. Do you remember that? Do you recall those questions?
Yes, sir.
And is it correct to say that the report is not looking at the benefits of a zero emission electric grid? It's looking at the health benefits of a zero emission vehicle sales?
It's looking at a transition to zero-emission transportation, including the fueling of the vehicles on the electrical grid, and the light, medium, and heavy-duty sectors of new vehicle sales.
Okay, and in looking at the grid, is the purpose of looking at the grid because cars can be charged from electricity that is generated from the grid?
Yes, sir. The electricity generation sector contributes to some of the air pollutions that we're talking about today. So the assumptions made in the report are based on cleaning up both of those sources of emissions.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer.
Thank you very much, Mr. DeSalen, and thank you, Mr. Lopez, for your testimony.
Madam Hearing Officer, members of the board, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Who will we hear from next? Mr. DeSalen or Mr. Bach?
I believe Mr. Bach will be taking our next witnesses. Thank you, Madam Hearing.
All right. Mr. Bach.
Yeah, thank you. We'll now call our last panel of witness, Kathy Harris, Aaron Kressig, and Guillermo Ortiz.
Thank you. And when they state their name, I'll ask them to spell it as well.
Spell it and
And
be sworn in, yes.
if you would swear them in.
Would you all three raise your right hands and be sworn under oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Good morning. I guess let's start. Ms. Harris, could we start with you? Could you spell your name for the record?
Sure. My name is Kathleen Harris, K-A-T-H-L-E-E-N, Harris, H-A-R-R-I-S. But I go by Kathy, which is K-A-T-H-Y.
And Ms. Harris, is your CV Climate Advocates Exhibit number 3?
Yes.
And is your CV accurate and up to date?
Yes.
Great. Mr. Kressig, could you spell your name for the record?
Yes. My name is Aaron, A-A-R-O-N, Kressig, K-R-E-S-S-I-G.
Thank you. And is Climate Advocates Exhibit 4 your true and correct copy of your CV?
Yes, it is.
And is it accurate and up to date?
It is.
Great. And Mr. Ortiz, could you spell your name for the record?
Yes, hello everyone. I'm Guillermo Ortiz. I spell that G-U-I-L-L-E-R-M-O. And my last name is spelled O-R-T-I-Z.
And Mr. Ortiz, is your CV included in the record as Climate Advocates Exhibit number 5?
Yes.
And is your CV accurate and up to date?
Yes.
You all filed joint written direct testimony as Climate Advocates Exhibit 1. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
And you, Mr. Kressig and Ms. Harris, you filed rebuttal testimony as Climate Advocates Exhibit 36. Is that correct?
Yes.
Objection.
I'm sorry?
Objection. Leading questions.
Oh, certain leading questions are allowed on direct when he is effectively laying the groundwork. But thank you, Mr. Maxwell. Go ahead, Mr. Bach.
Mr. Ortiz, you did not file rebuttal testimony. Why not?
The focus of my direct testimony was on the Advanced Clean Trucks Rule and the Heavy Duty Omnibus Rule, and I saw no one oppose either rule, so there was nothing to rebuke.
Great. And are all of the statements in the direct and rebuttal testimony true and accurate as far as you're aware, as you sit today?
Yes.
Ms. Harris?
Yes, sorry, I realized our PowerPoint was not ready.
Oh, yes, we need that. Is it up now? Or? Okay, great. So you all have prepared a PowerPoint presentation. To summarize your testimony, would you please proceed with the summary? I believe we're going to begin with Ms. Harris, right? Or
We're going to be leading with me.
oh, great, Mr. Ortiz, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, board members. My name is Guillermo Ortiz, and I'm a clean vehicles advocate at the Natural Resources Defense Council. I've been at NRDC for 9 months, and I lead our medium and heavy-duty vehicles work at both the state and federal level, which aims to advance clean transportation policies that safeguard public health with a focus on restorative justice for the communities facing the brunt of tailpipe pollution. Prior to joining NRDC, I led the efforts at the University of California to integrate climate justice principles into system-wide sustainable practices policy. I developed my expertise in policy development and analysis at the Center for American Progress, a policy think tank in Washington, D.C., and as a congressional staffer in the United States Senate. I have a Bachelor of Arts in Global Environmental Change and Sustainability from Johns Hopkins University.
Do we need the next slide?
No, that's good. On behalf of the climate advocates and our members, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of the joint proposal of the New Mexico Environment Department and the City of Albuquerque Environmental Health Department to adopt the Advanced Clean Cars 2, Advanced Clean Truck, and Heavy-Duty Omnibus regulations. If adopted, these rules would constitute one of the most significant steps that New Mexico has ever taken to combat the climate crisis and reduce air pollution. Analysis performed by the Environmental Resources Management, a consulting group, demonstrates that the rules will deliver benefits that far exceed the associated costs. In our written testimony, we urge the boards to approve the rules before the end of November 2023 so that they can apply to vehicles beginning in model year 2027. In addition, we urge the boards to strengthen the ACCII proposal by extending this program beyond model year 2032 to ensure that 100% of new cars sold in New Mexico are pollution-free starting in model year 2035. If the board elects to stick with the proposal through model year 2032, they should include a provision in the final rule that requires the agencies to revisit adoption of the 2033 through 2035 model years no later than June 1st, 2029. The transportation sector is the second largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in New Mexico, behind the oil and gas sector and ahead of electricity generation. The transportation sector nationally, light-duty vehicles are responsible for 58% of greenhouse gas emissions, with medium and heavy-duty trucks responsible for another 23%. Serious impacts of climate change have already reached New Mexico. New Mexico is the sixth fastest warming state in the nation. In fact, July 2023 was officially the hottest month on record for New Mexico. Average temperatures in the state have increased, and as a result, the size and severity of wildfire, drought, and extreme precipitation events have already increased as well. To avert continued and increasing disastrous climate impacts on New Mexico, every effort must be made to reduce New Mexico's greenhouse gas emissions at the pace scientists have made clear is necessary to avert the worst impacts of climate change. Exposure to vehicle exhaust, which includes particle pollution, ozone-forming NOx, cancer-causing benzene, and other pollutants, can lead to premature death and other devastating health problems, including asthma and respiratory distress, pregnancy complications, and adverse reproductive outcomes, cardiac and vascular impairments, and heightened cancer risk. The health impacts of vehicle pollution fall disproportionately on lower income communities and communities of color. These communities breathe in an average of 28% more NOx pollution than higher income and majority white neighborhoods. This is sobering, but not surprising. As New Mexico's census tracts with the greatest proximity to traffic pollution often overlap with areas recognized as environmental justice communities by the United States Environmental Protection Agency, particularly in the Albuquerque area. In addition, money spent on fuel and vehicle upkeep is a significant portion of individual spending, and the energy burden is much higher for lower income families. By 2050, the fully proposed rules would reduce CO2 emissions by up to 139 million metric tons, more than the entire state emitted in 2018. They would improve air quality, preventing 136 premature deaths and over 76,000 cases of respiratory illness. It would save consumers $35 billion in reduced fuel and maintenance costs and deliver a total of $48 billion in net societal benefits. I'm now going to focus on the two crucial medium and heavy-duty vehicle standards before the boards today: the Advanced Clean Truck and Heavy-Duty Omnibus rules. I'll start with an explanation of what these rules do, while also highlighting their importance for New Mexico's economic, climate, and air quality benefits. The ACT rule starts with low sales requirements that gradually increase, leaving time for technologies to continue to improve, supporting infrastructure to mature, and vehicle prices to decline. The ACT also entails a large entity reporting requirement that will help enable rapid, equitable decarbonization of the state's transportation sector. This comprehensive, accurate, and granular data about the number, type, and classification of medium and heavy-duty vehicles operating on New Mexico's roads is vital to develop and assess near and long-term strategies to reduce transportation pollution. In the first year of the ACT program, model year 2027, only 15 to 20% of sales would need to be zero-emission vehicles, depending on the vehicle class. Plug-in hybrid vehicles can be used to comply with this sales requirement, as can battery electric and hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. The ACT rule allows zero-emission credit trading between manufacturers and between most truck classes, accounting for vehicle size, enabling manufacturers to use credits from truck segments where zero-emission vehicle technologies are the most mature to comply with the rule's targets for segments where their technology is still progressing. In response to requests from truck manufacturers, the ACT rule also accounts for unforeseen macroeconomic events by basing manufacturers' annual ZEV sale requirements based on their total sales for that year. With these flexibilities, manufacturers are well positioned to comply with the ACT rule in New Mexico, just as they're already preparing to comply in California, Colorado, New York, New Jersey, Washington, Oregon, Massachusetts, and Vermont. The heavy omnibus rule includes much-needed improvements to emission regulations for medium and heavy-duty vehicles, including a tighter NOx limit, a new NOx standard for low-load certification cycles, extended manufacturer warranties, and improved in-use testing that better aligns with actual operation. Importantly, the rule lowers the NOx emission limit for new fossil fuel medium and heavy-duty vehicles to 0.02 grams per brake horsepower hour by 2027. That's a 90% reduction compared to the current federal standard. This standard will be readily achievable. Nearly a decade of research, testing, and demonstrations convincingly show that this 0.02 grams per brake horsepower standard can be achieved in model year 2027. Together, the ACT rule and the low NOx rule will produce significant net economic benefits for New Mexico, including public health and climate benefits, and reduce fuel and maintenance costs for fleet owners. According to ERM's analysis, the net societal benefit of the low NOx and ACT rules will exceed $3.3 billion between 2020 and 2050. This includes about $600 million in monetized health benefits through 2050, including 51 avoided premature deaths and over 28,000 avoided respiratory illnesses. Annual greenhouse gas emissions from New Mexico's heavy-duty fleet will fall by 39% by 2050. ERM's analysis also estimates that adopting the ACT and low NOx rule could result in net job creation, with 551 additional jobs by 2035, generating an average annual compensation of over $93,000. I want to preface that these are national numbers. However, I will stress that the jobs created by the rules will include charging infrastructure construction workers, electrical component manufacturers, and engineers. And this brings us to why these rules are so important. Despite making up of only 10% of the vehicles on the road in New Mexico, medium and heavy-duty vehicles contribute to 64% of nitrous oxide pollution, 58% of particulate matter pollution, and 35% of greenhouse gas emissions from the on-road vehicle fleet. The particles found in diesel exhaust are especially harmful to human health. Diesel particulate matter is considered carcinogenic and associated with an increased risk of lung cancer. Communities located adjacent to goods movement infrastructure, warehouses, intermodal terminals, logistics centers, rail yards, etc., experience higher levels of truck traffic, both from surrounding throughways and on local streets, which exacerbates health concerns. On-road vehicle emissions impact all people, but special consideration is warranted for lower-income individuals, people of color, children, and the elderly, because of the disproportionate impact these emissions have on these populations, and the fact that due to systemic and ongoing policies and practices, these populations are generally less equipped to deal with these impacts than wealthier white communities. I'm now going to turn it over to my colleague, Kathy Harris, to speak about the ACCII and its benefits for New Mexico. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we do that, I would be interested to know if the boards, as your pleasure, but if the boards would like to ask questions about the clean trucks rules before we turn into the cars, we could do that, or we could just proceed through and ask them all at the end.
I think we should perhaps stay with the pattern
Perfect.
we've established.
All right. Is it okay if I take this out?
Yes.
Thank you. Makes it easier so I don't have to bend over. Thank you so much, Guillermo. As Guillermo mentioned, I'm now going to switch gears and talk about another crucial policy that we've heard a lot about today that's in front of the boards today, the Advanced Clean Cars 2 policy. I'm going to walk us through exactly what these rules do, while also highlighting their importance for New Mexico's climate and air quality benefits. Advanced Clean Cars 2, or ACC2, are a set of rules that do two main things. They clean up the tailpipe emissions from the gasoline and diesel vehicles, or the diesel passenger cars and trucks on our road, while also increasing the number of zero-emission vehicles annually available for purchase. As we talk through these regulations, it's vital to remember 4 important things. 1, auto manufacturers are the point of regulations for these rules, not the state of Mexico, not dealerships, and not New Mexicans. And it's important to also highlight that no automaker, those who will be responsible for achieving compliance with these rules, has opposed ACC2 here in New Mexico or elsewhere. Number 2, ACC2 is a regulation on new vehicle sales and has no effect on the used vehicle market or vehicles currently on the road. 3, ACC2 is not a ban on gasoline cars. There will be many gasoline vehicles on the roads for decades to come. And 4, the market is transitioning to zero-emission vehicles, but the only way that we can guarantee that New Mexico and its residents can receive and maximize the benefits of zero-emission vehicles first is through the adoption of these rules, and to do so through a phased and planned transition to this future that we know is coming. These rules also build upon the Advanced Clean Cars rules that New Mexico and these boards unanimously adopted last spring. The Advanced Clean Cars rule that was adopted last spring was adopted prior to ACC2's adoption. At the time, the boards were adopting the only regulation available. Now, New Mexico must adopt ACC2 to stay in the program and maximize the benefits of clean transportation on our roads. What the boards are considering today is not novel. 9 other states, including our neighbor to the north, Colorado, has adopted ACC2 thus far, and 5 other states beyond New Mexico have also announced plans to adopt ACC2. There we go. I wanted to highlight, these are the states that have adopted the program so far. As I mentioned, 9 states so far, and there's 5 other additional that are in the process of adopting these policies. The states that have adopted so far are Colorado, Washington, Oregon, California, Virginia, Maryland, New York, Vermont, and Massachusetts. So as previously mentioned, ACC2 contains 2 components, the low emission vehicle standards and the oft-discussed zero emission vehicle standards. The low emission vehicle standards, or LEV, significantly reduce nitrogen oxides, particulate matter, and other toxic pollutants that are emitted from the tailpipes of new gasoline and diesel vehicles on New Mexico's roads. The zero emission vehicle standard component, or ZEV, requires manufacturers to deliver an increasing number of new zero emission vehicles to New Mexico. While the full ACC2 program ramps up to 100% new zero emission vehicle sales by 2035, New Mexico is proposing only to adopt the regulations through vehicle model year 2032, accumulating at 82% new vehicle sales being zero emission vehicles by that time. Under ACC2, zero emission vehicles are defined as plug-in hybrid vehicles, such as the Toyota Prius Prime, battery electric vehicles, such as the Ford F-150 Lightning, or fuel cell electric vehicles. It's also important to note that as we've discussed throughout this hearing so far, there are flexibilities built into the ACC2 rules that will help automakers achieve compliance. These include environmental justice vehicle values, early compliance credits, and pooling credits from other states. Thank you. The slide has a mind of its own. I'm now going to discuss the benefits that New Mexico can expect to achieve through the adoption of ACC2. NRDC, the Western Resources Advocates, and Sierra Club commissioned the consulting firm Environmental Resources Management, or ERM, to conduct an analysis on the benefits of ACC2 in New Mexico. ERM's analyses are rigorous and careful cost-benefit analyses that rely on robust and well-accepted modeling tools, sharing similar methodologies, and making directionally consistent findings of significant net benefits from the adoption of ACC2 conducted for the New Mexico Environment Department. ERM conducted an initial analysis that looked at the environmental, health, air quality, and economic benefits of adoption of the full ACC2 program, that is through 2035. Subsequently, ERM also did an analysis looking at the benefits of adoption of a partial rule, which is proposed by the state through 2032, compared to the full 2035 rule adoption. While New Mexico would stand to achieve the most benefits through a full rule adoption, even a partial rule adoption through 2032 would achieve a significant amount of benefits for the state. While we urge the state to while we urge the boards to consider a full adoption of the rule, adoption through 2032 is still an important step. Should the boards choose to only adopt the rules through 2032, as the state has proposed, we urge the board to adopt language within the regulation that requires the state to consider to propose for adoption the full ACC2 rule through 2035, no later than June 1st, 2029. This will provide ample lead time for the state to consider adoption of the full rule, while ensuring that should the state move forward with the full rule, there'll be a seamless transition without gaps in the program moving forward. I'm now going to walk us through some of those results from the ERM analysis that I mentioned on the benefits of ACC2. As part of this analysis, ERM looked at what the total vehicles on New Mexico's roads are projected to be like in 2050 if New Mexico was to adopt the full ACC2 program compared to a program that ends in 2032. Under the full ACC2 program, 100% of new vehicle sales will be zero emission in perpetuity. ERM assumed for this modeling that the zero emission vehicle sales will stay at 82% after 2032 under a partial rule adoption, which may or may not reflect real world ZEV sales once there is no longer a rule in place. Because vehicles can stay on the road for 15 or more years, the sooner the new vehicle market transitions to zero emission vehicles, the sooner all passenger vehicles on New Mexico's roads will be zero emission. Adoption of ACC2 through 2032 would achieve approximately 77% of zero emission vehicles on New Mexico's roads by 2050, a significant increase compared to a business as usual scenario. Under the full ACC2 program, we can see that by 2050, 93% of passenger vehicles on the road are projected to be zero emission.
Ms. Harris, would
Yes.
you slow it down just a little bit?
Yes, ma'am. Sure.
Can you also, it's impossible to see little tiny text here.
Oh, sure.
So if you could say the red line is, the green line is, and
Absolutely.
walk people through the graphs, and that pertains to everybody, not just you.
Sure.
It's really hard to see. They're very.
Yeah, I'm realizing the colors aren't showing up super well
the colors
either.
We can see, it's the text.
Yeah,
and so
sure.
what they're representing.
Absolutely.
Thank
All right.
you.
So the gray line here, the bottom line, that is our baseline requirement. And the axis to see here are the years starting in 2022 through 2050. The y-axis is the percentage of zero emission vehicles on New Mexico's roads from 0% to 100%. The gray line is that baseline that I mentioned. The green line, which is the middle line, is model year an adoption of the rules through model year 2032, and the yellow line is adoption of the rules through model year 2035. For consistency, I'll still repeat this on every slide, but just to clarify, the colors are the same for all of those moving forward. So gray is base, green as model year 2032, and yellow as the full adoption. All right, by ensuring that zero emission vehicles are delivered to New Mexico, ACC2 can also achieve significant greenhouse gas emissions reductions aligned with the state's goals. And the need for strong policy that will achieve deep reductions in line with the state's goals is underscored by the limited greenhouse gas reductions achieved thus far in the transportation sector. ERM modeled the greenhouse gas reductions anticipated under both the 2032 adoption and the adoption of the full rule. As you can see, the full rule indicates a 94% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions from passenger vehicles. Again, that is the bottom yellow line there, And the scales on this chart are from 2022 on the x-axis, from 2022 to 2050, while the y-axis is a million metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, ranging from 0.0 to 12 million metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. So the yellow line is the adoption through 2035, and that indicates a 94% reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by 2050, while adoption of the partial rule through 2032, which is the green line, indicates an 80% reduction of emissions comparative to the baseline, which is the gray line. But in addition to the significant greenhouse gas reductions in climate harming pollution that we see, the full rule also maximizes other pollution reductions as well. So on the left here, we have the annual nitrogen oxide emissions. Again, the yellow line indicates the adoption through 2035. The green line indicates adoption through 2032, and the gray line is the baseline. The scale, I guess I should say, the scale on all of these is from 2022 to 2050, and then the emissions reductions from nitrogen oxide and particulate matter are on the x-axis. So these charts highlight reductions in nitrogen oxides as well as particulate matter 2.5 emissions from the full ACCII program compared to a partial rule. Adoption of the full ACCII program through model year 2035 would result in 94% reduction of NOx emissions and particulate matter emissions from passenger vehicles by 2050, while the partial rule adoption will still reduce those emissions by 80%. Reductions of these emissions are important for improving air quality, but also for improving health, as we've heard our other witnesses talk about. The full rule results in over $1 billion in health benefits, while a partial rule adoption still accumulates in $800 million in health benefits. And as we heard yesterday from Dr. Charlton, these numbers are not just numbers. They translate directly to the lives of thousands of New Mexicans through the reduction of asthma and respiratory illnesses and premature death. Adoption of ACCII also provides significant new net societal benefits to New Mexico. Adoption through 2032 still brings over $31.2 billion in benefits to the state through zero-emission vehicle owner savings, utility customer savings, climate and air quality benefits. These benefits will be maximized, of course, should the state adopt the full rule. And the dark navy blue line here is the zero-emission vehicle owner savings. The line above, the more lighter blue, is that is utility customer savings. The darker green is climate benefits, and the lighter green is air quality benefits. And all of these are also included in our exhibits as well, if you'd like to take a closer look too. But it's important to note that no single strategy will meet all of New Mexico's pollution reduction goals. But the full rule and the adoption of these rules are the policy that will reduce greenhouse gas emissions and criteria pollutants consistent with the state's targets and what is needed to improve air quality and the health of New Mexicans. And it's clear that New Mexico can achieve these targets within Advanced Clean Cars 2, as there's a clear appetite for clean vehicles here in the state and around the globe, both from customers and from automakers themselves. New Mexicans are increasingly interested in zero-emission vehicles, as these charts here indicate it. This scale goes from March 2013, accumulating in the end of 2022, which is the larger chart here on the right. The green is plug-in hybrid vehicle sales, and the yellowy orange color is battery electric vehicle sales. That's the same for both these charts here. Similar, the annual market share, which you see on the left, is a similar time frame, but indicates the percentage of annual market sales versus the chart on the right is monthly market shares as well. And this is taken from the Auto Alliance, the Alliance for Automotive Innovation's EV dashboard. So as you can see, sales are continuing to increase annually in New Mexico, and the statistics make it clear interest in these vehicles is only increasing. With the adoption of the Inflation Reduction Act, which provides significant incentives to automakers to develop a circular economy for zero-emission vehicles here in the United States, as well as important customer incentives to help offset the upfront cost of zero-emission vehicles, market trends indicate that zero-emission vehicle sales are going to continue to expand rapidly over the next few years. While it's clear this is where the future is going, adoption of ACCII is still vitally important as it provides New Mexico with a planned, phased transition towards this future, while also guaranteeing that New Mexico receives the benefits of a clean vehicle future first. This chart here, and this one seems a little bit clearer, but I will just explain. It is from 2022 to 2030. The bottom line is a baseline assumption from the International Council on Clean Transportation, or ICCT. The blue line is a low modeling with considering a California-only adoption of ACCII. The purple line is a moderate adoption with California-only advanced clean cars 2. The green line is a moderate, which is the second from the top, a moderate adoption with increased state advanced clean cars 2. And the red line is high adoption with increased state ACCII. And the percentages range on the y-axis from 0 to 70%. I'm now going to address and rebut some misconceptions from opponents to ACCII that you've read in testimony and rebuttal and have heard so far and will likely to continue to hear today. Myself and my colleague, Aaron, will discuss the following points. An electric vehicle slowdown has not occurred. Affordable EVs are already available and prices will continue to fall. Incentives are already available and more are likely coming. Charging infrastructure is rapidly increasing. ACCII will ensure that manufacturers produce and deliver EVs that New Mexicans want to drive. EV sales are not slowing down, as my first point, as this chart from the Atlas Public Policy clearly shows. Instead, there is still strong upward trajectory of zero-emission vehicle sales in the United States. And compared to 2022, year-over-year sales are still increasing. Do I need to go through every one? Okay, I was going to say this one might take a while. Again, this is in our testimony for those details, but this is showing the monthly year-over-year sales of electric vehicles in the United States from January 2021 to August of 2023. And I actually will flag that this morning Atlas published their latest September sales data as well and found similar statistics that the United States has reached 11% of new vehicle sales in September, which is the strongest month on record, and is an increase of 67% from September of 2022. And again, just reiterates this consistent trend that we've been seeing on this chart that goes through August of this year.
Ms. Harris, keep it slow.
Sure. It's important that we don't look at short-term trends. For example, the August sales being slightly lower than July's to dictate long-term policies. As we will continue to discuss, automakers are still fully committed to the zero-emission vehicle transition, and there is still clear indication that customers are also increasingly want these vehicles. Yes.
I think I'm not the only one who doesn't see the key. I don't need you to go through all the colors, but are these different models?
Yes,
different
these are
types of vehicles, or
these are different automakers.
different automakers.
Yes.
Thank you. I don't need to.
And happy to provide that legend, but yeah, it could be too messy to show here. So I'm happy to provide that afterwards.
And I have one more question.
Oh, sure.
So the purple line is the cumulative, is that trend?
Is this showing cumulative sales or sales by month?
Is total market share.
Wait, hold on, Member Lewis, one person at a time. Yes.
The purple line is total market share, so the percentage of total sales, and the blocks are actual vehicle numbers, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Thanks, Aaron. And so this trend is also similar here in New Mexico as well. In their rebuttal testimony, the dealers tried to argue that sales of EVs in New Mexico are decreasing. However, if we plot their own data that was indicated in their testimony on a chart, the opposite trend comes to light. In 2023, sales of EVs have continued to increase month over month. And it's important to highlight that automakers have already made significant investments and goals to transition towards zero-emission vehicles. Many automakers have already made commitments towards 100% zero-emission vehicles, such as General Motors and Volvo, by the time ACCII program concludes. And other automakers have also announced aggressive zero-emission vehicle goals for the United States. And it's also important to note that these goals were announced prior to adoption of the Inflation Reduction Act, which will only make achieving these goals more feasible. And another note, this transition is not just happening alone in a bubble here in the United States. These automakers that are listed here and others have made even more aggressive goals in Europe and other places throughout the world. As these automaker investments continue to increase, this will also mean that more and more makes and models of zero-emission vehicles will become available for drivers to purchase. In the first half of 2023, there was over 103 different zero-emission vehicle models for drivers to purchase, including cars, trucks, SUVs, and vans. And this is taken again from the Alliance for Automotive Innovation. And my last slide before turning it over to my colleague is I wanted to highlight that in addition to the goals that automakers have set, as well as the increased number of makes and models available for purchase in the United States, automakers are also putting their money where their mouth is by providing significant investments into the ZEV transition in the United States. And these investments are continuing to increase, not only to manufacturers here in the United States, but also to create a clean, circular economy and supply chain. I'm now going to turn it over to my colleague, Aaron Kressig from the Western Resources Advocates to further rebut some of the misconceptions about ACCII that are being spread by opponents to these rules.
Thank you, Kathy. And thank you, boards, for volunteering so much of your time to hear this important matter over these last couple days. My name is Aaron Kressig. I'm the Transportation Electrification Manager for Western Resource Advocates, which is a conservation nonprofit that works in New Mexico, Colorado, Nevada, Arizona, and Utah to protect the land, air, and water of the West, and I lead our EV policy. As Kathy has laid out in her discussion of the EV market, sorry, get used to this. Yeah. Okay, sorry about that. As Kathy has laid out in her discussion of the EV market, it is apparent that we are heading towards an EV future. So the question here is not whether the transition will happen, but when it will happen. And in the face of the growing threat of climate change, when is a very important thing to consider. Not only does adopting this standard represent the type of ambitious climate change action that we need, but ensures many other things for New Mexican customers. States who adopt ZEV standards tend to have better access to the newest and best EV models. And as automakers are pushing to ramp up their production, it is very likely that automakers will continue to prioritize clean car states if EV supply is limited. Adoption of this standard not only ensures access to the full suite of EVs, but it also ensures that there will be enough vehicles for sale to meet the rapidly growing consumer appetite that Kathy was showing earlier in the middle to latter part of this decade. As automakers scale up their production, ZEV sales will continue to be focused in ACC2 states, as the sales are needed there for compliance purposes. And this is really what ACC2 is all about. It's about getting the best of what the automakers have to offer and ensuring that the climate, air quality, and economic benefits that come from electric vehicles are maximized here in New Mexico. Next slide, please. Already, all electric models are available or coming soon to the market in the vehicle sizes and use cases that New Mexicans like the most, SUVs and trucks. As you can see here, these are highly popular vehicles, already have an EV counterpart or will have one in the near future. You may not see many of these vehicles on the road yet, as production is ramping up for many of these vehicle types. But adoption of ACCII will ensure that these vehicles are delivered in New Mexico. And this will ensure that New Mexicans can easily switch to an EV without compromising size or performance of their vehicle. And can everyone see those vehicle types there? Please jump in if you can't read anything. Next slide, please. Now, in the testimony of the dealers, you have heard many complaints related to the affordability of EVs. But it is difficult to put much stock in these claims when you take a look at the price of the vehicles that these very same dealers are selling on their own lots. As the climate advocates identify at length in our rebuttal testimony, these gas-powered vehicles are far from affordable when sold new. And this guides us to an important conclusion. New vehicles of any kind are relatively expensive. And that is why around 70% of vehicle purchase are on the used vehicle market, a market which is not directly impacted by this proposed regulation. But let's take a look at some of the new vehicle prices at the dealerships who provided testimony in this proceeding. As I said, for a deeper dive, please look at our testimony where we go into more length on this, but I'll just lay out a few highlights here. At Garcia Motors, about 86% of new vehicles cost above $30,000, and more than half cost above $40,000. And at Quality Buick Mazda, only 2 vehicles are available below $30,000, and most cost more than $60,000. I urge the board to keep these costs in mind when you hear the auto dealers talking about the affordabilities of EVs. And if you want to find out more, look at our testimony or go to their websites and see the listing of their prices there. Let's go on. Not only are EV prices going to continue to fall, as I will talk about in a moment, but many popular EVs are already less expensive today than comparable gas vehicles with the available federal subsidies. Let's compare, for example, the Tesla Model 3 to the Subaru WRX. And this is a listing on one of the dealers' lots here. I can't quite read that. Garcia, excuse me. So take a look at the highly popular Tesla Model 3. This is a vehicle which costs around $31,500 after the application of federal tax incentives. You compare that to the cost of a 2023 Subaru WRX in the base trim level, which is a little bit more than $2,000 more expensive. Yes, that's right. A Tesla Model 3 can already beat the price of a gasoline-powered counterpart on upfront price for sale here in New Mexico. Next slide, please. And no dealers that we looked at could beat the price of a 2023 Chevy Bolt when considering eligible federal incentives. This is an economic option that is cheaper upfront to buy than any new vehicle that we found on the dealers' websites. This vehicle offers up to 260 miles in range and could be a great option for many New Mexicans. So in summary, new vehicles in general are fairly expensive, and many popular EVs already can compete on price, particularly in the sedan market segment. Now, that is not to say that there aren't very expensive EVs out there, because there certainly are, but there are also some very expensive gasoline-powered vehicles. And to blindly typecast EVs as being out of reach for New Mexicans is not only inaccurate, but feels slightly disingenuous when you look at the price of new vehicles being offered by the dealers who are participating in this proceeding. Next slide, please. Not only do some EVs already offer upfront cost savings as compared to equivalent gas-powered vehicles today, but we know that the decadal-long trend of falling battery prices will continue, which will lead to further reductions in the price of new electric vehicles. All 18 of the battery pack forecasts that we looked at predict continuing downward trends of battery pack prices. And these predictions may actually be conservative as other technology advances, such as new battery chemistries, mean that prices could fall even further while improving key performance characteristics like battery life and charging speeds. Next slide, please. And this is the outcome. Price parity is reached around the time this regulation goes into effect. The argument that EVs are out of reach for the average new car buyer is quickly becoming a talking point of the past. Technology advances, supercharged by the incentives that I will detail a bit more shortly, mean that price parity has already been met for some models and will be reached for all vehicle model types in the next decade.
Mr. Kresick, maybe you should explain
Oh,
what
yes,
the colors are.
yes, the graphs that people can't read. So what you see in this graph here is the blue line is battery electric vehicles and the falling average price of a new vehicle according to the International Council on Clean Transportation. And then you see in the dotted line here an internal combustion engine vehicle. And then the top line, the orange line, is plug-in hybrid electric vehicles. And it's the lines cross of price parity at around 2027. Good on that one? Yeah, let's go to the next slide. In looking at the upfront purchasing price of vehicle means that you're only looking at part of the equation. EVs are cheaper to fuel and maintain than gas cars, as has been widely documented throughout this proceeding. By 2030, all vehicle types will not only be cheaper upfront, but they will lead to operational savings between $15,000 to $27,000. Those are real savings which will be realized while this rule is in effect. Those reduced operational cost savings are the biggest net economic driver of the benefits of this rule, totaling up to $35 billion if the full rule was adopted and slightly less under the state's proposal. By 2050, the bottom line is simple. EVs save people money, and this rule will ensure those savings are collected in the wallets of New Mexicans.
Can you go over the ledger?
Oh, yes. So this is a complicated one, but we have what we have here is various vehicle sizes. On the far left, we have compact cars, and we kind of go up in size to mid-size, to small SUV, to medium SUV, to large SUV, to pickup trucks. And so this calculates the operational savings of these vehicles, and it looks at the impact of the Inflation Reduction Act and in 2025 and then in 2030. And what you generally see in this graph is that the numbers in terms of the operational cost savings are quite a bit larger in the later date of 2030 as the price of new vehicles continues to decline. Let's go to the next slide. I'll try to do a better job of explaining my graphs. So I want to talk a little bit about purchasing incentives because that is a big part of the discussion that we're having here. And federal incentives exist now for both new and used electric vehicles and are on the books through 2032. And starting next year, as I think some folks have mentioned, both of these will be available, potentially available as upfront cash on the hood incentives. And these incentives are key to reaching price parity by the time this rule goes into effect. Although vehicle prices are declining on their own, these incentives are very important. And while not official yet, we've had a lot of discussion here about the state's efforts to support a state EV tax credit. And another item I think worth mentioning is that the investor-owned utility public service company of New Mexico has a proposal for a $4,000 incentive for EVs only for qualifying low-income customers. That has not yet been approved, but it's pending approval at the Public Regulation Commission right now. So we don't know for sure what's going to happen with those other, outside of the federal incentives, but if those do come to fruition, as is possible, that will further increase the attractiveness of EVs for New Mexicans. And I think there's just one other point I wanted to make, just a little bit of a clear up. There was some discussion about incentives available in other states, and I live in Colorado, and I can tell you they do not have a $20,000 state incentive. The incentive is $5,000. It's available up to $7,500 if the vehicle MSRP is less than $30,000. So the incentives in other states, that's a generous incentive, but it's not $20,000. So just wanted to clear that one up. And of course, New Mexicans are eligible for the federal tax incentive of $7,500 for new vehicles and $4,000 for used electric vehicles. Next slide, please. Another item that's worth clarifying is related to charging infrastructure. I think we had a great presentation from Jerry Valdez about the proliferation of DC fast charging infrastructure. And as he mentioned, charging infrastructure in New Mexico is rapidly becoming more available as the EV market continues to grow and in response to federal and state-based funding. And you know, I think DC fast charging tends to get a lot of attention because it feels parallel to the experience that folks have filling up their gas-powered vehicle. But it's also important to note that level 2 charging is also growing very quickly. And this is the type of charging that works for many people. It allows people to get a charge at their apartment, you know, at their workplace, or you know, their favorite restaurant or coffee shop. And you know, as we'll, I think, not only are there federal incentives, but the electric utilities in New Mexico are offering a wide array of incentives through their transportation electrification plans to increase the availability of charging infrastructure. Public Service Company of New Mexico, Southwestern Public Service Company, and El Paso Electric have all already had transportation electrification plans approved in the last few years, and El Paso Electric and Public Service Company of New Mexico have the next round of plans pending approval now. And these help fast charging. They help level 2 charging at multifamily housing complexes, workplaces, and other public locations. Next slide, please. So, and you can see here what the impact of those incentives are. And I will explain this graph. It is you can see here the lighter line is level 2 charging ports, and the darker line is DC fast charging ports. And this graph runs from 2012 to 2023, and you can just see the rapid growth of charging infrastructure over that time. Next slide, please. So just want to talk a little bit about some of the things that we saw in testimony from some of the dealers. And you know, I think it's worth noting that the statements that are made in the individual dealers' testimony are entirely unsupported by citations in the body of the text or footnotes. And you know, I think that makes some of the claims that they make difficult to verify, although at many times the claims they make are verifiably false, as we identified it a number of times in our rebuttal statement. But they do provide sources, but some of these sources that are provided as exhibits, not citations, also fall flat. I think when you look at some of the articles are op-eds, which is not a robust form of evidence. But many of the articles they submit actually lend support to the long-term growth of EVs. And you take, for an example, this article here, the Barron's article cited by Armando de Garcia. Once you move past the title, which does sound troubling, you find lots of statements in here that actually support the long-term growth of the EV market. And of course, I can't read them very well because of the screen. So I'll just read them quickly for you. So this one says, investors are concerned with a few key issues. None of them are existential for EVs. This next one talks about 37% year-over-year growth for US-based auto manufacturer Stellantis. This next one, BEV sales, battery electric vehicle sales in the US and Europe are up 50% year to date. Can't read that one. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Financial analysts stated that high interest rates were hurting vehicle affordability. It is not the end of the growth cycle for EV makers, but a transition phase for the next stage of growth. And we can the next slide here. An analyst with RBC Wealth Management said that He expects battery costs will fall as U.S. battery production ramps up. EVs are not a fad. They're faster, quieter, and cheaper to operate, and eventually cheaper to buy. And the EV versus the internal combustion engine is like comparing a car to a horse. And I think, it's just important to note these are not quotes by environmental organizations, the government, or an EV automaker. These are quotes by financial analysts. And this is just one example. There are many others that were submitted by the dealers, which support the long-term growth of the EV market. And of course, the city and the state and the climate advocates have put robust evidence into the record to also support the clear direction of the EV market. Next slide, please. So what can we conclude about these clean car and truck standards? We are inevitably already on the path to a zero-emission future. But this rule will put New Mexico in the fast lane to ensure the environmental, economic, and public health benefits of this technology are realized in a shorter time period. And as we've said, time is of the essence in the face of the climate crisis that we face. We do not have time to put off robust climate action. We need ambitious policies that can help to avoid the catastrophic damages that runaway climate change will put on New Mexico. And this is truly a bold, although achievable policy. We believe that the benefits are so overwhelmingly in favor of these rules that the joint boards would be justified to go further and adopt the full rule through 2035. Or at a minimum, include a provision in the rule that would require another consideration of the latter years of this rule no later than 2029. Yesterday, you heard Mr. Domenici argue that evidence should be what informs the decision that you make on this matter. And I could not agree more with that statement. It should always be evidence which informs policymaking. And what does the evidence say in this proceeding? The city, the state, and the climate advocates have provided thousands of pages of detailed data, market-based forecasts, scientific research, and economic impact analyses, which unequivocally demonstrate both the dire need to act on climate and improve air quality, as well as the environmental and net economic benefits that will result directly from these standards. The evidence is overwhelming, which makes the decision clear. The joint boards should adopt the strongest possible New Mexico clean car and truck standards. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now they're available for questioning by the board, or if we want to take lunch and then do the questioning, I think that's also probably fine.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bach. Thank you, panelists. We've been going 2 hours at this point, so let's take a lunch break and come back at 10 of 1. 10 of 1. Stupid trees. see here. Wait, I think I have to put this under the necklace. Let's come back from the break, please. Oh, I thought I saw, oh, there you are. You're standing in front of me. All right. Where are your colleagues, Mr. Kressig? Oh, okay. Okay. We are, I'm sorry? Right, the board is questioning first, yes. Not going to make that mistake again. We are back after a shortened lunch break. When we broke for lunch, the Climate Advocates Panel had completed its direct testimony, or the summary of its direct testimony. We turn now to questions from the board of Mr. Ortiz, Ms. Harris, and Mr. Kressig. Vice Chair Trujillo, would you like to start?
Yes, apologies here. I actually only have one quick question about one of the graphs. On slide 16, if I understand correctly, the gray line represents the market. I'm sorry, just pulling up my graph here. I'm still on slide 35. Okay. That the gray line that it says baseline, if I understand it correctly, that's if there's no correction to the market, no interference from government, that's the projected growth of the EVs on the road. Is that right?
The graph on slide 6, oh, sorry, I was wondering if this was on. The graph on slide 16 is the annual greenhouse gas emissions reductions. I don't know if you mean that one or the ZEV penetration, which is up there now. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. The numbers on this slide are wrong. You're correct. Yes, so the 33% is a baseline assumption, which is taking into account the current National Highway and Transportation Safety Administration's NHTSA's regulations, as well as the current Environmental Protection Agency's tailpipe emission standards on the road. This takes into the assumption of what the number of zero emission vehicles will be on the road, assuming those two regulations are only in play and stay consistent through 2050.
Okay. And if I understood correctly, all three of you have worked in different campaigns in different states for the same thing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Oh. Okay. So I'm a firm believer of like taking what you've learned and applying it moving forward. So I have doubts when people say, yeah, it just worked perfectly the first time, because I just don't think their life works that way. So I'm curious if you have any takeaways from previous campaigns or previous rules that you've worked on in other states that that we should take into consideration or be thoughtful in moving forward on.
I can start, and I think a great example of that is actually the development of the ACCII program itself. When these rules were being developed, there was a lot of consideration about the current state of the market, a lot of discussions with automakers, a lot of discussions with stakeholders, as I know we discussed in detail yesterday, to figure out how to expand the Advanced Clean Cars 1 policy, which was adopted by these boards last year. So there was a lot of really thorough discussion and projections on what the market could look like and could easily be achieved. And one of the things that was really crucial in those discussions was the understanding that the market in California is much higher than a lot of other states as well, and thinking about flexibilities that could be in place to help the other automakers in other states that might have a lower number of zero-emission vehicle slayers today be able to achieve the compliance, which I know we saw the department present a lot of testimony on those flexibilities, and we've discussed those in our testimony as well. But I think taking that robust look at what is feasible and what's achievable is really key, and was something that was deeply considered in the development of these rules, is the other states and how they could achieve these. But I think that another thing that we've noted in our testimony, and we've heard throughout this proceeding, is that these rules are not a silver bullet. They lay a really important foundation, though. And so what we also need to consider is, once we have this important foundation hopefully in place, how do we make it achievable? And I think we've discussed about some of the incentives that are coming down the pike from hopefully the state and from some utilities that have been proposed. We are hearing about expansions of charging infrastructure as well. So there's more steps that need to be taken to make sure that this is successful, but we're laying a really important foundation and groundwork, both through this adoption of this standard, but also through other complementary policies and programs that we're seeing moving forward. And my colleague Guillermo can talk in depth about some of the environmental justice implications of these regulations and our work in cleaning up the air quality in communities that are most vulnerable. But I will say that is a key component that needs to continue now throughout the adoption of these rules. And as we move to implement, is ensuring that those communities receive and maximize these benefits. And that is achieved through a variety of different mechanisms, but first and foremost is discussions with those communities. So would absolutely highlight that continued engagement and understanding of the needs of different community members is going to be really crucial moving forward. Thank you. I don't know if Aaron
Can everyone hear me? Yes. In particular, around equity and environmental justice issues, I think there are some points that are critical for New Mexico in particular. So when we're talking about medium and heavy duty trucks and their electrification, usually the emphasis is on total cost of ownership, because these are for commercial purposes or for profit purposes. So what that means is, as you transition to electric vehicles, the case gets better and better based on your fuel savings and maintenance costs. What that also means in terms of equity, and I feel like there's a lot of pressure in the economic market because of inflation. Consumer goods have been going up across the board. When you're talking about the shipment of goods on medium and heavy duty trucks, one of their primary costs that get passed down to the consumer is the price for diesel fuel. So in particular, if you are able to switch to electricity, which is significantly less volatile in terms of price, you can see a downward pressure on that isn't going to get passed to the consumer, for example. So by electrifying these trucks, you're putting downward pressure on the cost of consumer goods, because they're simply not using more and more of their funds just to fuel their vehicles. You're decreasing that cost, and that cost can get passed on to consumers as well. And in particular, I would also emphasize the federal level, both the Infrastructure Investment and the Inflation Reduction Act are particularly important for New Mexico, as those federal incentives can help build up the support for this electrification in a way where more developed economies, for example, like California, has additional state resources to provide. You'll be able to take advantage of those federal programs to help support the electrification process. And the important equity and flexibility incorporated into the ACT is that it's a smaller truck market here in New Mexico. So you're really able to, the 15 to 20%, for example, in model year 2027, that could translate on the class 2B or 3 or vehicle size. We're really talking about 900, anywhere from like 800 to 900 trucks. And so in particularly there, they'll be able, the truck manufacturers are able to meet that commitment, as we've heard from folks like Rivian, who even though their production cycle has only continued in the last 2 years, are producing well over 25,000 vehicles in that segment a year. So the market is ready, is transitioning, especially on the medium and heavy duty vehicle side, and that will help get those vehicles on the roads, on the highways, on the local streets here in New Mexico.
I think you made a really interesting point there about market volatility for electricity versus fossil fuels. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
If you have anything, okay, then that's all the questions I had.
Thank you. Chair Sweeney?
Let's see, I think I just have one clarification question. So I just want to make sure I heard this right. Most of the analysis on the affordability of a new vehicle was just included federal tax incentive calculations and no state, presumed state calculations. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And let's see, I just wanted to make sure. I think that's all I have for right now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Chair Pong.
I'll start on that thread. So I've definitely heard criticism in the past about, low-income families and households not being able to access tax credits. Is there anything, in these rules that addresses that concern through, filing taxes and sort of the administrative burden there?
Not in this regulation, but I will flag that the federal tax incentives, which we were just discussing, starting in January of 2024, the tax credit is transferable and can be accessed as a point of sale rebate for consumers. So previously with those rebates, you would have to have a tax burden of up to $7,500. You'd have to wait until you file for taxes to receive up to that amount, which was very limiting for low-income community members. But under the new regulations, if a dealer can register to apply to be a dealer to have this point of sale access, that portal actually just went live a little bit ago. So dealers can start to register now, and then starting in January, are able to take on that tax burden and provide that rebate of up to $7,500 immediately at the cost of purchase. So it alleviates a lot of those previous issues that we have with purchasing the vehicles. And additionally, which Aaron addressed in his slides, for the first time, there's also a federal used electric vehicle tax credit as well for up to $4,000.
Great. I'll stay on cost for a minute. I was asking a couple questions of previous panels about, we're regulating the new car market here. How much of the market is that? And I believe one of you said something that's, I'm inferring here, was it 30% of annual vehicle sales are the new car market and 70% are the used car market? How do we sort of get a sense of that?
Yeah, so the Federal Highway Administration, the source that we've cited in our testimony is from the national level, but estimates that approximately 30% of the vehicles that are purchased in the United States are new. 70% are used.
70% are used, okay. And then there was a great chart that was presented on different models. That sort of detail I think can be really helpful for people to understand what we're talking about, and it's helpful for me. I did not know that a Model Y was $31,000. I thought they were like $60,000. So that was surprising to hear. Can you tell me how many models of LDVs in 2024 will be available, both new and used, under $30,000 in New Mexico? So we have a sense of right now, what are we looking at right now for affordability?
Certainly, and I would clarify, that was the Tesla Model 3. The Tesla Model Y is a bit more expensive. Okay. But to answer your question, I mean, there are a couple of new models that are around the $30,000 price mark at the MSRP. The Chevy Bolt, I think, is one of the ones that we talked about. There's also the Nissan Leaf, which is, I think, going to be eligible for half of the federal tax credit in 2024, is around that price range. There's a couple others, when you factor in the federal tax credit, that come closer to the 30,000 mark, like the Model 3 and the Hyundai Kona, and I think a few others. I know there's great lists of this if you Google it, just the MSRP of all the vehicles affordability that could be a little bit more exhaustive than the ones I just provided.
Right, and so those are the new ones. What about
Right.
the used vehicles?
That's a good question. I mean, I think the used vehicle models are. I mean, you would generally assume used vehicles are going to be less expensive for the consumer. But those are, I think, a little bit more dynamic in the way that they're priced, depending on, like all used vehicles, how old they are, how many miles that they've had. So it's a little bit more difficult because it kind of depends on a variety of factors. But you would expect there to be, used vehicles on the market under $30,000. I think we heard various public commenters over the last few days commenting on used vehicles they were able to purchase for under $30,000.
Great, thank you. Just, I think just one more question. I forget if it was you, Mr. Ortiz, or you, Ms. Harris, who talked about battery recycling. So whoever wants to take this question, but is there already a market for battery recycling, and how does the waste cycle for electric cars compare to ICE vehicles and elements of ICE waste, like motor oil?
Sure. Yes, there is already a market for battery recycling. There is, in particular, one company, it's Redwood Materials, who has already partnered with several automakers to start recycling the batteries from electric vehicles today. And in the Inflation Reduction Act, there is a lot of incentives to also help to further stimulate the battery recycling market here in the United States. Regarding your last question on the waste, I mean, I don't have, that's a little bit outside of my wheelhouse in terms of the comparison, but I will flag, like lead acid batteries in gasoline vehicles are also considered waste as well. So there's, we need to clean up all of these systems in itself, but I think the Inflation Reduction Act in particular is setting a lot of standards to help not only recycle, but create that kind of circular economy here in the United States to make sure we're fully cleaning up our supply chain.
We got a lot to say, apparently. There's a couple of things I wanted to expand on there. And, when we talk about incentives in the Inflation Reduction Act, one critical incentive is that all recycled batteries that come from recycling are counted as domestic sourced. So then, there's an incentive to be able to claim the federal tax credit. If you're using recycled batteries as the sourcing of those materials, then that counts as domestic manufacturing. So there's quite a bit of incentive there for the manufacturers to try and recycle their materials. And I think one thing I would also add is that this is something that policy around battery recycling is kind of a burgeoning area, but it's something that I know our organization is very interested in pursuing. Their states, California and New Jersey, have both been considering battery recycling policy to ensure a circular lifespan. That's something that we're really interested in. The European Union has advanced some policies around battery recycling as well. I think given incentives that create a regulatory structure about how those batteries are handled, paired with the incentives that manufacturers have to reuse these materials, which they can reuse very easily, we can get to a place where we really are creating a circular economy around batteries.
One point I'll add onto that is that the importance of creating that circular economy. When you're talking about burning fuel, you put it in your truck, you use it, it's gone. When we take in these minerals and we're using it for the creation of these batteries, eventually these rare minerals can be recycled, whether it's lithium, cobalt, nickel. And the use cases for those rare minerals extend beyond the transportation sector, right? When we think about batteries for phones, when we think about semiconductors and chips, right? These are all materials that require these rare earth minerals, and businesses rise up to take advantage of the recycling opportunity for this so they can be used for those other purposes other than just necessarily creating a new battery exclusively for a truck, a car, for example. So there are actually ancillary economic effects to other industries as a result of this circular economy that you actually cannot get as a result of burning traditional fossil fuels. It just goes straight into the air, exacerbating the problems that we've heard about over the course of the past several days.
And just to put a finer point on that too, you could tell this is a hot topic. The other point that Guillermo made is really wonderful, but when we extract oil from the ground, we burn it and then it's gone forever. when we extract minerals from the ground and we need to clean up those sources, it's very clear, but those can be recycled in perpetuity forever. So as Guillermo said, they can be used in a variety of different use sources past their first useful life and in perpetuity. So it's almost a renewable thing that we're pooling as opposed to oil. We're extracting it and then burning it right away. And it's gone forever.
Last thing, actually, this time. Let's see. I think, there's clear health benefits we're hearing. I want to focus on sort of more of the areas where there's a question mark, like, are there studies, I think you mentioned, billions of dollars of benefit, economic benefit from these rules. Are there studies specifically about green jobs created by EV production as part of the Inflation Reduction Act? Because, I think the whole board is concerned, I don't mean to speak for other members, but I think we're all just as humans concerned with people, having to be retrained, losing their jobs. Like, how can we, are there elements of this where we are helping average people make this transition and not have economic losses? So, sorry, the question is studies on the number of green jobs created by EV production related to this rule.
Yeah, actually, our colleagues at Environmental Entrepreneurs, or E2, they actually just released a study recently that highlights the benefits of the clean job economy here in New Mexico. I don't have that specifically pulled up right here. I don't know if Guillermo has it. It just got published, I believe, this week. But I'm happy to share with the board after this, so you all have that as a resource as well. So yes, to answer your question, there have been studies that are beginning to look into this. Based off my knowledge, and if Guillermo can pull it up quick enough, it's a very impressive amount. What?
Is it in the docket?
It's not, because it was just published a little bit ago. So I don't know if I can speak to it because it's not in the docket, but I can say that yes, there are studies that have looked into that.
No further questions.
All right, thank you. Member Coleman?
Yes, just quickly, and I'm sorry if you answered this and I just missed it, but for the other states that have already adopted Clean Cars 2, did all of those other states adopt the full rule through 2035, or did others consider what we're considering and doing just through 2032 or a different date?
So 9 states have adopted ACCII thus far, and 8 of those have adopted the full regulation. Colorado is the other state that has only adopted through 2032.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Member Eberlein?
Yes, I actually don't have a question. I just thank the panel for describing what is the rules we are trying to pass here, and that giving us new little side aspects to those rules. And that was actually something I can clarify, as I am the hazardous waste guy around here. I think that the recycling of batteries, lithium-ion batteries, is really a good idea, because the metals in those batteries will not, what we call, designate as dangerous waste, because they're not on the list. But because the battery contains organic, the electrolyte contains organic solvents that is likely to be considered to be ignitable because there's explosion risk, which means that they would be considered to be dangerous waste or hazardous waste. Sorry, I fall back in the Washington State. Washington State called it dangerous waste. Everyone else called it hazardous waste. So that's all I can say. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Member Eberlein. Member Armijo?
Yes, I have a question for you. In the past panels, they were discussing this federal rebate, and I think the federal rebate is limited to made in the USA vehicles only. Is that correct?
Yes, the vehicles do have to be, actually, I think they can be produced either domestically or in a number of countries that were deemed to be strategically aligned with the United States, I believe Canada and Mexico, and perhaps a few other free trade agreement countries.
Okay, and are there actually vehicles that meet that criteria?
There are, yeah. There's good lists, again, online. I can give you a couple. Ford, Chevy, Tesla, Volkswagen are eligible this year. There's probably a couple more that I'm missing, a couple of, and then, so that will continue to change as the federal requirements change. They become more stringent to ensure that more of our supply chain is coming from domestically or from, you know, again, deemed like aligned partners, free trade agreement partners. So yeah, right now there's a good amount of vehicles that are eligible, and there'll probably be more in the future years.
Okay, and can you tell me an approximation of about how many electric vehicles on the road now qualify for that rebate?
I can give you a guess. Tesla is the largest producer of electric vehicles in the United States, and they are eligible for the tax credits. So that graph, I think somebody was asking when there was the graph with all the colors on it, and the big blue, you know, the big blue line. I should have pulled this up if I was going to talk about it. Sorry. The point I'm trying to make is that Tesla is the major producer of electric vehicles. They are eligible. GM and Volkswagen and Ford have a growing portion. Looks like they're trying to pull it up. There we go. So that blue line is Tesla. And so you can see quite a few vehicles on the road are eligible for that tax credit. I believe we actually cut off the index, so you can't see exactly where GM and Ford are on there, but they're, you know, growing in their portion of the total EV sales.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that we know that not 100% of the cars sold are eligible for that, and there's a limitation, so
Yes,
thank you.
It's a good question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Member Lewis? I'll go this way now.
Yeah, and I would just echo, it would be really helpful if people kept that qualification in mind, because it creates a non-reality to say that 7,500 can come off of everything. Can we look at graph 21? Can you explain that to me, because I am still not figuring that out. When you're talking about high with increased state, are you talking about an increase in the number of states that adopted? I'm not sure what these definitions are.
Yeah, this is some modeling that was done by the International Council on Clean Transportation. And how I understand this graph here is that we're looking at, you know, various assumptions in exactly how they modeled this. But essentially, we're talking about a situation where, you know, there's the baseline, and then there's, you know, an assumption that only California adopts the standard, and then there's an assumption that other states, Section 170 states who had previously adopted the standard, adopted the next round that we're discussing.
So it is number of states that we're looking at. That's what I wasn't clear about. And does that top line then assume all states adopt it?
You know, I'm not exactly sure.
Okay.
It's probably in this this report, but I can't remember if it's all states or just a portion of them.
Okay. And then the other thing that I just wanted to ask whoever might know, you mentioned the reevaluation. Is there currently anything in the act that would allow for that would allow for something other than holding a whole new hearing? Is there an option for administrative review and extension? Is that even legal to do? I don't know. I know there are, you know, there's this, you either adopt California or not. And if we made one adoption, it's not clear to me that that could be an administrative review at some point to extend that, or would it have to go back to a whole?
Mr. Kressig, before you answer that, if you would just remember that the lawyers probably have different views on that, and the boards are advised by their own lawyers as well.
Okay. I don't know if that means I should
Maybe you
answer
shouldn't
conservatively.
answer.
I am not a lawyer.
I will
I've got to say
withdraw
that.
that question
Okay.
for someone else to answer.
He's
but-
not a lawyer, and so I just didn't want
Yeah,
him
but
to
they made
draw
the suggestions,
objections.
so that's why I
all.
thought they may have had a lawyer consult with them on doing it. So that's fine. You don't have to answer that.
All right.
I think as a non-lawyer, I can just say that there is in the Clean Air Act a requirement of 2 model years to as a lead time requirement to give auto manufacturers ample lead time to prepare for that. So that's why the rules, even though we're talking about them in 2023, would not take place until 2027. So the language that we've recommended as potentially to come back to reconsider takes into account that lead time requirement to have the program continue from model year 2032 and onward.
I'll say just one thing, is that, the regulation that's, as it's been proposed by the state is through 2032, which is a long time from now, with the lead time requirements that Kathy mentioned. The latter years of the rule could be adopted as late as 2029, which means hopefully, we get a little bit of a break between the next time we have to do this, so.
Or a long break
Yeah.
between the next time we have to do this.
Is that all your questions?
That's a lawyer question.
All right, Member Bitzer.
All righty, let's take a look at my notes from a couple, 3 hours ago. Guillermo, you had talked about New Mexico being the fifth fastest heating up in the state, heating up in the country. I think that was you who said that. Are you familiar with the heat island effect as opposed to global temperature changes?
Yes, and it was the statistic in question was New Mexico's the 6th fastest.
Okay, yeah, that's close, that'll work for me. 5th or 6th. But anyway, I was intrigued by that because, we have obviously a heat island effect. Albuquerque's temperature has gone up more than the state's. Phoenix, I remember as a kid, Phoenix, a hot day was 105, and now it's 116, 118. You can't even fly an airplane out of there. It's so nuts. But the rest of the state, in Arizona, for example, isn't necessarily all that much different than it was 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago. So I'm wondering if you have the ability or any resources to break out what portion of New Mexico's 6th place delta could be attributable to heat island type effects and what portion might be global in terms of the implications, and of course with giant swaths of forest that have never been burned down, we obviously don't have that cooling effect that we had prior to those fires. So I'm just wondering if there's some way to differentiate between which portion is of our 6th place finish is attributable to global climate implications, i.e. Greenhouse gases, and which portion might be more heat island effect or loss of canopy.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It would be particularly difficult to sort between particular heating due to heat island effect versus that ongoing within the overall state of New Mexico, which is particularly why acting on climate change is so particularly important. Right? We're talking about global average temperatures, but that doesn't mean that those impacts are going to fall equally amongst the populace. It's going to affect people differently across New Mexico, whether you live in Albuquerque or in more rural communities. It also disproportionately impacts folks, children, the elderly, folks who go out into the outdoors, right? They all experience these differently. So when we're talking about heating in particular, that's why we're trying to get these rules adopted, because we can make significant reductions in greenhouse gases, significant reductions in nitrous oxide and particulate matter, which will deliver benefits across the state and to all these folks who are disproportionately impacted by these different climate factors. So no matter what, whether you're in Albuquerque or you're in other parts of the state, you'll have the opportunity to benefit from the overall reductions in these particular pollutants and greenhouse gases.
So you had also mentioned a hydrogen fuel cell. When I tried to get my mitts on a ZEV many years ago, batteries weren't quite so viable, range was limited, all that kind of stuff. I was more interested in a hydrogen-powered vehicle. BMW sold a hydrogen-powered vehicle that was actually an internal combustion engine. Did those just go by the wayside? Or they didn't sell them in the US. That was available in Europe only. And then, of course, California was rolling out its hydrogen highway in those days. I don't know what happened to that, but that was supposed to be a big thing at the time. And then I no longer hear about it. But is H2 only going to be part of a fuel cell program, or could you actually have a hydrogen-powered internal combustion engine?
If you're referring to, in terms of the Advanced Clean Trucks rule, my understanding is that that would apply only to hydrogen fuel cell technology. In particular, hydrogen combustion, which you referenced, actually still does produce, would not be considered necessarily a zero emission technology because it does have tailpipe implications in terms of pollution. What I'll also note in terms of the technology market in the truck space is that due to the significant advancements in battery electric technology, the areas where hydrogen technology is being explored is really in your Class 8 tractor trailer, like semi-truck space. But that's also running up against an incredibly competitive market. For example, Tesla's semi-truck can run 500 miles of range on a single charge and has documented 800-mile range in a single day for their trucking. So it's a competitive process within that class of vehicles, which is why you might not be hearing as much about hydrogen technology in comparison to battery electric.
Yeah, I'm curious as to what's actually coming out of the tailpipe with hydrogen as your fuel, besides heat and steam, dry steam potentially.
I think I have to double check on that. I'm pretty sure, and I think the particular pollutant is actually nitrous oxide through the combustion of the technology, but I will double check that.
I don't know where the nitrogen would come from, but we'll move on. And that's what I had.
All right, thank you. Member Garcia?
Thank you. I think Member Armijo touched on this. I'm going to dig just a little bit deeper on the question regarding the eligibility requirements for the $7,500 tax credit. And I understand there are some criteria that has to be met. How would the average person know whether the vehicle, the EV they're buying, would meet that? Is there some kind of sticker on the car, on the battery? How would the average person know that?
That's a good question. I think, thankfully the IRS does post this information. If you just look up, Google federal incentives, which vehicles are available, they do produce that guidance. I think that, well, I'm not an auto dealer, so I can't speak with great clarity, but the availability of the incentives, I would assume that they would, make that, bring that to the awareness of the customer. But certainly, I think, in a broader sense, we need to do a job of making sure that customers in general are aware that these incentives exist. I think that's probably the most important thing, is just folks knowing there are incentives out there, and then having resources that, we can guide them to on, what those incentives are and for what vehicles. Is that helpful?
Yes, and I guess I'm asking in particular when a vehicle may not meet the criteria to be able to get the $7,500. How a person might know that. They may buy a car thinking, I'm going to get a $7,500 tax credit, and then find out it doesn't meet the eligibility criteria.
Yeah, I think hopefully, if they were going through with the purchase, they would, seek to get some clarity on whether that was eligible or not. But it's a changing landscape, so there certainly needs to be customer awareness that happens to make sure folks know what's available and what's not. Because of course, you wouldn't want to make that purchase and not know for certain if you were going to be eligible for that incentive.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Member Ely.
Hi, good afternoon.
I wanted to focus a little bit on your proposed language in the markup. I think each of you mentioned that if the board decides to not go beyond 2032, we should consider the language that Colorado put into their regulation that would require a review of the rules by 2029 to consider going out to 2035. So just a couple of things. I note that in the Environmental Improvement Act, now I'm not a lawyer either, but I need to talk to somebody about this very specific language, and it gets a little legalese, but I think we're going to have a conversation and deliberations about it, so I want to make sure I get these questions answered up front. And that is, the Environmental Improvement Act already allows any person to recommend regulations to the board, recommend a proposal. So you could come back in 2029 if you wanted to, rather than the department coming back. That's already there. But this requires, as I read it, that the board actually hold a hearing within 6 months, where the current statute makes it an option. It says that the board shall determine whether or not to hold a hearing within 60 days of the submission of the proposed regulations. So the difference between what your language, tell me if I'm right, is and what's already in statute is that you would bind us to holding a hearing. Right now we have the option of considering a hearing, but with your new language, we would be bound to hold a hearing within 6 months of the proposal coming before the board. Is that correct?
Mike, phone a lawyer here.
Mr. Bach?
I will try not to I'll keep my testimony short since I'm not a witness. Yes, I think you read it right.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And then I didn't see a date of 2029 in your proposed markup either. Is that am I not seeing something, or is that just implied because of the 2-year lead time?
Trying to pull it up for you. Let me see.
I think we intended to include it, and it may not have. It may have been an oversight if it's not in the version that we filed. But I think that was the intent, that we would have that ability to have that review 2 years in advance.
Okay. Thank you. So thank you for answering those questions. And I just have one other really straightforward one. In slide 34, the P has never come to parity with the ICE engines or BEVs. And is that because there's no federal tax credit, or why is that?
There are, PHEVs can get access to the federal tax credit. My understanding of that is that one of the things about PHEVs is that you do have to, a lot of the benefits of a full battery electric vehicle come down to the maintenance, as we've heard a lot of testimony on, and a plug-in hybrid electric vehicle has both internal combustion engine and a battery, so that there's kind of, you don't quite, even though you do get the benefit of being able to use both fuels, you kind of, at the same time, you have to maintain both of those engines. That's my understanding of why there's a disparity there between full battery and plug-in hybrids.
Thank you. That's all.
All right, thank you. Did you have another question, Chair Sweeney? I also have 2 members on the platform. All right, Member Galuski, do you have questions of this panel?
I do, and good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. So several auto manufacturers have said that they are committed to producing 100% electric vehicles by various dates, 2035. And I guess my question is, how do we see the market penetration? Well, there will be a robust market for internal combustion engines for some time to come, and there will be, even after the last internal combustion engine rolls off of the assembly line, we'll have internal combustion engines on the road for quite some time to come, along with the need for gas stations and things like that. Is there a sense of the lifespan of ICE cars coming off the assembly lines today, and how long will we have to maintain the infrastructure for supporting ICE vehicles if this proceeds in the way you've been describing?
So we call that survival rates, how long a vehicle will stay on the road in its useful life. The estimates that I've seen have been that it's approximately 15 to 20 years is how long a vehicle lasts on the road. So to answer your question, the part of the reason the 100% by 2035 was the target of these regulations is the estimate is to get to 100% all of our transportation on our roads for passenger vehicle trucks and cars, is that 100% of the new vehicle sales by 2035 will provide enough of a transition time to fully decarbonize the passenger cars and trucks on our roads by 2050.
Okay, so what you're saying, if I'm understanding correctly, is that roughly 2050 is the time scale by which we would, I don't know what the right word would be, hope to see, expect to see, may see a really significantly reduced number of ICE vehicles on the roads?
Yes, that's correct. And one of the slides that I presented on today really highlights that. So the 2035 adoption would get us to about 93% of electric or zero emission vehicles on the road. So still about 7% of gasoline vehicles on the road. Adoption through 2032, because we're uncertain what would happen to the market after 2032, were the rules not to be expected. There's still a significant number of zero emission vehicles on the road, but to a lesser extent.
That's great, thank you. That's my, okay.
I was just going to add to the focus on 2050 being that's the widely agreed upon date that we need to reach net zero carbon emissions by the International Panel on Climate Change and various other international agencies.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Member Galuski. Member Richards?
Hi. Excuse me. Can you pull up the chart number, the graph 34 again? I just had some more questions on that. I'm trying to figure it out. You have vehicle price, so I'm assuming that's an average of all the ICE vehicles, or what is that exactly?
Sorry, we're trying to get a hold on which slide we're.
Right there.
Oh, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, I'm trying to find out. You have vehicle price on the vertical line there, and I'm trying to find out what that is. Is it an average of all PHEVs and ICE vehicles and battery vehicles?
Yeah, so there's a line that's ICE vehicles, that's the dotted line. The light blue line is battery electric vehicles, and the orange or yellow line is plug-in hybrid electric vehicles. Was that your question?
No, not really. My question is, so is this, you have vehicle price, and I'm trying to find out how that vehicle price is established, because essentially what this is saying is that, through time, these vehicles will become less expensive, the BEV vehicles. But I'm not sure what that's based on, whether it's an average. For example, looking at the blue line, is that an average of all BEV vehicles? What is that? Per vehicle price? I'm just trying to figure it out.
Can you show me the graph again? It's a sales weighted average. So it's a sales weighted average of both conventional and electric vehicles. So my understanding of that is it's based on, the different varieties of vehicles that are sold, scaled to the amount of sales that occur. Yeah, that's.
So would it include things like inflation that is likely to happen between now and 2035? I guess that would be, if inflation were to happen, it would be across the board, although electricity could potentially be inflated more than gasoline. So what's built into this? Do you know?
Yeah, I'd first say I think electricity is a more stable commodity than gasoline in terms of its resilience to inflation. But I think to answer your question more, I think both would be impacted by inflation. I would have to go back and check the methodology here in the International Council on Clean Transportation report. I'm not sure how
Okay.
they did account for inflation in that.
And I guess my last question regarding this is just, we know supply and demand, and if there's a great demand, price goes up, and or an insufficient supply, right? So those scenarios, for example, an insufficient supply right now would, I imagine, impact price. And I'm wondering if those two factors, once states start adopting this, if they do, the demand will increase. And I'm looking at it from both sides, and I'm trying to find out whether you have any information on those two aspects of pricing that would reflect this chart. Does that make sense?
I think so. I mean, I think, that there's quite a few studies that, and we've presented many of them as, evidence in this case, that look at the impact that, the falling price of electric vehicles over time. I think those are certainly, different model things somewhat differently. But I think what is striking is that they're all directionally similar, that there's a falling price of vehicles, and like I said, different ones are making different assumptions around a number of factors, but directionally they're all going down in price. I don't know if that's exactly what you asked. And
Yeah. I'm basically trying to find out right now if you look at electric vehicles, some of them are expensive. Actually, if you can find them, that's been an issue. And because there's no supply, that would increase price, right? Just based on economics. And if there's a large demand, that too would increase price. So as I said, I can imagine either of those scenarios occurring depending on where you are on this time frame. So I'm just trying to figure out how that might change. Could be directionally the same, but it may change the differential there, or the delta.
yeah, I mean, it could be possible. I know what I can say is right now we're seeing major manufacturers marking down their price. Sales of battery electric vehicles have fallen markedly in the year of 2023. And that's clearly happening while production is scaling up, which is encouraging, I think, as we're trying to get more of this technology out there. So that's what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, and it's kind of an anomaly, I think, when you look at it from an economic perspective. And I'm just kind of wondering if it will correct itself, because you would think these manufacturers would at some point, they would need to see a profit as well. So I'm just curious, because I thought this graph was very interesting. I just don't know what the assumptions are behind it, and I'll go ahead and research the citation you have here.
Yeah, I think I'll just add to that, the highest valued car manufacturer in the world is Tesla, and they only sell electric vehicles. So, clearly there's quite a market here, and there's quite a bit of value in that market. So, the forecasts that we've looked at and presented continue to project downward prices, and that's what we're seeing in the real world too.
Okay, yeah, Tesla right now doesn't have some of the competition that they may have, 10 years from now. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Spino.
Thank you so much. And to follow up, I want to go back to that same slide. I just had a clarification. Do you know if that analysis is considering the federal tax credits that are out there on that slide?
This is, as I understand it, this is before any federal incentives or tax credits are applied.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So then maybe another point is, so if there are federal tax credits, then that would change that graph, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to go over a couple more questions, and thank you again for the graphs. Those are very helpful for the visuals and to look at comparisons of all of the information that we're trying to sort through and absorb, so I appreciate that. So with that, I just wanted to ask, so I know that there's been some discussion on a per mile cost that EVs may or may not be more expensive to operate comparable to ICE vehicles. Is that correct based on some of the analysis that you've shown? Or can you point me to a slide that may help illuminate that or make those comparisons? For whoever.
Yeah. I think we could all take it. We don't have a slide on this today about that total cost of ownership reduction, but the studies that I am knowledgeable about show that owning and operating an electric vehicle today is significantly cheaper than owning and operating a gasoline vehicle. And as Guillermo mentioned, part of that is because of the more stable cost of electricity versus the more volatile prices of gasoline. And in addition, we know that as we heard in testimony yesterday and through public comment, electric vehicles have fewer moving parts. I think one of the public commenters commented on 100,000 miles before you need to get brakes replaced, as well as no need for oil changes or any additional, fewer moving parts, so fewer things to break as well. So the studies that I'm aware of have indicated that electric vehicles are cheaper to own and operate today.
Okay, is that the same thing for trucks too? I maybe want to ask Guillermo.
Yeah, as part of our written testimony, we've included a study from Roush Industries that specifically goes over the total cost of ownership on the medium and heavy duty vehicle side. I'll mention that they have updated that study to include things like the Inflation Reduction Act. The first part of their study did not include that. And they are seeing total cost of ownership being cheaper across the board as soon as 2024. So, complete price parity on the terms of the total cost of ownership for the medium and heavy duty trucks. A lot of that comes from really high diesel prices, expensive maintenance costs on those medium and heavy duty vehicles. And on the electric vehicle side, one of the reasons they don't see that high cost in terms of operation is also, as been mentioned, technology like regenerative braking, which helps kind of delay that pressure and the wear and tear on those brakes, especially for heavier trucks. So that's part of the reason why you start to see significant cost savings in terms of total ownership for the medium and heavy duty vehicle fleets.
Okay, thank you so much. And I want to go back to costs and in some of the cost analysis. I know, we all just experienced the COVID pandemic and the supply cost chain issues that we've had and the increase in cost because of that for products. Is that something that was looked in some of the analysis and the data that you provided us in the slides as well? Or, because if we have a lot of these, as the previous board members mentioned, the market, supply and demand, do we expect to see issues with cost increases because of supply and demand, or are there that would drive up? Because on your graph, like I said, on that 34, there's that continuing downward trend. So I just wanted to make sure that I understood if that was part of the analysis or consideration.
So the studies most of the studies that we provided are post-COVID. And they factor in a number of different considerations. I think they're, the economic data that's used to inform those are mostly post-2020. Exactly, I'm not sure I can exactly answer that in terms of, are they expecting a shock like COVID? I mean, we sure hope not, but I don't think I'm not sure, I guess. Maybe someone else can do better.
One thing I'll add, and to the degree that it's in our testimony, I would have to double check, but I do know that COVID in particular was a huge supply shock to the automotive industry and the trucking industry as well, both in terms of getting the materials, supplies, et cetera, for internal combustion engine vehicles and electric vehicles. In conversations with manufacturers, and I'll speak for the truck side, I have had conversations with manufacturers about what's the current state of the supply chain. Do they feel like they're getting into normal production. And we actually heard comments from Rivian earlier this week mentioning that they were not only ending their exclusive contract with Amazon and able to take on new customers, which indicates that they have confidence that they can serve a larger array of customers, and production is not seeing the same supply constraints that they saw during COVID. So I think that gives us some confidence that there's a normalization in the supply chain and that they're able to ramp up production as a result.
Thank you for that. And I want to, again, on to your slides of 33 and some of the discussion on batteries and the declining battery costs. There might be, I guess I've read in some of the comments and testimonies that there's some high capacity batteries that may require specialty chargers. And I'm just, again, I'm learning and absorbing. So I was just wondering if any of those lower, I guess, cost models that you presented, like the Bolt Tesla Model 3, or any of the models on slide 29 that you reference require specialty chargers, or if you know that in terms of an additional potential cost on battery and operation and charging.
So there aren't any, for any models that are out, there's not any specialty chargers. And I think, you know, an interesting and I think encouraging thing that's happening is actually, you know, the opposite. You know, starting in the next few years, Tesla charging stations are going to be open to a wide array of other types of cars. You know, Tesla has a lot of charging stations out there, and in the next few years, a lot more different types of EVs that aren't Teslas are going to be able to access those chargers, the public chargers. And as far as, you know, charging at home, where most of the charging occurs, you know, there's a number of different types of chargers out there, but they work for most vehicles. There's some nuance there with Tesla, but yeah, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, one thing that I think is important, and obviously I'm from the truck side, but what Aaron just referred to is called the North American Charging Standard. So there has been an increasing push for standardization for charging ports. And increasingly what we've seen is the automotive industry adopting Tesla standards and opening up their networks. In particular, I kind of think about it in the same way that I think about our phones, that we had a lot of different kinds of charging ports and now have increasingly over time gone to USB-C charging as a standard port so folks can have that ease of use of having the same kind of technology. It's kind of a similar thing happening in the automotive space, going to one standard so that it's an ease of use for customers.
Thank you for that clarification. And I probably will stick to Mr. Guillermo that. So some of the discussion on the range, and I think there was a previous question on this, of the range of vehicles, how far vehicles or even trucks can go. And I know there's been some concerns because we're in rural New Mexico and we're hot and then cold. And then, so in terms of like towing and hilly driving, air conditioning that's been mentioned before, heating, is there a reduction in range of EV vehicles, or yeah? Yeah,
absolutely. In terms of the medium heavy duty trucks, there are a variety of factors that impact range. You know, temperature, elevation has been mentioned, obviously payload as well, how much you're hauling. What I will mention also in particular is that these kinds of impacts also impact their diesel counterparts. For example, in cold mountainous terrain, diesel fuel can actually congeal, turn into a gel, which causes a huge problem for those vehicles. And so yes, in terms of physics, absolutely temperature has an impact on the electric side, but when we're talking about comparing the two classes of vehicles, there's a lot of those factors also impact kind of both the electric and in this case, we're talking about trucks, so diesel trucks as well. What I'll mention also is that in terms of the stakeholder engagement that's gone on for the Advanced Clean Trucks rule also reflects the stakeholders within the state of California. So it has to take into account, for example, communities near the Sierra Nevadas, it has to take into account the Central Valley, the agricultural rural communities who are producing 45% of produce for the United States. So California in some ways has these different microclimates that reflect a lot of different kind of ecosystems. And I'll also point to Colorado as a state that also has mountainous terrain, cold temperatures, rural communities as well. And I think the confidence that Colorado had in adopting ACT and heavy-duty omnibus should be looked at by this board as they're a nearby neighbor.
Thank you. Do you have as a quick follow-up, do you have an estimate as to how much reduction of range? Like, is it 5%, 10%?
That would be difficult to do, given what temperature you're talking about, how much are you hauling, what's the elevation. So you would have to kind of look on a case-by-case basis, depending on the use cycle. But I think we include in our testimony some examples of mountainous terrain, examples of that nature.
Thank you for that. And another question, I guess this would go to some comments about choices and needs of our New Mexicans here. I know that we had one slide that showed a number of different models. And so I just have a follow-up to that slide. Have you seen this number of different choices and models grow over the last few years in BEVs and PEVs and all of those electrical type vehicles? And if so, like, what are you seeing in terms of the market?
Yeah, absolutely. There's the amount of models that are available to customers is growing rapidly, and especially in the larger vehicle segments like sports utility vehicles and trucks, which is great because those are vehicle types that people really enjoy. And I think when you talk about consumer choice, it's really important to remember people are still going to have access to vehicles, and increasingly they're going to have access to trucks and SUVs that can do the things that they want, give them the size that they want, give them the other things that they're looking for in a vehicle. So the market's still growing, but like you can see in that chart that we showed, those models are either here or they're coming soon, and these regulations will make sure that they get delivered here.
And the same is true on the truck side. So in 2019, there were 20 models available across various vehicle classes in terms of zero emission, medium, and heavy duty vehicles. At the end of 22, that number jumped all the way up to 136 models, and that trend is continuing. So, like I said, the manufacturers are producing a variety of different vehicles, and the make and models are going to be increasing as they not only serve Section 177 states here domestically in the United States, but like was mentioned before in our testimony, this is also a global transition. So there's a lot of different use cases that these manufacturers are going to be developing for, and we're expecting to see model availability increase.
Thank you so much. And I just have one more question. And I know, again, we're looking at air quality rules and regulations, and as the Environmental Improvement Board, I know there's been some assertions and some public comments saying that there's concerns that maybe there's little to no evidence that these milestones at 40% and at 80% will actually have a good impact on air quality or our environment. I just want to make sure I'm clear that, can you point me to the slide, and I think you mentioned it in your presentation, where we do see that benefit, and can you just make sure, so I make sure I have the right slide?
Sure. Yeah, it's probably slide 20. Yeah, so here's this, what slide number is that? Starting at slide 17, I think slide 17 and 18 are probably the ones you're referring to. So this highlights the reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, and then slide 18 indicates the reductions in nitrogen oxides and particulate matter. And as we've heard consistently throughout this hearing, we know transportation is the second largest source of toxic pollutants, especially greenhouse gases here in New Mexico. So as we transition to technologies or to zero emission vehicles that emit zero tailpipe emissions, naturally, we know that those will occur in terms of decreasing, that those decreases will occur. And I'll also say that the other portion of this rule, that we've focused a lot on the zero emission vehicle component as well, but the other really crucial part of this regulation is the low emission vehicle component, which has requirements to reduce the tailpipe emissions from these vehicles as well. So these work in tandem together to get to these charts that we're seeing here.
And then I just wanted to clarify, so are these slides and this data specific to New Mexico?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Chair Paul?
Can I
Oh, yes, sir.
On the truck side, one of the reasons, and I think the where they are constructed are very complementary, and I'm speaking about the Advanced Clean Trucks rule and then the Heavy Duty Omnibus rule. So on one hand, on the Advanced Clean Trucks rule, what you're essentially telling manufacturers to do is create more and more zero-emission vehicles and deliver that to the state. So those are new vehicles coming in model year 2027. On the Heavy Duty Omnibus side, you're saying for new diesel engines in model year 2027, you have to reduce significantly your nitrous oxide emissions. So together, what you're saying is we're going to increase the supply of electric vehicles, so more of those are on the road, and then the new diesel trucks that are still using fossil fuels, they are getting cleaner in terms of their emissions as well. So together, you're going to see those health benefits as these nitrous oxide and particulate matter emissions drop significantly, both because the straight out elimination in terms of an electric vehicle, but also the diesel engines are going to be required to clean up as well.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Chair Paul?
When someone buys an electric vehicle, in order to determine the range of the vehicle, can they rely on the EPA's fuel economy rating or a certified range of the vehicle as the lowest range that it is off the lot? I think we heard the other day it did consider factors like cold and hot and using the heater and using the seat warmers and opening the windows and all that.
So the answer is that it's complicated. There's a lot of test cycles that cars have to go through to be certified. The ranges that you see on like the EPA and NHTSA, the CAFE standard is something that's often talked about. Those ranges, they are, I believe they're real world ranges. So similar to what you would see for your gasoline car, where you have the highway ranges and the city ranges. You know, those are all estimates based off of these extensive test cycles that they must go through. So I can't answer exactly 100%, but yeah, there's lots of testing that goes into determining.
Yeah, you've answered my question. It was really like, is this a hypothetical range if you drove it at 20 miles an hour, coasting half the time, or is this a real world tested range of the vehicle that when you buy the car, the government has a stamp that says this car lasts this long, and you can go in and say, hey, my battery actually doesn't do this if you have a problem, for example, you're below that range.
Sure, yeah, and I'll say, to my knowledge, yes, it is based off real world, but again, it's an estimate, as we see with the same with gasoline and diesel as well. One of the important things that is also included in ACCII too, though, is some strong battery labeling and battery durability and warranty standards as well, which are helping to address some of those issues that you've acknowledged here, of making sure that drivers and mechanics and dealerships are aware of, how long the battery should last, and providing an opportunity for an extended warranty should there be an issue with those batteries.
Thank you.
Okay. Other board Member Lewis.
Looking at your benefits graph, let me see if I can see a page number on there. 19. So when you I thought it was this figure, but it may not have been. I think you had one figure where you were also projecting job growth as a result of this. Is that right? Or did I hallucinate that?
I don't think we had that in our slide deck.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I was thinking it was on this figure and it wasn't, and I was going to ask you to give me assumptions for that and if you had considered people with jobs lost, so looking at a net effect, but it sounds like you didn't do that.
So it wasn't in our slides. It actually is in the report that we provided as evidence.
Okay,
So
so I did see it somewhere associated with you, okay.
that's right, that's right.
Yeah, and could you, because one of the things that we've heard in public comments is also the flip side of that. And so if we look at costs to people in maintenance and repair side of the industry and project fewer of those positions needed, that's one negative impact. And then also thinking about the people with stores that are now associated with gas stations. If the gas stations go away, those are job losses. And I just wondered how that was taken into account to get a net value in that calculation.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just to respond to something you said there is, electric vehicle charging represents an opportunity for convenience stores and places like that as well. I think.
Have you, if I can just stop you before you continue.
Go ahead.
Have you seen that being discussed in any of your experience on people planning to site those there? Because I haven't heard that emphasized here, and that's a great idea.
Guillermo wants to respond.
I'll just talk from personal experience. So I am an EV owner, and I've taken short and long road trips. I can tell you that I've personally charged my vehicles a Ford Mustang Mach-E at convenience stores who have placed their charging stations alongside their gasoline stations as well. Primarily also because you're charging there, you have the opportunity to stop to get food, things of that nature. So there's economic incentive to kind of.
So there are incentives for the owners of those facilities to put in their own charging stations?
Yeah, for example, if you.
Yeah, they're not part of the state plan.
Sorry, say again?
They're not integrated in the state plan at this point?
I'm not sure I understand the question there.
Oh, where they're citing them, that's not integrated in how the DOT is selecting facilities at this point, right?
Yeah, I'm not aware of that,
Okay.
but I do know in terms of the entrepreneurial spirit, right? There's potential and identification there.
Okay.
Obviously, if you're selling convenience store goods, you now have folks who are going to be in the area.
Yeah, well, just one thing is that there are about 3 breweries by my house, and one of them has an EV charger, and that's the one I go to most often because they got an EV charger. So it's like, it's free charging. So get a beer and, some pizza and some free charging. But let's look macroeconomic here.
Yeah.
We do talk about the effects on jobs in our report, and that does reflect, both a decrease in jobs and an increase in some other jobs. And the findings are that there is a net increase in jobs. That's not to say that, there won't be jobs lost, but that there will be more jobs gained, and that's a reflection of growth in the build out of EV charging stations, the associated, utility line work that needs to go in to support that additional infrastructure and a variety of other professions as well. And one thing that I would highlight about those findings is that, there's a net increase in economic benefit because the jobs that are going to be added are projected to provide greater compensation than the jobs that are replaced, which is to not discount the jobs that are replaced, and we should be doing everything we can for retraining and everything like that.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that was considered.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else from the board before we turn to questioning by the parties? No? All right. Mr. Maxwell, do you have questions of the panel?
I do. Ms. Harris, are these proposed rules expected to reduce air pollution in New Mexico?
Yes.
How do you assess the direct impact of these rules on New Mexico's climate?
This is explained in extensive detail in our report that was provided through the Environmental Resources Management.
Mr. Kressig, are there any challenges anticipated in implementing these rules statewide?
I'm not sure I understand. Can you repeat that question?
Certainly. Are there any challenges anticipated in implementing the proposed rules statewide?
I think that there are certainly challenges, but we think that the opportunities and the net economic benefits are much greater. And that's supported by the ample evidence that we've provided on the record.
Thanks, I'll come back to that later. Mr. Ortiz, in your assessment, what are the immediate environmental impacts these rules will have on New Mexico's urban areas?
Specifically for the advanced clean trucks and heavy-duty omnibus rules, what we're talking about are when vehicles are traveling through, let's take, for example, the city of Albuquerque. If they are zero emission, you are talking about reducing particulate matter, nitrous oxides, greenhouse gas emissions, all of which goes into more detail in our written testimony and our exhibits as well.
Mr. Ortiz, would you agree these rules will contribute to New Mexico's long-term environmental health?
I do believe the adoption of the advanced clean trucks rule and the heavy-duty omnibus rule, and as well as my colleagues who are advocating on the ACCII rule, will have substantial benefits for New Mexico, both in terms of economic, climate, and public health.
Do you believe that applies equally to the urban and rural areas?
I believe our written testimony and our exhibits demonstrate the benefits for New Mexico, and beyond that, I can't really say.
Thank you. Ms. Harris, how have you quantified the link between these rules and the decrease in premature deaths and respiratory illnesses?
Dr. Charlton spoke about this extensively in his testimony last night regarding those connections, so I would defer to his testimony on these efforts.
Thank you. Mr. Kressig, regarding the projected carbon dioxide emissions reductions, can you tell us the assumptions made in those calculations?
I think the assumptions are, again, highlighted in great detail in both our written testimony and the evidence we provided on the record. Generally, EVs emit less carbon emissions than internal combustion engines. And so the more you have EVs, the lower the emission profile of the overall fleet becomes.
Can you explain how the estimated financial savings, specifically for the state's rural customers, have been calculated, especially in terms of fuel and maintenance costs?
Yes, those are developed. Again, this is quite thoroughly explained, but this is in response to average prices of gasoline, as well as New Mexico specific data on the price of electricity, relative assumptions about how EVs are charged, and EVs are cheaper to fuel than gasoline powered vehicles. So that's where a tremendous amount of the savings is. And then in terms of fuel and maintenance, we've heard a lot of testimony on folks never having to do maintenance on their EVs. So there's benefits there, again, modeled in thorough detail in the report.
Mr. Ortiz, back to you. What were the key factors that led to the calculation of the estimated $44 billion in benefit from these rules?
In particular, it's detailed in more extensive, it's detailed in the ERM report, but specifically there a tremendous amount of fuel and maintenance cost savings. I believe that total number was $35 billion in terms of cost savings to consumers.
Mr. Ortiz, in your expert assessment of such, how have you considered or mitigated any economic challenges that could impact the projected benefits of these rules?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Certainly. In your expert assessment, Mr. Ortiz, how have you considered or mitigated any economic challenges that could impact the projected benefits of these rules?
I believe the report in question provided by ERM goes into the economic benefits in terms of cost and savings. If you review that, you can probably see the assumptions about what are the total economic impacts based on their analysis.
Ms. Harris, can you cite the source of data supporting the increasing demand for electronic vehicles in New Mexico?
Yes, we've cited this extensively in our testimony, our rebuttal testimony, and today as well.
And regarding EV affordability, how do federal incentives specifically lower the overall cost for the average consumer in New Mexico?
Again, I think we've discussed that extensively today, as well as in our testimony and our rebuttal testimony, but there's a federal tax incentive that is up to $7,500 off of the upfront cost of the electric vehicle, which will reduce the upfront cost of the electric vehicle.
Ms. Harris, have you identified any challenges consumers might face in accessing these federal incentives for electric vehicles in New Mexico?
The IRS has already started an extensive campaign and website that allows for customers to be able to search for the electric vehicles that are eligible under these for this federal tax credit. Additionally, as we've discussed today, there is the dealership portal that dealers can today start to register for, which will allow them starting in January to be able to take on that credit and provide it at the upfront cost at the point of sale to the drivers. So education is important to make sure that drivers are aware of this incentive, and hopefully today, and the folks who are listening online today will at least know about that. But obviously, the more education we can do, and I look to the dealers as well as this rollout continues, that they consider registering as a dealership as part of the this IRS program, and that they can also help educate their customers on these available tax incentives.
Then would you agree the dealerships are expected to do the majority of that work?
The majority of what work?
Of answered in the previous question.
He's probably referring to education.
Oh, no, as I mentioned, the IRS has already done extensive outreach on these efforts. There's a significant amount of resources from other third-party companies that have already started this outreach. But again, the dealers are one opportunity for education. I'm hoping the state and other entities continue to promote these benefits as well.
Mr. Kressig, in your expertise, have you identified challenges currently present in our EV infrastructure for charging here in New Mexico?
I think actually, Mr. Maxwell, that has been asked and answered.
We'll continue. Mr. Kressig, based on your expertise, how does the range of EVs today compared to traditional combustion engine vehicles, especially for long distance travel?
There are, there's lots of information out there on the range of EVs. I think, these are continuing to increase. And we're already seeing many models above 300 miles, which is quite a bit more than I personally drive very often. So, and I think that's, there's quite a bit of data to back up that that range is able to support nearly all of the amount of trips that are taken by drivers.
And Mr. Kressig, what steps have you identified that need to improve in deploying the infrastructure for the EV charging in New Mexico?
Yes, Mr. Maxwell, I think you're asking the same question a couple different ways.
I'll continue. Mr. Ortiz, in your view, are you aware of any technological barriers that still need to be overcome to enhance the viability of EVs?
And specifically, when you're talking about EVs, you're speaking about the medium and heavy-duty vehicle fleet. Is that correct?
Did you say yes, Mr. Maxwell?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Within our testimony, I think I've identified that in terms of electric vehicles and the medium and heavy duty vehicle fleet, the most important thing, since these vehicles are operated by mostly commercial entities, that the total life cost of ownership is one of the prime factors. For example, we've heard from Rivian in public comments. They had a contract with Amazon for 100,000 of their delivery van vehicles. Just goes to show that there's a widespread movement towards the electrification of the medium and heavy duty vehicle fleet because of the vast amount of economic benefits that I previously cited.
What exhibit was that in your testimony?
It's in our written testimony. I also spoke about it today when talking about the economic benefits contained within the advanced clean trucks and heavy duty omnibus rules specifically.
Have you provided evidence on how improvements are keeping pace with the projected increase in the usage of electronic vehicles?
Can you repeat the question or at least clarify?
Yeah. What evidence have you provided on how improvements in charging infrastructure are keeping pace with the projected increase?
Wait, hold on, Mr. Bach. Finish the question, Mr. Maxwell.
I was asking for Mr. Ortiz's expertise and specifically what evidence he has provided on how improvements in charging infrastructure are keeping pace with the projected increase in EV usage.
That has been addressed in large part already in the question, so I'll ask Mr. Ortiz if he has anything to add to what's been said.
One thing I'll add is that the adoption of rules like ACCII serve as an incredibly strong market signal that New Mexico is open for business and for the zero emission vehicle transition. So the very act of adopting these regulations will signal the need for private capital to come to New Mexico and contribute to a lot of different factors, but also invest in charging infrastructure. It is my understanding that these regulations not only help increase the supply of the vehicles, but also attract capital investments towards charging as well. You can see more of that detail within our written testimony and the exhibits that we've submitted.
Thank you.
Ms. Harris, back to you. Do you agree that your academic background in environmental science and marine policy is relevant to the technical aspects of vehicle emission standards?
Yes, absolutely.
And given your role at the NRDC, are you at liberty to discuss any instances where your advocacy work conflicted with other scientific viewpoints in the field of clean vehicles?
Not that I'm aware.
Mr. Kressig, do you see that your experience in electric sector analysis translates to expertise in vehicle emissions and transportation electrification?
Yes, complemented with many of the other experiences in academic education that I have.
In your role at Western Resource Advocates, have you engaged in any projects or studies directly related to the implementation of vehicle emission standards?
Are you asking if I've been involved with studies related to the implementation of vehicle standards? Is that what you asked?
That or any projects?
Yes.
Were those in your role at WRA?
They were.
Thank you. Mr. Ortiz, do you agree that your degree in global environmental change and sustainability has prepared you for evaluating vehicle emissions policies?
Yes, I do. The Global Environmental Change and Sustainability, a degree that I received from Johns Hopkins University, incorporates interdisciplinary knowledge from a wide variety of fields, not excluding, but including biology, chemistry, physics, macro and microeconomics, sociology, international relations, policy development, and more. And I do believe that my expertise is guided by my academic background.
And in your role at the NRDC, you agree that have incorporated diverse scientific research into your work on vehicle emissions and environmental policies?
Can you clarify the question?
In your work that you've done with vehicle emissions and environmental policies, would you agree that you have incorporated diverse scientific research into that work?
Yeah, the environmental advocacy that I do and on behalf of NRDC also incorporates interdisciplinary knowledge, as well as drawing upon the expertise of over 700 climate scientists, attorneys, and policy experts. I use this work and the experience of myself and my colleagues to advocate on environmental policy.
Ms. Harris, back to you. Would you say that the projection of these proposed rules will positively or negatively impact greenhouse gas emissions in the state?
Objection. Has to discuss it for hours.
Yeah, all right. So do you have anything to add to your earlier testimony on that point?
No, nothing else to add.
All right.
Have you elaborated already how you arrived to that assessment?
Yes.
Mr. Kresick, have you provided any evidence of the direct correlation between vehicle emissions and specific health issues in New Mexico?
Yeah.
Mr. Ortiz, could you briefly explain how you assessed the impact of these rules on public health and environmental quality in New Mexico?
As I mentioned before, guided by both my academic background and my experience conducting policy analysis, policy advocacy, and policy making, which is detailed throughout my CV. I incorporate interdisciplinary knowledge from experts in various fields. For example, previous witnesses like the American Lung Association State of the Air report. These are all types of knowledge that are incorporated into our advocacy.
Considering that large, were any gaps or areas identified that these rules do not address in terms of climate and health impacts?
I think our written testimony and the large amount of exhibits that we've submitted covers the breadth of information about these rules and their benefits as well as costs.
Ms. Harris, have you provided specific data sources that support the claim of a growing market for ZEVs in New Mexico?
Objection.
Do you have anything to add to your earlier testimony?
Nothing else to add.
Okay.
Would you agree then that those data sources were considerate of New Mexico's rural communities?
Yes.
And particularly in the most remote locations of the state?
The study that we have submitted as part of evidence in Exhibit 6 has a specific section discussing rural electrification.
Mr. Kressig, are the long-term costs for consumers in the state in implementing these rules projected to go up or down?
Objection. Asked and answered.
Do you have anything to add, Mr. Kressig?
Nothing to add.
Okay.
What was the basis for that statement?
Mr. Maxwell, he gave that testimony earlier and provided the basis for those statements earlier, and it doesn't sound as though he has anything to add now.
Thank you. Mr. Ortiz, could you please explain how you see the balance between the decreasing costs of electric vehicles and batteries go along with the initial investment needed for infrastructure development?
I believe we've testified on this point in particular, but our exhibits go into detail, as well as our testimony today, on what's going on in terms of investments in charging infrastructure, especially here in New Mexico. I have nothing further to add beyond what we've submitted.
Thank you. And Mr. Ortiz, have you accounted for current technology falling short of meeting these proposed standards?
From my experience working on these issues, and I'll actually cite a recent executive order coming out of California around the Advanced Clean Trucks Rule. Early data reporting shows that manufacturers are actually meeting their obligations under the Advanced Clean Trucks Rule 2 years in advance of their required date. I have no knowledge outside of that to suggest that they're unable to meet their commitments under the Advanced Clean Trucks Rule or heavy-duty omnibus.
Have you addressed the concern that the pace of technological advancement is not going to keep up with the implementation of these rules?
Specifically for the Advanced Clean Trucks Rule, and I'll mention in my testimony I did cover that there's decades of research on ability to comply with the heavy-duty omnibus rule, but specifically for the Advanced Clean Trucks Rule, as I mentioned before, the rules are designed to ramp up gradually as well, hence why the early compliance is a good sign coming out of California, but also these technologies are rapidly advancing, as we've detailed in our testimony, both in terms of the battery both in terms of battery technology and such. So, yes.
Ms. Harris, are you aware of any examples or studies where full adoption of the ACC2 rules has proven more effective than a phased approach?
Yes. Wait, but I also want to clarify, I don't know what you mean by a phased approach.
I'll move to the next question.
So I'm going to just go ahead and lodge a global objection. I think all of this is very repetitive, basically asking them to repeat their entire testimony. And I think I would ask that if there's nothing additional that to be gleaned out, that the witnesses just not be asked to repeat their testimony again. I think it's not a good use of anyone's time.
All right, thank you. Mr. DeSalen, you have something to add?
Yeah, I want to just add to what Mr. Bach has said. There's no point in this questioning. It's not leading to any useful evidence to this board. And Your Honor, as hearing officer, you have the authority to cut off cross-examination that is unnecessarily repetitive, which this totally is. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. DeSalen. Mr. Maxwell, let's first address your last question to Ms. Harris and then have the more global discussion about your questioning generally. Your last question was something about the difference between full implementation and a phased approach. Did you mean the difference between a rule that ramps up to 2032 versus a rule that ramps to 2035, or did you have something else in mind?
It is as you just said.
Okay. Do you have anything to add to your earlier testimony?
I will just point to Exhibit 6 in the record.
All right. So let's go to your questioning globally, Mr. Maxwell. It really has become apparent that your questions cover the breadth of the testimony already given by this panel, and I want you to be able to explore that, but not necessarily elicit just repetition of it. So can I ask you, one, if you have some general estimate of the remainder of your cross-exam, or two, if there's a way for you, either on the fly or if we were to take a short break, to refocus the nature of your questions in order to elicit something other than we've already said that.
I've got about 15, maybe 20 minutes left between the panel, and these will cover 2 more topics.
Okay, let's give it a try then, and then we are going to have to take a break when you're done. So, Mr. Bach.
Madam Hearing Officer, I would just move that we hold him to 15 to 20 minutes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bach. Go ahead, Mr. Maxwell.
Ms. Harris, are you recommending specific provisions for streamlining future rulemaking processes?
Yes, as we've discussed extensively today.
Mr. Kressig, what challenges have you identified in keeping New Mexico's clean vehicle program up to date?
Well, the current standard goes through 2032, and as we've discussed, we've proposed extending that to 2035, the full adoption of the rule, or an interim review in 2029, if not the full rule.
So I meant to also just provide some guidance to the witnesses, if you've already addressed it, and I know you already addressed that, Mr. Kressig, if you would just say so.
Okay. Yep.
That was in my earlier testimony.
Yes, appreciate that.
And we'll be done. Mr. Maxwell, go ahead.
Were there any other challenges that have not been identified yet?
None that I'm aware.
We'll move on. Mr. Ortiz, do you believe your additional recommendations to streamline rulemaking processes will support the state's long-term environmental objectives?
I believe my panelists have already answered that question for the ACC2 proposal.
We'll conclude the questioning at this time. Thank you, panel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maxwell. I think instead of beginning with Mr. Domenici and breaking into his questioning, we'll take a 10-minute break now and come back for Mr. Domenici's questions.
Thank you.
Janice.
All right, we are coming back from the break. Yes, I didn't hear you. You want another question? Oh, okay. Let's see. We've got the panel in front of us. I see Chair Sweeney there on the back. So I think we are in good shape here. Let's see, I see Mr. Bach and Mr. DeSalen. Okay. And we have the court reporter. All right, we are back after a short break, and when we broke, the Climate Advocates panel, Mr. Ortiz, Ms. Harris, and Mr. Kressig, had been questioned by Mr. Maxwell. We now move to Mr. Domenici. Mr. Domenici.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. I think that I will ask this first question well, I guess I have to break my questions up. So, Ms. Harris, there were some questions about the federal tax credit.
Yes.
And currently, the maximum credit that an EV buyer can get is $7,500, correct?
Yes. From the federal tax credit.
And that requires some level of U.S. production or U.S. certification.
Yes.
And I just want to be clear on this, that in order to qualify for that entire $7,500 credit, the person buying that vehicle has to have a federal income tax liability of $7,500, correct?
No, that's incorrect. Under the new federal tax credit, there is a provision that starting in January of 2024 allows for the dealership to take on the burden of that tax credit and be able to apply that credit to the dealership or to the vehicle for the customer at the point of sale. So there's no longer the tax obligation of $7,500 that is required.
So the statements regarding the 2024 tax credit that indicate that it is non-refundable and it's only allowed up to the extent of the actual tax liability that are being published in the trade news, those are inaccurate? Is that your statement?
My understanding is that starting January 1st of 2024, that tax obligation for the driver is no longer required because that is a transferable tax credit.
And who does it transfer to?
The dealership, who then is required to apply that directly to the customer at point of sale.
So let's just talk about currently. Well, is there a current federal tax credit available?
Yes.
And that credit is not transferable.
My understanding is that is correct, but that is only for the next month and a half.
And that credit does not, if it's not transferable, then it's not useful if someone doesn't pay taxes, correct?
There would be the requirement for the tax obligation, but that is only the case for the next month and a half.
Okay. Mr. Ortiz, I really appreciated the information on the truck portion of this, but one statistic really caught my attention. So this would be on page 37 of the combined sort of joint testimony, which is Exhibit Exhibit 1. If you could you could turn to that, make sure I have the right page here. It's page 38. If you could put that up if you get a chance, Ken. So the part that interests me, it says MHD vehicles contribute to 64% of the NOx pollution, 58% of the PM pollution, and 35% of the GHG emissions from the on-road vehicle fleet. And what do you mean by MHD?
MHD is an acronym for medium and heavy-duty vehicles, so it's a differentiation based on vehicle class.
And that class of vehicles would not include passenger vehicles or light trucks, correct?
That's correct.
So in the discussions of both the NOx problems as well as the benefits of this rule, 64% of the NOx problem is coming from MHD vehicles, according to your testimony. I think it's on the other page. So I'm on page 38 of your testimony. It's about the.
So for me, it's 37, but are you referring to the despite making up only 10% line?
So, okay, this is CA exhibit. There's a identifies section Roman numeral 7.
Yeah, no, I have it in front of me.
CA exhibit 1. Okay, do you see that section I'm reading?
Yes.
MHD vehicles contribute to 64% of the NOx pollution, right?
Yes.
Where does the remaining 36% of the NOx pollution come from?
I'd have to examine the ERM report that's cited, but off the top of my head, I wouldn't want to speculate without knowing for sure.
Does that come from vehicles or is that from all other sources?
I'm assuming it's referring to, well, let me not assume. I would have to look into the assumptions and analysis within the ERM report specifically to answer that question.
But based on this statement regarding MHD vehicles contributing this enormous share of NOx pollution, the most impact that this regulation, at least the ACCII passenger and light duty vehicle portion of this regulation, the most NOx pollution that it could impact is 36%, correct?
Unfortunately, I'm not too familiar with the ERM report on the light-duty vehicle side.
Well, this is just basic math. 64% is coming from the heavy vehicle side. That's what you've testified.
Yes.
That's what you've put in writing. That's coming from a report that you've cited, right?
That's correct.
And then you've used that statistic to, I think, strongly recommend that the portion of this rule that deals with clean trucks should be enacted by the board, correct?
That is also correct.
So then, by mathematics, the most of the NOx emissions that could be impacted by the vehicle and light-duty truck portion of this rule is 36%, correct?
I believe that's correct.
And so this, I'm going to turn to you, Ms. Harris, on this question. Now, in all of these analyses that do benefits over time, are they comparing them to some other class of benefits? Or is it just that's the gross benefits for this rule? And you're not comparing that to any other scenario?
Well, our ERM report does compare to a baseline scenario.
And what is that baseline scenario?
As I discussed today earlier, the baseline scenario, this is for light duty vehicles. The light duty vehicle percentage is estimated to be 33%, and that takes into consideration the current federal tailpipe emission standards and CAFE standards that are on the books today, or when the report was published.
And you carry that 33% all the way out to 2050 for that comparison, right?
It increases to 33%. That's correct.
It increases and then stops at 33%.
Well, because that's where the chart ends at 2050. Yes.
Right, but that's the baseline assumption, is that by 2050, New Mexico, unless this rule is passed, New Mexico will have only 33% electric vehicles, correct?
Yes, that's correct. And I hope I have the right percentage, but yes, I believe it's 33%.
Okay, okay. So the proposed federal rule also sets targets, right? You're familiar with those?
The federal standards that are currently on the books, as well as the standards that are currently proposed, do not have targets for zero emission vehicles. They do not have requirements for zero emission vehicles, I should say.
They don't have requirements, but but they have significant emission reductions, which they translate into likely electric vehicle targets, correct?
The federal standards are specifically tailpipe emission standards, and based off projections from the auto industry, they are estimating that the automakers will achieve a certain level of compliance of that through electrification for cost benefit purposes, yes.
And the target suggested in the rulemaking is that with the emissions limits in 2033, the electric vehicle sales percentage would be approximately 65%.
Could you please repeat the question?
In the explanation of that emissions regulation, and I understand it's just tailpipe emissions, but in converting that to the likely electric vehicle percentage, at least the administration has suggested that would result in about between 63 and 65% electric vehicles by 2033.
I believe that is correct, but I also want to clarify that those regulations are still in front of the Environmental Protection Agency, and all of this is hypothetical at this point because those regulations have not been adopted.
I just want to be sure that the board knows that within those regulations, first of all, the NOx emission limits are reduced drastically. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Yes.
And
But
that-
again, this is hypothetical because those regulations are still in front of the Environmental Protection Agency and are not finalized by any means.
Well, you've heard, I think you've heard hypothetical suggestions about funding for vehicle chargers. You've relied on those?
Yes, but that funding bucket is available and there is a system in place for that. We cannot speculate on what the Environmental Protection Agency will ultimately decide to do with their regulations, for that is still in front of them for consideration.
Are you speculating on what the New Mexico legislature will do with any issues presented to them for funding of infrastructure or funding of credits as part of any of your analysis?
Any statements that we've made about potential incentives funding has come from statements from the administration.
But you understand the administration does not speak for the legislature.
Sure, but they still have indicated that that is one of their policy priorities. That's different than a rulemaking that is in front of the Environmental Protection Agency.
Is it really? So the Environmental Protection Agency has proposed certain things to who makes that decision on that rule?
The Environmental Protection Agency, and then it is approved by Congress.
So you're more comfortable relying on predictions of what the state legislature would do as opposed to the federal regulatory agency. Is that your statement?
The Environmental Protection Agency right now has a proposal that they are considering that has significant amount of comments in their docket that they are currently reviewing. The Environmental Protection Agency has considered a wide variety of alternatives in this regulation, but again, I want to reiterate that those regulations are on tailpipe emission standards and have no relation to the zero emission vehicles. So I do not think it is fair to speculate on what is a current federal regulation that has not been finalized yet. There's a wide variety of ranges that could be considered by finalizing by the Environmental Protection Agency versus a conversation in New Mexico, or a directive from the New Mexico governor who is indicative that she would like to see a rebate incentive program coming in front of the legislator this year. I think is less speculation than trying to estimate what an Environmental Protection Agency rule ultimately will be.
But the federal rulemaking starts out with a proposed rule by the agency itself. It's not just a free-for-all with comments. There is a proposed rule by the administration. We agree on that, right?
The proposal includes several alternatives that were included, and I'll also mention that the Environmental Protection Agency, in one of their sensitivity analyses, has considered adoption of Advanced Clean Cars 2 as one of the sensitivities analysis. So they're considering that states will have adopted these clean car policies in addition to the commitments that automakers have said when considering the regulation. It's in a sensitivity analysis in that rule.
So what I'd like to do is take the proposed rule that's being presented to the board and the percentage of electric vehicles that it would require in 2032, which I understand is 83%. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding.
And I would like to compare that to what the EPA has proposed for their significant NOx reductions, which they target or indicate would result in a 63% electric vehicle fleet, if you will, or new vehicles being sold at 63% electric versus 83. So that's a 20% difference, correct?
That's correct, but the federal standards are fleet-wide national averages. So when we talk about any tailpipe emission standards or any estimates in the Environmental Protection Agency rules, the really important thing to remember is that those are national fleet-wide averages. The only way to guarantee that we can see those benefits here in New Mexico is through adoption of the Advanced Clean Cars 2 rule, which will guarantee that the vehicles that are being sold here in New Mexico have the lower tailpipe emission standards, as well as requiring an increasing number of zero-emission vehicles for sale here in New Mexico that cannot be guaranteed by any federal standard, current or future.
And the state standard will, of course, require more expensive electric vehicles to be purchased at a higher rate in New Mexico.
That's incorrect.
And they will require, well, let me just move on. So we have the 83% under this rule. We have the 63% calculated by the EPA rule. That's a 20% difference. If both of those circumstances happen and are both successful, and if I understand from the testimony we just read, that the NOx emissions are 64% from the truck fleet, and we're dealing with only the 36% that is from the vehicles and light vehicles. A 20% difference in that 36% world as opposed to the 100%. If I calculated that right, that's about a 7% difference in actual NOx benefits, if you will, as compared if the federal standards go into place versus all of the activity that's being proposed here, all the changes in New Mexico, all of the acceleration to change the market will result in perhaps a 7% difference in NOx emissions.
Well, I'm not very good at doing math in my head, so those are a lot of numbers. But I will say that There are significant benefits to the regulation beyond just nitrogen oxides. The greenhouse gas emissions that we've talked about today are an additional major source of our climate pollution here in New Mexico. But I will also say that in complement to the light duty vehicle rules that you're talking about right now, there is also a regulation in front of the federal government as well to also have a fleet-wide nitrogen oxide standard, which is significantly weaker than what the advanced clean cars, the advanced clean trucks and heavy duty omnibus vehicle or proposals do as well, which my colleague Guillermo can speak to in significant more detail. So we are, again, the federal government standards are fleet-wide national averages. So sure, you can have a fleet-wide average, but you have to take into consideration that across the country. The only way to guarantee that those benefits will come to New Mexico is through adoption of these state-led policies.
Well, I thought, if I understood correctly, I thought that there's been testimony by this panel that the manufacturers are moving forward with plans to create more EV models, correct? And perhaps that will end up reducing the price of those EV models, correct?
Correct.
And perhaps even the battery price will go down, correct?
Yep, we're seeing that already today.
And so if all of that takes place at a national level, you're not suggesting that somehow New Mexico wouldn't benefit from those items I just described, are you?
I unfortunately am suggesting that because the only way that we can guarantee that the vehicles will come to New Mexico, we've seen this through the Advanced Clean Cars 1 policy, and we've seen some folks testify on that already during this hearing, is that dealers are more likely to send those vehicles to the states that have these annual sales requirements. Again, the federal regulation is by a tailpipe emission standard and has not been approved yet. But the only way that we can be sure that these vehicles are being sent here to New Mexico, again, the federal standards in their hypothetical sense are a fleet-wide, national-wide standard. And they're in the sensitivity analysis consider adoption of ACCII. So in order to achieve a hypothetical tailpipe emission standards, they are considering the fact that states will have adopted ACCII and the auto manufacturers are more likely to send those vehicles to the states that have these requirements versus states that do not have these requirements.
And so I like.
I get very excited, so thank you. Yes, please remind me to slow down.
I like it. I like it when you're able to guarantee things.
I'm not able to guarantee anything.
You just told repeatedly. You just told everyone in the audience and this board. You guarantee. You use that term.
Objection. The record speaks for itself.
Of course it does. That's why I'm wondering why she doesn't recall. You don't recall guaranteeing a minute ago?
I said based off of the evidence that we've seen through this program so far, that automakers are likely to send their vehicles based off of historical preference and just common sense, frankly, that if there's a requirement, they are going to send the vehicles to the states that have a requirement for fear of paying a fine or penalty before they send vehicles to states that do not have these requirements.
You use the word guarantee, but.
Yes, the only way we can guarantee that New Mexicans receive these benefits, that is true. I am not guaranteeing that the dealers will only send the vehicles to these states, but the only way to guarantee that this will happen is through adoption of these rules.
Okay, that's what I was referring to, Council, the fact that she said guarantee about 4 or 5 times.
Fair enough.
So let me talk about, because there was a scenario discussed about what Colorado has, which is in their rule, apparently they have to reconvene their board in 2029 and look at whether they should, stop at their current 2032 standard or should lengthen that. So let me just talk about a whole different scenario. We're in 2026 and the manufacturers have told their dealers we cannot deliver even 20% electric vehicles to New Mexico. Even if they can manipulate all the credits and all of the partial credits and values, the manufacturers say we cannot satisfy what you just guaranteed would happen because the rule, because regardless of what the government does, we don't know what the manufacturers can do. So if they are not able to do that, we would have to come back here, and then we would have to unwind this rule, and we would have to go to the federal standard, right? We would still have the only choice of federal or California.
Yes, that's correct. But the federal standard is the default.
Right. So if we can't meet California standards, and the evidence becomes clear that the state of New Mexico cannot meet those standards, our only choice would then either be to completely in non-compliance, leave the rule in place and have widespread non-compliance, or to repeal this rule, and at that point, the default, the only option at that point would be the federal standards, correct?
Yes, but a point of clarification, this isn't New Mexico's, the point of regulation is not on the state of New Mexico. The point of regulation is on auto dealers on auto manufacturers. The point of regulation is auto manufacturers. And no auto manufacturer has opposed these regulations. So if there was a concern about achieving compliance, they would be here today expressing the concern of achieving compliance. There's significant flexibilities in the rule that we've discussed ad nauseum throughout this hearing so far. And under the Clean Cars 1 program, it's important to note that no auto manufacturer ever failed to achieve compliance because of the wide variety of flexibilities that are within the regulation.
Well, there's not that much flexibility.
There's a significant amount.
There's a mandate of a percentage, and you can satisfy that percentage through delivery of vehicles or a couple of other options, correct?
There's more than a couple. So the different flexibilities that are in place are that there is this ability to earn early action credits prior to the start of the program to fill those buckets. There's also the ability, I know the department has proposed some additional incentives to help fill up this, I like to call it historical credit bucket, because they're joining the program later than the additional states. There's also some environmental justice credits that are within the regulation that we haven't discussed a lot today. That's an additional incentive that is available for people to be able to, the automakers to achieve compliance. Automakers are also able to pool credits from other states that have overcomplied. And additionally, at a worst case scenario, automakers are able to purchase credits from other automakers who may have had a higher compliance. So there's more than a couple of flexibilities in the regulation.
That sounded about 5 or 6, so maybe I apologize. There's 5 or 6 options. And if they buy credits, someone has to pay for that purchase, correct?
The automakers I'm not privy to those buying of the credit systems because it happens between automakers.
And you don't think that's passed through to the vehicle purchasers?
I can't speculate on that.
Well, that's not really speculation. Don't automakers pass their costs to the buyers of their vehicles?
Again, I can't speculate, but what we've seen is that the prices of zero-emission vehicles have continued to decrease. The Advanced Clean Cars 1 program has been in place for a decade, and we've only continued to see those prices continue to decrease as opposed to increase. So I can't speculate how that's passed through.
You can't guarantee that those won't be passed through to the customers, right?
No, I can't guarantee that. But the evidence would indicate otherwise.
And you've been here for the whole hearing, I think.
No, I arrived around 1 p.m. on Monday for a delayed flight and have attended most of the hearing, but of course had to step out several times.
Okay. Did you hear the discussion about Ford's press release and their statements, how much they're losing per electric vehicle?
I have, yes.
And do you know what the average sticker price on a Ford Lightning that is sold in New Mexico, that's part of that chart that shows the vehicles that were sold in 2022 and 2023? Do you know what that sticker price is?
I don't have that number in front of me right now.
Do you have a number of what the differential is between a Ford Lightning with the same equipment and a Ford 150 ICE vehicle in New Mexico?
I don't have that comparison right now, but I know it was discussed yesterday during testimony that I think the average of a new electric vehicle is around 50,000 or so, and a new a gasoline vehicle is around 48,000.
Well, I was talking about the truck.
Yes, I don't have that exact number in front of me.
Now, I think there was some discussion about the rebuttal testimony by you, Mr. Kressig, or in your rebuttal testimony, there was some discussion about research you had done at some of the auto dealers, correct?
That is correct.
What is the what is the percentage of SUVs and light-duty trucks that make up the consumer market in New Mexico?
You know, I don't have that fact in front of me. I'm not aware of the exact percentage.
Is it more than 50%?
I'm not sure. Don't have that fact in front of me.
When you showed I think you compared two sedans, two EV sedans with two ICE sedans. Is that accurate?
I don't believe that's accurate. I think I actually compared one. I believe I compared the Tesla Model 3 to the Subaru WRX.
Okay. And
Base
then,
drum for both.
And you put up two other sedans, two other electric vehicle
It's right there
sedans.
behind you, actually. That would be the Chevy Bolt, which
Okay.
I did not compare to any other sedan, I don't believe.
Okay, and then the other one was, I think, a Buick, I think, if I recall correctly.
I'd like to see that. I don't recall that.
So that's that, I'm not sure who the manufacturer is. So is that a?
That's just the Chevy Bolt, yeah.
That's the Bolt. Now, is the Bolt currently in production by Chevy?
The Bolt is, it is the 2023 model year is, I'm not sure if they're still producing it. Still, a 2023 model is available, and Chevy has, they kind of went back and forth. They said they weren't going to produce it, and now they've decided they are going to continue to produce it beyond 2023.
And just looking at that, how would you classify that as a sedan, an SUV, a compact? What would you call that vehicle?
Yeah, and I talked about this in my discussion with the board. I would consider this a sedan, and that is the segment of the light-duty market that at this point in time is closest to price parity with fossil fuel-powered vehicles. I think as we demonstrated with a number of graphs, the larger scale vehicles will reach price parity in years that will follow.
And do you know what percentage of sedans make up the passenger and light-duty truck market in New Mexico?
I don't have that statistic in front of me, no.
Just to follow up, just to finish up, Mr. Ortiz, I apologize for jumping around. Again, looking at your page 38 of your testimony, when you say that despite making up only 10% of the vehicles on the road in New Mexico, MHD vehicles contribute to 64% of the NOx pollutants, 58% of PM pollution, and 35% of greenhouse gas. How many of those, if you know, are vehicles that are registered in New Mexico? Or what percentage of those are vehicled as opposed to vehicles passing through?
I don't have that information.
Would you understand there are several interstates passing through New Mexico, don't you?
I do.
What are they?
Am I aware of the specific ones?
Yeah, what are the names?
No, I don't have that information in front of me.
Do you know if there's two interstates that crisscross in Albuquerque?
As I said before, I don't have that information in front of me.
Do you know if we have a major interstate, east-west, two major east-west interstates in New Mexico?
I referred to my last response.
Which is no, you don't know.
That's correct.
So out of the 64% of the NOx pollutants, which that are caused from MHD vehicles, isn't it likely that much of those emissions are from vehicles traveling through the state of New Mexico as opposed to vehicles that would be impacted by this regulation because they actually have to register in New Mexico?
I can't speculate on that.
I think you said this regulation in New Mexico would affect 800 or 900 trucks.
I referred to Rivian's specific comments around their production numbers and specifically that was for class 2B to 3 vehicles. I believe Rivian has submitted that into the record, so I would refer to that.
So you're not able to say how much that 64% would drop if New Mexico adopts the rules that you are testifying in favor of, correct?
So based on my testimony, by 2050, annual NOx emissions from New Mexico's medium heavy duty fleet will decline by 43% and direct particulate matter emissions will fall by 34%. This is based on adoption of the Advanced Clean Trucks rule.
Madam Hearing Officer, I'm just going to raise a question about this line of questioning. I didn't recall Mr. Domenici's clients opposing the ACT rule in any of their filings, so it's a little unclear to me the relevance of this if those are effectively unopposed.
Mr. Domenici?
Sure. The relevance is we're hearing all these testimony about impacts and benefits of ICE vehicles. We have a witness here who's carving an enormous chunk of those impacts into the truck portion. So I'm not trying to really drill down on the truck portion. I'm trying to make absolutely clear that this regulation, or which parts of these regulations affect what part of those pollutant portfolios.
Go ahead.
And so when you talk about the benefits, you're talking, I think you mentioned the New Mexico fleet at that point, at least what you just read, because the only impact of this rule will be on the New Mexico fleet.
The impact of this rule specifically for ACT adoption, yes, in terms of manufacturers delivering trucks to New Mexico.
Now, I want to, I'm going to carve you out because you're really expert on trucks. So there'd be other two witnesses. Who out of you would be best to just make sure you could describe how vehicles are charged? And I'll ask specific questions, but if one of you is more comfortable, or you can wait for the questions if you want.
Sure.
So, okay, so I buy an electric vehicle and I want to charge it at my house. What do I need to have at my house already in order to do level 1 charging?
Well, level 1 charging, the vehicles that are currently sold today come with a level 1 charger. So all you need to do is plug it into an outlet in your home.
Do I have to have a certain level of capacity on my home electric system in order to charge that?
I mean, if you have a very filled up breaker box, I suppose, but again, it uses a 110 outlet. So you would have to have a very filled breaker box to have that require any additional upgrades. So very, very unlikely.
And then let's take the scenario that it's in December and I want to charge that vehicle using that level 1 charger. Let's say I've drawn the battery down. I've just been to Santa Fe and back, and I've drawn the battery down to 20%. How long is it going to take me to charge that battery?
I feel I have to answer this question because I use a level 1 charger to charge my vehicle. My wife drives 60 miles a day to get to her work and charges it with a level 1 charger every day. So I don't know what the difference between Albuquerque and Santa Fe is. But you would have, if you did have a daily commute that required you to travel, more than 50 or 60 miles a day, there's a number of options you could do. And one of those options would be to install a level 2 charger, which is going to be able to give you a much greater charge.
I didn't ask about level 2. So I asked
I was answering
how
your
long-
question.
No, you're not. My question was level 1.
Well, if you have a level 1 charger, well, first you could get a level 2 charger. That's quite an option that is before you, and there are many incentives from the electric
I object to
utilities.
this answer. I asked him specifically how long a level 1 charger would take. That's not a hard question.
Okay, can that question be answered independently of your other comments?
Yeah, I mean, okay. Yes, you can get maybe, depends on how long your vehicle is parked after that drive. You're going to be able to get at least 60 miles if you have 12 hours parked, I would say, something like that. And then you, of course, could use public charging if you needed to supplement that. Although you could install a level 2 charger. There's nothing
Okay,
stopping
well,
you
let's
from
finish
doing
on
that.
level 1. So does it matter if I park that vehicle in my garage or in my driveway? This is December.
I don't know that it does.
In terms of the amount of time to charge it, does the temperature matter?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay. And if I drive, Santa Fe is approximately 60 miles, so that's a 120-mile round trip as opposed to 60. So can we use that mileage? It doesn't have to be Santa Fe. So it's 120 miles that I commute. I come home, I have a level 1 charger. How long do I need to charge that vehicle so I can drive back to Santa Fe for my job the next day?
Again, I would recommend using P&M's rebates to get yourself a level 2 charger. But if you were going to use that, especially if that was going to be your daily commute, but if you were to have a level 1 charger, you'd probably want to look into charging options when you were parked in the city of Albuquerque, if you were driving from Santa Fe. But you should probably get a level 2 charger.
So a level 1 charger won't work for a commute of 120 miles, is what you're saying?
And I will also, actually what I will say is that this regulation will lead to level 2 charging cords being required with the sale of the vehicles. So with this regulation, you'll be ensured that you have, you're able to get a level 2 charging cord with the purchase of your vehicle, and then you won't have to worry about that.
So I buy the vehicle, I have a level 2 charger, and I drive, instead of driving to my house, I drive to an apartment that doesn't have a charging station. What are my options at that point?
Your options would be, hopefully, you could be able to get a level 2 charger in your apartment, of which, again, there are rebates available from the investor-owned utilities in New Mexico to help support charging in multifamily housing complexes. Another option that you would have is if you were able to park near a charging outlet, you could charge with a level 1 cord. I know several people who have done that. Or you would be looking at using public charging. So you would have a number of options.
If I'm looking at using public charging, so I'm commuting, so I'm working a long day, are the public chargers open 24 hours a day? If you know?
I'm not aware of a time restriction on when chargers are open.
So I might have trouble finding a level 2 charger, say if I need to charge at 7 p.m.
Well, I should actually clarify what I meant. What I said by that is that I am not aware of any charger like closing at a certain time. I've never heard of that, actually.
And how long would I have to park at that level 2 charging location to charge my vehicle?
Well, let me think about your theoretical that you gave. So you're able to get 60 miles when you get home to Santa Fe if you don't get a level 2 charger, which you could. So then when you get to Albuquerque, you would need to charge 50 or 60 miles on a public level 2 charger. That would probably take 2 or 3 hours, somewhere in between there, depending on the capacity. Or you could use a fast charger, which will be able to get you a charge in a relatively short minutes, 15, 20, 30 minutes, depending on the capacity of that DC fast charger.
And if the location I go to for the level 2 charger already has vehicles on those chargers, then I would have the option to drive around and look for another charging station?
If there was a vehicle there, yeah, I guess you would have to look for another charging station. Fast charger would be able to ensure that you got that charge when that port did open. And that's why it's important to continue investing in DC fast charging and level 2 fast charging. And I think as we displayed in our testimony, the availability of that charging is increasing quite rapidly, which is consistent with the pace of overall EV adoption that we're seeing in New Mexico.
And how much does it cost to build a level 2 charging station?
That's actually a really hard thing to calculate. The per project costs vary significantly. They can be as low as a few $1,000s, or they can be, more than that. They vary significantly depending on the capacity on the electrical system, where that's installed, the proximity to the panel, and things like that. But again, there are great incentives available from the New Mexico investor-owned utilities, as well as federal tax credits, which can help companies and individuals offset the costs of installing charging infrastructure.
And so for those those 2 or 3 hours when I'm charging, what do most people do? Stay in the car for those 2 or 3 hours? Do they go to a restaurant? How do they spend those 2 or 3 hours charging so they can go back to work the next day?
Yeah, I mean, there's a great amount of different things you could be doing, and it depends on the capacity of the charge. If you're just getting 50 miles on a fast charger, I mean, that's like, 15, 20 minutes, depending on the capacity of the fast charger. You can do anything you want in that time. I mean, I think one feature that's great about charging is that it's a different fueling experience to gasoline. So, for example, workplace charging is great. If you park your car at work, there's a level 2 charger there. Charge your vehicle while you're working, you don't even think about it. It's fueled by the time that you need it to be. There's other good examples of that at a restaurant or coffee shop. For fleets, they're able to charge that when their vehicles aren't operating. So there's quite a few things you could be doing in that time frame, depending on the charger.
Well, what if I like to eat dinner at home with my family? Well, I wouldn't want to go to a restaurant. You
should probably, get a level 2 fast charger at your home, which this regulation will ensure. But if you only had a level 1 charger, hopefully you could get a charge at your workplace or a fast charger before you leave town.
And I also just want to expand on that, which is just as a reminder, I know we're talking specifically about battery or electric vehicles, I think in this hypothetical, but plug-in hybrid vehicles are also eligible under this regulation as well, and will charge a significantly faster time on a level 1 charging port. And as we've talked about significantly throughout this regulation ramps up over time, and that also gives us the opportunity to increase the amount of public charging infrastructure to address some of those concerns over time as well.
But during the first year, even with the best scenario, it looked to me like at least about 17 or 18% EVs would need to be delivered by the manufacturer.
Of new vehicle sales, which as
Correct.
Member Paul had asked, is only about 30% of all of the vehicles sold.
And then let me ask, this is probably for you, Ms. Harris. This goes more to the regulations, but if you need to defer, please do. So I'm not quite clear that, so I understand if a vehicle has more than 7,500 miles, it's not subject to these regulations. Is that your understanding?
Yes, because then at that point it's considered a used vehicle, as I understand it.
So if I were a dealer and one of my customers said, I really don't like what you have on your lot. You have a lot of sedans, and I don't drive sedans. They don't work for me. I need an SUV or a truck that you don't sell. That person could go buy that vehicle in Arizona as long as it was used and had 7,500 miles, and then they come registered in New Mexico, correct?
I'm not a lawyer and not very familiar with registration law, but my understanding, as was discussed yesterday by the witnesses, is, sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to answer. Again, I'm not a lawyer on this, but the vehicle must meet California certifications as under adoption of this rule. And again, there's no limitation, though, on used vehicles. This regulation is only on new vehicle sales. So then, yes, sorry, I'm talking in circles. I think the answer would be, as my understanding is, you would be able to purchase a used vehicle from anywhere, and it would not be eligible. It would not be required under this rule. Because I think what your question was. Sorry.
That was my question. Yeah, thank you.
But yes, used vehicles are not required, or not as part of this regulation.
So, Mr. Kressig, I think you're from Colorado, if I understood your testimony.
That is where I live. Yep.
And for someone buying a new electric vehicle in Colorado, say next year, they would get, if all things were working, they would get a federal tax credit, a state of Colorado tax credit. Do they get, are there any local tax credits available in any local governments in Colorado?
So I'm not able to speak to the total availability. I can tell you that I do a lot of work with the electric utilities, and the investor-owned utilities in Colorado offer a low-income EV tax credit, which is available only for customers who are under a certain percentage of average medium income, and I think a couple other ways to qualify. But that rebate is available only to low-income customers, used or new vehicle. And the state tax credit, again, is $5,000 for any vehicle with an MSRP over $30,000 and $7,500 for any vehicle with an MSRP under $30,000.
Okay. Now, have anyone on the panel actually taken as an effort to study how battery range is affected by any of these variables? Temperature, let's start with that. Have any of you read any studies as to how battery range is affected by the temperatures that the vehicle is driving in?
I have not. I don't think I've read any. I personally haven't read any exhaustive academic research on that topic. No.
I can't recall any specific studies, but I am very familiar with some of the colder climates, colder country climates that have significant EV penetration and have, to my knowledge, not indicated any issues with their vehicles.
And then to my knowledge, I believe our written testimony and exhibits do mention cold weather operation or mountainous as well. So I would refer to that.
But did you study anything in order for that to be placed into your testimony that you could identify?
Did I review the studies in question? I have read.
So what
But
is...
that's specific to medium and heavy duty vehicles.
Okay, so for light vehicles and light trucks, you don't know if traveling in cold temperatures reduces the range on the battery, correct?
No, subject matter expertise is medium and heavy-duty vehicles.
Yes, sir. I'm going to ask the same question with respect to if the vehicle resides at a high altitude, say 6,000 feet, and is operated at that height, not that it's going up to the mountains and coming back, but just the owner lives at 6,000 feet, and that's primarily where the elevation they use that vehicle at. Have any of you read any studies or knowledgeable about how that impacts the range of that battery?
I'm not aware, but I will say as vehicles travel downhill, they can utilize regenerative braking, which actually would extend the range of the vehicle.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any research of that kind.
And just, this may be obvious, but I just want to be sure. So in the event that someone runs out of a charge in their electric vehicle, are those vehicles capable of being towed by the normal tow trucks that individuals would use if they run out of gas?
I'm not aware that they wouldn't be.
And they would be towed to a charging station as opposed to a gas station or something comparable?
Seems reasonable.
Yeah, and I believe AAA, I believe, similar to if your car battery dies, they have an emergency charger for that, if your gasoline vehicle battery dies, I should say. So I imagine that a lot of these companies, such as AAA, have similar items in place for electric vehicles as well.
Now, they can't, do you know if AAA could pull up and jump your battery if it's out of, or charge it in any way on site, or they would have to tow it?
I guess it depends on which part has died. If it's the 12-volt battery, which is similar to what would be in a gasoline vehicle, I would imagine that they would be able to do that similarly. If it is running out of charge, I can't say for certain, but I would imagine that they would have to take you to a charging station.
Okay. And changing directions, hopefully finishing up here. In terms of recycling the batteries, you mentioned that there's incentives for recycling in federal law, and I think you mentioned one specific facility that's already involved in recycling. Do they pay for the batteries, or do they charge for batteries that are delivered to them?
I'm not sure.
That makes a difference, doesn't it, in the recycling?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Well, let me ask it this way.
Yeah.
If the battery has a positive value on the recycling market, then the recycler would typically pay for the battery. If the battery is a liability or a negative value, then the owner of the battery would have to pay that recycling facility. Is that a fair statement?
That's not my area of expertise, so I'm not sure.
Let me have 1 minute if I may.
Okay.
Thank you very much. That's all the questions I have for this panel.
Thank you, Mr. Domenici. Mr. Knight or Ms. Sona? Thank you, Ms. Scott. Sorry. I didn't. All right, thank you. And Mr. Bach, any redirect?
No to redirect. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I think we'll just take 5 minutes, really short break, because I believe at this point, Mr. Bach, your presentation is concluded?
That's correct, Madam Hearing Officer. Our cases, our witnesses have completed.
All right, and so I believe we move to Mr. Domenici then, for either the auto dealers or Garcia. All right, 5 minutes. There's been some activity around trying to extend the length of our stay in this room, and I just had confirmation that our deadline tonight really is 7. Our deadline tomorrow night is 8:30. We can start at 8 in the morning tomorrow, as we did today. Ms. Sona, do I see you wanting to say something?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. If you want to finish this conversation, I do want to say something.
Okay, so this is what I know. We will go from now until a little before 6 with Mr. Domenici's witnesses, and we'll take a break a little before 6, and then from 6 to 7 will be nothing but public comment, both in the room and on the platform. Tomorrow morning at 8, we'll pick up again. I'm assuming we're not going to finish all of Mr. Domenici's witnesses in the next 95 minutes. We'll pick up again with the technical case, and we will go until that technical case is done. In the event, Pam, someone wants to make public comment tomorrow, take their information, and we'll invite it. I'm not ready to set a time just yet. Are there any questions about that plan of action? No? Okay. Ms. Sona.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. If I may, I just want to make a quick statement for the City of Albuquerque. There's been some discussion outside of this proceeding today, and the City of Albuquerque wants to be clear that its position in this matter has not changed. The City of Albuquerque's position is that this is fundamentally a state rule, initially put forward by state entities, and then by the city at the request of the state. So in this case, the city believes it's the city's responsibility to support consistent and uniform rules across the state, which required us to bring this matter to both boards. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sona. Mr. Domenici, do we have your panelists? Oh, Mr. Knight.
Sir.
You have to go to the mic. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Madam Hearing Officer, I would just like to raise a point of order very quickly before we begin with this panel. And that is that paragraph 5 of the pre-hearing order specifies that technical witnesses for each party shall not read their narrative testimony from the NOI, but offer a summary of their direct testimony and a summary of their rebuttal testimony. And I just want to make sure that's clear and that the summary, many of these witnesses, their direct written testimony is only a couple of pages or so, not all of them, but most of them. And I just want to be clear that I would find it objectionable if witnesses are reading their direct written testimony verbatim rather than providing a summary, and that the summary of the written testimony and rebuttal should not exceed the length of the testimony itself.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Knight. I know that being a witness is really hard, so I'm not going to stop a witness from referring to their written statement, but I will encourage them to summarize their testimony rather than reading it word for word. Mr. Domenici.
So I have a panel of 3 witnesses I'd like to ask them to come up here.
Terrific. Thank you. And you can move that paper if you want. The court reporter will swear you in.
Would you all please raise your right hand and be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, my first witness will be Ken Ortiz. Will you introduce yourself to the two boards, please.
Yes. Is this working? Yes.
Yes.
Madam Hearing Officer, Chair Paul, Chair Sweeney, members of the respective board, my name is Ken Ortiz, Kenortiz, and I'm the Executive Director of the New Mexico Auto Dealers Association.
Can you briefly describe your experience and qualifications to give testimony today?
Yes, I've been the Executive Director of New Mexico Auto Dealers Association since July of 2021. So I'm about 2.5 years into my job. Prior to that, I had 25 years in state government, serving a very different array of appointed and classified positions. My background is I have a bachelor's degree in accounting. I started off state government as a tax auditor of various different tax programs. I was the motor vehicle division director for the state of New Mexico for about 8 years. I have held 2 cabinet secretary positions. One was Department of Workforce Solutions, and most recently with the General Services Department, where under my tenure, we introduced the first electric vehicle fleet into New Mexico and installed electric vehicle charging stations in state campuses throughout New Mexico. I was also the Chief of Staff for the Secretary of State's office, overseeing elections, corporations filing, campaign financing, etc.
Thank you.
Lastly, I also had the privilege to serve as chair of the Green Industry Council. I was the co-chairman of the State Tribal DWI Task Force. I was the vice chair of the State Workforce Development Board. I was a member of the Green Jobs Cabinet. I was a member of the New Mexico Children's Cabinet. I was a member of the Information Technology Commission, the Traffic Safety Task Force, and the Campaign Finance Task Force.
As part of your job as a executive director, do you do government relations type activity for the association?
Absolutely, both federal and state. I work very closely with the New Mexico legislature as well as our federal delegation on any type of bills, laws, rules under consideration that affect the auto industry.
As part of your work as executive director, are you aware of letters that have been submitted as comments by members of the New Mexico legislative delegation, particularly from Northwest New Mexico, addressing their position on this proposed rule?
Yes, thank you for asking that question. My understanding, Madam Hearing Officer, is one of our state representatives, Anthony Allison, from Fruitland, New Mexico, part of the Navajo Nation, submitted a letter. When you click on the link, it appears the link is broken and you cannot actually read the letter. Another letter that our council brought up maybe yesterday was a letter from Representative Wanda Johnson. And lastly, today, Senator Benny Shendo also submitted a letter related to the rules under consideration.
All right, thank you.
Will you please summarize your testimony that you have submitted as both direct and rebuttal?
Absolutely. So the New Mexico Auto Dealers Association is a trade association representing 120 franchise auto dealers from all parts of New Mexico. And one thing I want to start off by clarifying and making absolutely clear is our dealers support the transition of electric vehicles. They are in the process of investing tens of millions of dollars in infrastructure, from EV charging stations, tools, equipment. There's various different models out there available. I did a survey, for example, last week of how many EVs and plug-in hybrids currently are available in the market, and there's well over 1,000 electric vehicles and plug-in hybrids located throughout New Mexico. Part of my written testimony is basically providing some observations, concerns, and maybe some unintended consequences of the proposed rule. The first item is the lack of electric vehicle charging stations throughout New Mexico. It's been talked about quite a bit over the last few days, but when I basically looked at the alternative fuels data center basically on charging stations throughout New Mexico. When I wrote my letter or my testimony, there was 615 publicly available charging stations in New Mexico, and now there's a little over 700. I then looked at the California Air Resources Board, otherwise known as CARB, on what they recommend for proper infrastructure to support the electric vehicles. And what I found was CARB is recommending one publicly available charging station for every 7 to 10 EVs on the road. So we then applied it to basically what these mandates may look like. And what it showed is by 2027, there should be around 13,000 electric vehicle charging stations in New Mexico, and by 2032, there should be about 40,000. So as you can see, the lack of electric vehicle charging stations to get to and from where you need to go is a major concern. I also pointed out, what about rural New Mexico and the tribal communities that have to travel many, many miles for their basic necessities, such as food, school, travel, medical? How can they get to and from safely? I then cited a study by J.D. Power listing the top 10 reasons for EV purchase rejections. The number tied for number one at 49% was the lack of charging station availability as well as the purchase price, and it goes down from there. I then discussed our concerns about vehicle affordability in New Mexico, where at the time of writing this letter, a typical EV costs about $5,000 more than a traditional vehicle, and yet we do not have any state incentives. I also discussed the income disparity between the median household income in New Mexico compared to California. And basically what that shows at the 2022 median household income of California was $87,355 compared to New Mexico at $60,728. So one of my questions for the board to consider is it fair to require a New Mexico household that makes about 31% less than a California household to purchase a vehicle that costs on average 10 to 15% more? I then discussed the lack of incentives in New Mexico, and we've talked about it at length, and I cited some other states that have implemented clean car rules, from California to Colorado to Nevada to Oregon. They all have incentives somewhere between $5,000 and about $15,000. I then discussed the lack of demand that we're currently facing. So, and this is a nationwide study from Automotive News, where a typical EV or electric vehicle has what I call a shelf life, or the number of days sitting on a dealership before it sells. And an EV is averaging over 100 days before it sells, while a traditional vehicle is just under 50 days. One of the items I want to point out is when the respective departments petitioned the board to hear this hearing, the words they chose is all the burden or all the onus is on the manufacturers and not the dealers. So at that point, I reached out to the Environment Department to let them know that a vehicle, when it leaves the factory floor or the production facility, that vehicle is bought and paid for by a dealership. And so that dealership then owns a vehicle, which is a depreciating asset where they have to pay interest if they floor plan it until it actually sells. The lack of demand is, as I mentioned, or I should say the shelf life is about twice of what a traditional vehicle is. I then provided the market rate as we're seeing both nationwide as well as in New Mexico. So there was a study that in January of this year, 2023, the nationwide market penetration rate was 7.1%, reached 7.1% as far as EV adoption. Since then, it has stayed flat at 7.1% and has not moved. We then did a study of market share of EVs in New Mexico, where, and these are basically new vehicles that are titled and registered through the Motor Vehicle Division. And what we saw was the current market average is 2.6% of EVs, 0.9% of plug-in hybrids, equaling 3.5%. We looked at basically month over month, new titles and registrations from January 22 all the way through October of 23. So we had about 20 months of data. Month over month, that combined market share was about 3.5%. There's a couple of months that it reached 4%, but the average is about 3.6% and has not moved at all over the last 18 months. I then talked a little bit about unintended consequences, and one of the things that I think really hit home to a lot of folks that I've spoken to, whether they're legislators, community members, et cetera, is the action that Stellantis has taken in other clean car states. So Stellantis is the manufacturer of Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. And the action that they have taken is they stopped stocking traditional vehicles in those states. So a consumer who's interested in a Ram diesel, maybe a Jeep Wrangler, a Dodge Charger, has basically three options. They could go to the dealership, place a special order, wait 6 to 8 months for that vehicle to arrive. They can go across state lines and purchase the vehicle. My counterparts of state association executives in other states have indicated this is real and this is happening. Or the third option is to purchase a slightly used vehicle because they can't get a new one without crossing state lines. So the result of that in these other states is used vehicle prices have increased because of the demand. I talked a little bit about the tax equity and road fund. It was mentioned today that 17 cents out of every gallon purchase goes to Department of Transportation to purchase the fuel. And what are we going to do to make sure that this department has enough funds to build and maintain our roads? Some states have considered a surcharge on EV vehicle registrations. There was a bill introduced in the 2023 legislature that added $120 for every EV registration or $80 for every plug-in. Those numbers were adjusted as committees discussed. Unfortunately, on behalf of the DOT, that bill was not passed. And basically, the last thing I like to say on that is, we feel that mandates aren't the solution, that markets should drive the force. If there's really a demand, out there, our manufacturers are going to produce it, our dealers will sell it. I hear all the time from our dealers is that they're going to be able to sell and they're willing to sell what the consumer wants to buy based on their needs, based on their budget, based on their use. So as EVs gain in technology, as infrastructure is increasing, that market is going to drive themselves. But I feel that we shouldn't force New Mexico to basically select a vehicle that may be not right for them or leave out of state to purchase that vehicle. Because when a person leaves out of state and purchases that vehicle, everyone loses in New Mexico. The tax revenue loses, state government loses, our small businesses lose, and ultimately it affects jobs. You've heard from some of our dealership employees that are really concerned about their jobs and their livelihood on this. And if the market demands it, we're there to serve their needs. We have the tools, the training, the expertise from vehicle trade-in, vehicle financing, warranty, service repair, et cetera. It was really disappointing to hear some of the commenters saying, we purchase our vehicles from out of state. If you look at the time reference a lot of those stated, it was during the pandemic where there was just supply chain shortages. But we really, as a community, need to stick together and support our businesses and support our fellow New Mexicans, working, making a living, and putting food on the table. Going back to my previous appointments, I was appointed as Cabinet Secretary of Workforce Solutions in the 2008 recession. which was the largest recession before the pandemic. And I had to work with a lot of New Mexicans that were forced out of a job. And we made a lot of improvements in the unemployment benefit system to make unemployment benefits available to them. And I'd hate to see that resurface, down the road if rules like this were ultimately proposed. Thank you.
Can you, one point you referenced was that the EV demand has been stagnant. And I think you referenced an article. My notes show that you said it was stagnant at about 7.1%.
Yes.
Can you show the chart and just identify what article you received that from, and maybe talk about how widespread the use of that source of information is in the auto industry?
So the source I use is a publication called Automotive News. It was an article in August of this year. I could pull it up real quickly. It doesn't appear that I have it. I think I do. Let's see. Let me get back to my meeting. Tires. Having some technology challenges. Let's see. Chrome tab. Let me get it back up to the headline. So this is an article that I cited in my testimony. It's an article dated August 11th of 2023. Automotive News is a widely known publication that is used by the industry, both manufacturers as well as dealers. And the title reads, US EV shares go flat at 7.1 through June as gas autos return. They even cite, data from Experian, and also cite Tesla. Counsel, I'm not sure if you want me to read the story or...
No, just paraphrase, if you will, just a couple key points or two. If there are
Okay,
any.
so I'll just start with the first paragraph. EV share of the new vehicle market flattened out at 7.1% across the first half of the year, growing steadily in 21 and 22, according to the U.S. new vehicle registration data from Experian. Is the party over? Hardly. But in the fast-growing U.S. market of the moment, as microchip supplies improve and the production of popular gasoline engine autos return in force this summer, EVs are no longer outpacing the rest of the car business, at least for now. Tesla, which sells about 6 of every 10 EVs, saw its red-hot growth cool in recent months despite deep price cuts this year and growing sales incentives. EV shares of the market reached 7.1% in January, with 87,000 new registrations out of 1.24 million light vehicles, Experian said. Through the first half of the year, which is 2023, that share was still at 7.1%, with 546,000 new registrations out of 7.6 million total.
Thank you. And then you also have a chart in your testimony of the top 10 reasons for EV purchase rejection. And you mentioned the first 2 of those items, but I'd like you to go through other important reasons.
Sure. So I mentioned the top 2 reasons of EV purchase rejection is the title of the chart, with the top 2 at 49% being lack of charging station availability as well as the purchase price. Followed closely behind that at 43% was limited driving distance per charge. At 41% was the time required to charge. 36% showed inability to charge at home or work. 34% indicated cost of ownership. 31% power outage grid concerns. 28% was reliability of battery life. 21% was lack of repair centers, And finally, at 19% was per performance in extreme temps.
And if you know, when was that? I guess that's dated March of 2023. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You mentioned the New Mexico gas tax and road fund. Do you have an understanding of if there's a federal tax on gasoline sales?
I understand there is. I do not know the percentage off the top of my head.
Do you know if that federal sales tax comes back to New Mexico for road maintenance?
I believe a portion of it does, for the interstate specifically, but not for regular vehicles that are outside of the interstate system.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ortiz. I'm going to turn to my next witness. Terry Garcia, will you introduce yourself?
Yes, hi, my name, Madam Chair, members of the council, my name is Terry Garcia. I'm from Gallup, New Mexico, born and raised in rural New Mexico, have lived there my entire life, all 48 years of it. We've been in business in Gallup for 41 years. I was born into the car business. When I was born, my dad was a salesman for Smoke Chevrolet in Farmington, New Mexico, then moved up to be a general sales manager with Basin Buick in Farmington. When I was 6, we moved to Gallup. He opened the store, Amigo Chevrolet. We've had that 41 years, acquired Toyota 34 years ago, and acquired Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram 3 years ago. I'm dealer principal and president of the corporation, have been employed there for 26 years on the books, have been renting cars since I was old enough to drive them. Have been served from a service porter to a lot porter to a sales assistant to a receptionist, again, working my way through the store. Spent 11 years behind the finance desk. Spent about 8 years as an executive manager, and then it's now been since 2021 that I'm the president and dealer operator.
Thank you. Can you provide a summary of your testimony?
I'm going to tell you and be completely honest with you, I'm not an expert in all of the testimony you guys have heard for 2 days. But I can tell you I am born and raised in rural New Mexico, and I know my market. I know my community. And I serve the Navajo Nation and the Zuni Pueblo are my primary areas. It's vastly different from anywhere in the state of New Mexico. I can sell a car in metro market, not a problem. But when you take metro market and try to come to rural New Mexico, it's night and day. We've got so many hurdles to overcome. Number one is income. And I did hear yesterday in testimony, there was a question asked from the panel about affordability. I brought examples of affordability. So for my customers, based off the United States Census, July of 2022, for the city of Gallup and McKinley County. McKinley County is 79.9% Native. The city of Gallup is 47.2%. Our population has dropped in the county since 2022 by a little over 3,000, and in the city of Gallup, it's dropped a little over 1,000. Median income for the city of Gallup is $54,357. Single income is $23,912, with 28.2% of those people living at or below the poverty level. McKinley County, median income is $40,262. Individual income is $17,571, with 30.3% of those individuals living at or below the poverty level. My customers have hurdles that I worry. I'm not opposed to EV. I'm spending currently, since I wrote my testimony, at the time the estimate was $250,000 to electrify 2 of my stores. Since then, I've received the estimates back, and we're looking at about $325,000 to electrify 2 stores. That's to put 2 level 2 fast chargers at each store, upping the electrical, because right now my stores couldn't provide the amperage that they need to update and to handle these chargers. Also, Chevrolet General Motors charges a $25,000 fee to become an EV dealer. That $325,000 is not included in that. So my investment alone to do this is $350,000. Toyota does not require you to be electrified. Toyota's theory in this, and again, I've heard testimony about manufacturers. Thank you for helping with that today. I had an actual Toyota manufacturer meeting, a dealer meeting I had to be at 11 o'clock today. And I am allowed, Brett Lakes, general manager of Toyota Denver region, which is responsible for a section of Wyoming, all of Colorado, and all of New Mexico Toyota dealers. There was testimony about a commitment of base model affordable EVs, base model affordable plug-in hybrids. Per Mr. Lakes, again, the GM of the Denver region, there is no such thing. They do not make different trim levels on the Toyota side of those vehicles. They do not offer base models. I have an example right here of what Toyota would consider a base model in their BZ4, which is an all-electric vehicle. Selling price of that vehicle is $46,355. To answer your payment question, if you came in at 0% and the dealer offered to pay your tax, title, and license for 72 months, your payment is $643.54 with no interest. My average customer in rural New Mexico has an ISAC score, which is a credit score between 540 and 550. That average interest rate right now, with the way rates are, is anywhere from 12 to 18%. So if you took the median income, and I'm sorry there's a lot of figures, but this, I feel as though this needs to be said. If you took the city of Gallup alone, and let's do the median income because that's going to give you a higher payment, 2-income household, at that credit score, it's only a 15% payment to income. So we take their income, divide it by a calculation I'm more than willing to share with you. 15% of that 2-income household, max payment would be $629. No interest on that all-electric vehicle from Toyota is $643. If you, best case scenario, on what we call an equity deal, customer comes in, doesn't have a trade-in, has $2,000 cash down, has 12% interest, that payment would be $916.74 a month for 72 months. That 2-income household couldn't afford it. I've got 2 other examples of Jeep plug-in hybrids. Chrysler Stellantis, like Ken said, is changing. We won't get, if this mandate goes through, it takes away the ability to sell ICE vehicles. Stellantis would control my allocation based off supply. I would go 70% BEV plug-in hybrid, only 30% ICE. My market can afford 70% BEV and plug-in hybrid. A Jeep Wrangler Sahara 4xe, $63,335. Those payments, again, I'm just going to use the 12%. $1,263.70. McKinley County, median income, I won't even go individual, max payment of $464. This is the problem. I've got 2 ICE vehicles here that I would be more than happy, like I said, just to give you a price difference. It was, again, in testimony yesterday that the average cost is $48,000, the average cost for an EV is $50,000. Well, here's 2 ICE vehicles that are my top sellers. One is a 2024 Chevrolet Trax. That vehicle is $22,665. At the 12% I explained to you guys, same scenario, same everything, is a $432 payment. Both households, city and county, could qualify for this vehicle. A Toyota Corolla, same thing. $23,284 at 12%, 72 months is $445. Both of these are below. Our customers, my customers, have a hard time as it is using vehicles. They're communal, they live communal, they're extremely traditional. Again, I was born and raised in this area and have spent my entire life there. Vehicles are communal. They put an average of 30 to 40,000 miles of vehicle a year. Myself, I live a mile from my stores, and I average about 24,000. I'm going to ask you guys this real quick. And this is why I just ask you could answer this in your own mind. How far do each of you have to drive to go to Target, to go for health care, doctor's appointments, Sam's Club, shopping? I can answer that. It's 150 miles one way for me. So if I have meetings over here 3 times a week, which with 3 different manufacturers happens a lot, I can put 1,000 miles a week on my vehicle, just going to work meetings. That's not including anything else. I've got employees, long-term employees, that drive from Farmington, New Mexico to Gallup to come to work. That's 145 miles one way along the 491 corridor. 491, New Mexico 371, which goes from I-40 to Farmington through Crown Point. New Mexico 602, which is Gallup to 491, all the way down to Zuni, and then it cuts off to Rama, Fence Lake, Camado, and goes down south. Those are not considered clean air thoroughways for the New Mexico Department of Transportation. 491 is one of the most traveled highways in New Mexico. NTUA, which is Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, provides the electricity to the Native Americans on the Navajo Reservation. My customers don't have, let me back up. According to NTUA, about 18 to 20% of the Navajo Reservation is electrified. That being in areas where it's NHA housing or in those cities. Kayenta, Chinle, Ganado, Mini Farms, Salee, all of those little communities will have it. Once you leave those communities, the Navajo Nation is not electrified. My customers have to haul water. A lot of them haul 1,000 gallons at a time. An EV is not going to bring them water. And it's not just my market. Any rural New Mexican is going to have this. I've got employees that travel 140 miles one way from work. I've got employees that travel from Chinle, Arizona to Gallup to work, Ganado, Arizona. There is no charging stations on those highways. They're not planned to have charging stations. NTUA cannot provide electricity to those highways to give those charging stations electricity. If somebody puts them on the Navajo Nation, I've spoken to council delegates. I've spoken to Zuni tribal officials. According to the Navajo Nation chapter delegates that I've talked to, the average Native American lives more than 10 miles away from their chapter house. How are they going to get these vehicles charged when they're forced to buy them? Right now, you can travel Highway 491 any given time during the day. Cars, passenger vehicles are parked along the highway because they can't make it back to where they live. The roads are too rough, they're all dirt. If it's mud, if it's snow, even if it's good weather. So a family member will pick them up and take them home. It's the same way with the Gallup-McKinley County School District. Our school buses have school bus stops that they have to bring the kids to because the buses can't get to the school bus locations. I realize my market is completely unique, but unfortunately my market is a lot of rural New Mexico. When you talk affordability for these customers, the biggest complaint we've had, and I've taken, this has been out, I'm going to be honest, I have put the brakes on this for my stores because I have to do what's best for my community and my customers. Electric vehicles, I'm not afraid of. There's going to be a market, absolutely. That's why I'm investing the amount of money we're investing. I just built an $11 million store for a project, for a manufacturer, because they provide vehicles that my customers need. The commitment is there. The problem with it, we're trying to put the cart before the horse. The fear for my community is range anxiety. Where am I going to charge? How am I going to charge? How can I haul water? How can I haul hay? What am I going to do? if we could get the infrastructure in first and the education and show them that we can ease the range anxiety, we can ease the fear, we can educate you on the vehicle setting on the lot. The mandate, unfortunately, I heard in testimony that this is going to force the manufacturers that, again, I heard with Toyota that they're going to bring cheaper EVs, it's going to force them to bring cheaper plug-in, that they made a commitment to the state of New Mexico. Again, according, I'm going to quote Mr. Lakes, the commitment was not made to New Mexico. It's a mandate. You can't commit to a mandate. They would be forced to send those vehicles to us to meet the expectations. But the problem with it, my market, the demand is not there. I've had a battery electric Toyota sitting on the lot for 7.5 months. Nobody looked at it because the range was 250 miles. The minute you turn on air conditioning, heater, gas, and Toyota, you guys, you can research it yourself. Again, Mr. Lake, we discussed this at length at lunch today. The minute you turn on the heater, air conditioner, radio, you drop 20%. Our altitude in McKinley County is 6,800 feet. Hilly terrain, rough, dirt roads, you're going to lose again. So we're down to about a 150-mile range on a vehicle. I had to sell that vehicle to a dealer in Las Vegas, Nevada. We didn't have a market for it, and I couldn't get any other dealer in this state to take it, nor Colorado or Arizona. Speaking with Jenna Jones, who is the general manager for the Chevrolet Denver and New Mexico market, again, laid out, Silverado EV has been pushed back a year. We were at a national dealer meeting 2 weeks ago. They talked about it and addressed it again there. Silverado EV has been pushed back a year because the demand isn't there. Chevrolet made a commitment to make General Motors 400,000 EVs by the summer of 2024. They have now backed out of that commitment. The Blazer EV and the Equinox EV, those have also been pushed back into production. We don't have a ramped up production schedule. They're going to do a minimum schedule on all of those. These are questions I had to ask because of the commitment and I'm going to make to electrify our stores. I needed to know what inventory I'll have available. Right now, I was told I will possibly get 1 to 2 units a month. And that's at their ramped up. Even with the mandate, General Motors on the Chevrolet line is not going to produce the amount of vehicles for me as a Chevrolet dealer to be able to sell to meet this. I'm a small store. My allocation methodology between all 3 manufacturers is based on, it's called earn and turn. You have to sell that vehicle in order to get one back. They also look at how many of those vehicles you currently have in stock and how long it took you to sell those. The longer a vehicle sits on my lot, I will not be able to get any more to replace it. The ICE engines, if this goes through on the methodology with their allocation, I will not be allocated additional internal combustion engines unless that customer would like to wait 6 to 8 months for a sold vehicle order. Then it would have to go to the manufacturer as a special order request. Instead of me just being able to put into allocation, I want 10 of these, please, my sales justify it. I won't have the sales to justify it. Therefore, it would become a sold order request.
Let me ask you to explain one thing. So your Gallup, I think most people know, is close to the Arizona border.
Correct. We're 16 miles from the Arizona border.
What concerns do you have about how this regulation might impact cross-border sales by your customers or purchases, either one?
This would, I don't want to use the word force, but force my customers that cannot qualify for an EV or need a different type of ICE vehicle to go to the border towns. Our closest would be Holbrook, Winslow, Flagstaff, and they're going to know that would be a price gouge on those vehicles because they're going to know they're not available in the state of New Mexico. They're going to know those customers can't get them. It's the same things that you see with special order units, limited edition. You've heard it was all over with, they're doing the same thing with the Corvette. Any niche vehicle that they know isn't readily available to the consumer, they'll put a side sticker or an addendum sticker for adjusted market value because they can.
And what concerns do you have about customers trying to basically obtain, since they need transportation, obtain a vehicle that they can't really afford?
It's going to leave the majority of the consumers unable to purchase a vehicle. Supply and demand, when you're not selling new vehicles with a turnaround time, used market is going to skyrocket. The price of the used vehicles are going to go up because there's not enough of them in the market. And it's going to make, this will price rural New Mexicans out of purchasing vehicles in the state of New Mexico.
Let me ask it a slightly different way. If a customer is able to get into a vehicle, but they can't truly afford it, do you have concerns about that, how that may affect their economic welfare of their family?
Oh, absolutely. That vehicle would have to go into default. And then that goes against their credit rating, and therefore, as it is, Native Americans have a hard time being on the finance desk for 11 years, overcoming banking regulations. It is a lot of Native customers are self-employed, whether they're weavers, painters, silversmith, ranchers, livestock, anything, proving that income. A lot of them do not have credit cards to tap on a charge station. A lot of them are forced to get bank accounts only because that's one way you can prove residency. In the banking world, for an auto loan, you have to prove residency, you have to prove income. If you don't have utilities, if you don't have running water and you don't have electricity, you have to get a chapter letter that states said customer lives 3 miles south of this highway, 2.5 miles on Indian route or rural route, whatever. They have to have garaging address on their insurance that shows that. They also have to have a bank statement. That's the only form of proof that they'll take. If this happens, there's no other option but default, and you've just killed any opportunity for them to purchase any other type of vehicle with a repo on their credit.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to my next witness. Zach Brandt, will you introduce yourself to these two boards, please?
Hello, everybody, and thank you guys for taking the time to be here and allowing me to speak today. My name is Zach Brandt, and I'm a third-generation Ford dealer in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Matter of fact, our company turned 58 years old today. I've been in the business over 20 years. I've worked in every department of the business. Like her, I'm a PhD, except a good one. What that means is Papa has dealership. So I've been in the dealership working since I was 12 years old. Matter of fact, I learned there's actually a wrong way to pull and sweep. Pull weeds and sweep. I sit on many boards and represent my manufacturer. I am the secretary of the Ford Minority Dealers Association, which also entitles me to the board seat of the board of directors on the National Automobile Association of Minority Dealers. I am the chair of the advisory committee for automotive repair at the Santa Fe Community College. I am the former National Automobile Dealers Association State PAC chair, and I was also a prior new dealer operations advisory committee member for NADA.
Mr. Brandt, excuse me, the court reporter and the interpreters
Oh, am I
are
going
trying
too
to
fast?
catch every word.
I'm sorry.
So just slow down a little.
Can you provide a summary of your testimony, please?
Yes, so mine is a little bit different than the traditional dealer. I want to talk to you guys about a couple of things. My family has actually been in the EV business since 2011. We've been in for 13 years. We were here for the first round with the Focus Electric, which was the 115-mile range, as well as the first plug-in hybrids. We're all in on EV. We installed our first two level 40-kilowatt EV chargers in the summer of 2011 and have since signed up as one of 3 dealers here in the state to be Model E Certified Elite, which is the top level with Ford Motor Company, My current investment today for level 3 chargers stands at $857,000, and that is just for the infrastructure that I'm going to have to put in, the ADA compliance I have to put in, and the chargers and the transformer. I have spent over $100,000 to date on tools and equipment. This does not include the spend for lifts. I did not have that at this time, as well as $5,800 per month in continuing education and training that I have to pay forward. Like my counterpart here with General Motors, my fee to Ford is $45,000 per year to be an EV dealer, $70,000 with training. What I wanted to discuss today is Santa Fe is what I like to call the city different. We have early adopters in Santa Fe, and I have a little bit more experience than the rest. To date, we've sold 72 EVs this year, roughly 7 a month. 17 have been Lightnings, 55 have been Mach-E, 1 has been an E-Transit, and we've sold 2 plug-in hybrids. But along with that comes the experience of what my customers are experiencing, and that's what I want to share with you guys today. Main concerns that continue to arise, charging, service and repair, as well as range. Now, where range plays a key in New Mexico are extreme weather conditions. We were talking a little bit about battery range, so I'm going to give you an example. Myself personally, when the Mach-E first came out, I purchased one because I was dealing with so many customer complaints about range. When we hit freezing or below temperatures, it affects the battery by up to 40% in range. Now, you have to maintain the 80-20 rule. So what that means is in order to preserve the integrity of the battery, you are only supposed to charge up to 80% and do not go below 20% to maximize the life of that battery in the degradation. The problems that occur when that battery dips below 20% and the vehicle shuts off completely, to answer the question from earlier, if AAA came out and attempted to jump that 12 volt, it would destroy the battery. We've had such case at Capital Ford where that happened. The insurance claim was $43,000 to replace that battery. Once you are locked out of that vehicle at that particular point, it takes up to 2 weeks to get back into that vehicle and to get it to take a charge. The problem with that is there's too many people that are involved currently. An example is, for Ford, we have a battery control module that operates the battery, but then there's another hand that programs the battery. An example that we had most recently, we had a customer who purchased a brand new Transit, made it 2,000 miles, and the Transit died. The vehicle came into our shop. It took us over 2 months to repair the vehicle. Turns out we had a bad cell pack on number 5 and number 6. Took our Ford service engineer out to come and communicate with the developer of the module, the developer of the battery, and the developer of the software. Once we had that and we replaced that, the cost of that repair was $24,946.37. My customer has fear here because at 25,000 miles per year, he will be out of the 8-year, 100,000-mile warranty within 4 years. A repair like that is catastrophic to his business. He cannot make rug deliveries or rug cleaning deliveries without a van. And at that point would have a van that is virtually worthless. When we talk about range anxiety, there's a couple of things that I want to talk about. So we talked about the weather range. So my particular Mach-E, at an 80% charge on the 80-20 rule, on a 280-mile range, gives me 224 miles. Taking into account the freezing temperatures and lowering that 40% is an 89-mile range difference, which gives me a 134-mile range. If I was going to drive to Albuquerque and back using the heater, I couldn't get home without charging. So when we come to charging, there's a couple of things that I want to mention. It is great that we are putting in infrastructure for DC fast chargers, but DC fast chargers is actually the worst thing that we can do to an electric vehicle. It is the highest form of degradation to that battery. And the reason why that is because the amount of current that is coming in is so hot and so fast. The reason why those batteries stop at 80% is because each one of the individual cells as it's receiving that current cannot decide where to apply the electricity to. That is the reason for the slowdown. It slows down to accepting 15% of that charge so it's able to apply correctly to the battery. When you have heat coming in like that, it presents a problem. Also, the other thing that needs to be noted, I think it is fantastic that we are putting in 350 kilowatt charge stations, which could be good for the future. However, today's vehicles cannot accept more than 120 kilowatts at a charge time. The reason why level 2s are so important to charge on is you have a straight current for a longer period of time, which reduces the amount of heat that the battery takes. So when you have a reduction because of heat or cooling, it's because the battery has to preserve heat and keep it, just like your cell phone. So if your cell phone is too cold, it doesn't operate correctly, right? And if it gets too hot, it shuts off. Well, the same thing applies to a lithium-ion battery or a magnesium LFP battery. Now, when it comes to charging, the question that was just asked, earlier EVs, yes, a 110 outlet was plenty. Our focus that we had with the 115-mile range, if you plug that into a wall outlet, it would take, or I'm sorry, a DC fast, or a level 2 outlet, it would take roughly 5.5 hours. A wall outlet on that, which is the 110, is 30 hours. Now, the question was asked to the previous party how long it would take to charge today's. Well, today's batteries are significantly different. The Mustang Mach-E on a 110-volt outlet at 20% will take 95 hours to charge. It's 4 days. With a level 2, you're looking at 7.5 hours at 40 kilowatts. Now, here's where the trouble that we have at the store with our customers that are choosing whether or not to take an EV is your house. So the standard house has a 100 amp panel. On that 100 amp panel, in order for you to put a level 2 at your house, you have to have a circuit that is open for 40 or 60 amps, depending on whether you want a 40 kilowatt or a 60 kilowatt. Most houses do not. So this is where the cost comes in. Because if you go up to a 200 amp panel, you're looking at spending about $5,000 before the cost of the level 2 charger. You hit the $7,500 mark if you do not have circuits open on that amp as well. So this is where it becomes frustrating for the consumers. So we're asking them to make a $1,200 payment on a brand new Ford Lightning and spend $7,500 on home improvements. Now, Ford is a manufacturer that believes in EV, obviously. So on our long-range vehicles, our F-150s, they offer a level 2 charge station with the purchase of the vehicle. So providing the charge station is not the problem. You can get a charge station within 2 days. The problem is getting a certified electrician from Sunrun to come out to the house. There's only 2 in the state currently that are able to do this. It's a 6-month wait time to get a level 2 charger installed at your home. I want to come back to maintenance. Everybody keeps talking about how there's no maintenance requirements. The one thing I want to talk about is Tesla is an amazing company. I'm not saying that they're not, but they are lacking in service. If everybody takes a look, they've got one of the lowest service scores in the country from an automotive manufacturer's perspective. Well, the big manufacturers in Detroit have been doing this a long time. There's always going to be maintenance and repair. Every one of our EVs has a maintenance schedule. You still have to rotate your tires every 5,000 miles. There's still a cabin filter. There's a cooling system that needs to be inspected. There's wiper blades that need to be replaced. Now, the one thing that I'll say that's pretty disappointing about our EV vehicles versus our ICE vehicles, if I take a F-150, for example, with the weight, our customers are making it about 18,000 miles before having to replace a set of tires. The same vehicle on ICE, 40,000 miles. So you're replacing 2 sets of tires in the same 40,000 miles. Now, the reason for that is you have to have low rolling resistance tires on any hybrid, plug-in, or EV. So that requires a softer tire, which wears a lot faster. These are just a few of the things that I see on a regular basis. This definitely, in my opinion, needs to be market-driven. The people that are purchasing these vehicles from me are not my standard customers. They are people that live in Santa Fe that have second homes and are staging these vehicles here. Out of the 72 vehicles that I've sold, 80% of those are paid with cash. And the other downside to that is those customers are not qualifying for the $7,500 rebate. At Ford Motor Company, unfortunately, the bulk of the Lightnings that are available to me are the higher end. The Pro Series is only 2% of the build. With that being said, the higher end are all over $80,000, therefore they do not qualify for the tax credit based on price. My Mach-E's, on the other hand, do. However, it's only $3,750. It will be nice that we will be able to use the government assistance. I'm still a little unclear because currently I have to determine whether or not my customer would qualify for it. There's actually a form that I have to submit to the IRS from Ford Motor Company where I have to get the customer's annual income and determine whether or not they actually qualify for this program. The other thing that's a bit disappointing for my customers when it comes to charging is Ford has what's called the Blue Oval Charge Network, which is backed by Electrify America. In the state of New Mexico, there is only 5 DC fast chargers on the program. 1 in Santa Fe, 1 in Albuquerque, 1 in Wagon Mountain, 1 in Tucumcari, and 1 in Las Cruces. So the tough part about that is if we're going to get the volume that we need, how are they supposed to charge their cars in Albuquerque and Santa Fe in the event that they're having to travel? Jerry Valdez has been a huge asset for me. I was one of the lucky ones that went ahead and submitted for Build Back Better, which is one of the reasons why I have no problem going after that. I'm on one of the corridors. My only problem is it's our time frame, right? So in order to be in compliance with Build Back Better, it can be up to 2 years before I have infrastructure. So if we're talking about that, for me, just a little dealer, how long is it going to take for us to get that money and get the people to install DC fast chargers throughout the state? I appreciate your guys' time, and if you have any questions for me. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the one other thing I wanted to mention. My transformer is on an 18-month back order. The gear that is required for my transformer to work with the DC fast chargers is anywhere between 18 and 24 months. And that is every DC fast charger that we put in needs both of those things. So,
Zach, can you describe sort of how the used vehicle market, if you want to call it that, or the used vehicle system works with electric vehicles?
This is a really, really, really tough one right now. Elon has actually hurt us in this particular market. It's really hard to justify what a used car value is at this point for a couple of reasons. One, he's lowered his prices to try and get to where he qualified for the rebates, which he's done, which is good, but it drastically affected the used car market. My Mach-E's, the day he did that, lost 35% of their value. The other tough reason why it is hard to put a number on that is if you've got a used one with 60,000 miles, there's only 40% left of use on that vehicle. So it's hard to really determine what that price is. And what I can tell you is the used car prices nationally right now are about half of the MSRP 6 months after delivery.
What kind of financing is available for used EVs?
Again, that's a tough one because the books are changing almost weekly. Most lenders will lend up to 110% of the value, pending that the debt-to-income ratio is there. But unfortunately, in New Mexico, that's a tough one. We struggle with that in Santa Fe as well. The debt-to-income is a problem.
Have you had any problems with any of your customers with any fires with it related to any of your batteries?
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up. That's one other thing I wanted to mention. One of my biggest customer complaints too is, so I know you guys are familiar with the fact that the batteries are both lithium ion and magnesium based. So the insurance companies are giving my clients a hard time and asking them whether or not they'll be parking their vehicles in the garage, and there's a reason for that. If that vehicle catches fire, there's no way to put it out. Now, I don't know if you've seen what a magnesium fire looks like. It's almost like a sparkler. So the scary part for both the client, the insurance company, and myself is if I'm working on one end of the shop and it catches fire, it can burn down my building. My insurance for the dealership increased by $30,000 this year, and everybody's wanting to do this and point fingers at each other. So let's say, for example, my friend parks his Mach-E inside my garage and charges overnight while he's at the house, and his car burns down my house. It is the position of the insurance companies that they are not liable for the replacement of my house. Same thing with the fire at the store.
Mr. Back, come to the microphone, please.
I think we're going to object to this line of testimony because it's not in the direct or the rebuttal, and so, you know, would have loved to have responded to some of these concerns, but this is literally the first time we're hearing it, so.
That's because this is also new.
Mr. Domenici?
We'll move on.
All right.
I have a couple questions for Mr. Ortiz. So first of all, there's been a description of something that is some group of meetings that's been described either as public meetings or stakeholder meetings. Describe what kind of input you or dealers were able to provide in any kind of stakeholder setting leading up to this rule.
Thank you for that question, and I'm going to compare the formulation of Clean Car 1 rules versus what we went through this year. So as I mentioned, I started as Executive Director of New Mexico Auto Dealers Association of July 2021. Within a couple weeks of me being hired and starting my position, I received a call from board member Ely, who was working at the New Mexico Environment Department. She let me know what the Environment Department was thinking about, and she wanted our input as far as the proposed rules. We had several stakeholder, what I call stakeholder engagements, and several dealers were involved. We looked at the proposed rules and we provided recommendations of what we feel that they could work, what would work for us. You know, we provide definitions of a new vehicle, it was implemented, et cetera, and we really appreciated what I call that stakeholder engagement. In this round, I received a call 2 days before the governor's announcement, inviting me to a presentation that the governor was going to announce, and there was, in my opinion, no stakeholder involvement or engagement. We hadn't seen the rules, we didn't have a chance to provide input, we didn't have a chance to share it with our member dealers to see what that would look like. It was a very stark difference between what we went through in the formulation of Clean Cars 1 versus what we went through this year.
And what were you able to do at the public meetings?
Well, I attended all 3 public meetings. There was one in Santa Fe, there was one in Albuquerque, and there was also one virtually. Environment Department provided a presentation. It was a PowerPoint presentation about what the proposed rules would look like and how it would affect New Mexicans. There were several members of the audience wanting to ask questions, provide input, and they were told no unless it's a clarifying question of what was being presented. They then had either breakout rooms or tables where individuals could speak one-on-one with like DOT or maybe an attorney on the proposed rules, but it wasn't really collaborative, if you will, where we were able to provide input, thoughts, discussion, et cetera, the way we did on the first round.
And describe your concerns with the registration fee for manufacturers that's in this rule with respect to how that would be passed through to customers.
Yeah, so in the proposed rule, there's a registration fee for every manufacturer to register with the department. It's a $300,000 annual registration that each manufacturer has to pay for the department for like maybe the first 8 years. I could look it up and clarify. And then it drops down to $100,000. As was discussed earlier today, you know, a lot of costs from any kind of business is passed down to the consumer. So our fear of that $300,000 annual registration that would be required to be with the department would be passed down on a prorated share for every vehicle that is sold within a given year. We have huge concerns about such a large registration fee manufacturers would have to pay.
Last question for you, Mr. Brandt. What is your understanding of the amount of Ford Lightnings that would be available to you in the future if your customers chose to buy them?
The Lightnings right now, I can take as many as I want. That's not an issue at all. The one thing that I'll say about my manufacturer is they're totally ahead of the game. We have plenty of availability as long as there's demand. We are turning and earning our Lightnings, so I'm earning more than my fair share right now. If I needed 100 today, I could get 100 today.
Why don't you need 100 today? Why don't you need 100 today?
The demand is just not there at this point.
Thank you. That's all I have with this panel.
Thank you, Mr. Domenici. Let's turn to the board for their questions. Look, by the way, Chair Paul has gone virtual. You might have seen that happening in real time. So she's on. Yes. We can all take a few minutes to just stand up, but don't go far, please. We are coming back from a very short break so that we can fit in about 25 minutes of board questions before public comment. Then we'll take another short break and take public comment from 6 to 7. I see Mr. Bach at the podium.
Yes, Madam Hearing Officer. After conferring with co-counsel, I think we would move to strike everything in Mr. Brandt's testimony that was not actually a summary of his written. And there was, going back through, there's quite a lot of things that we've never heard about before. And so, have not had a chance to respond. We submitted about 45 pages of rebuttal to everything that was in the written statements, but quite a bit of new information that has not ever been raised before. So we would request that that be stricken, or in the alternative for the boards to at least be instructed that those statements have not been subject to the normal rebuttal procedure that was established in the hearing order.
Okay, and I would ask you at some point, I want to maximize our time tonight, but perhaps tomorrow you could be more specific about the topics he covered that you think didn't follow the pre-hearing order in terms of timely submitted rebuttal. Mr. Knight.
Madam Hearing Officer, we would join in that motion and reiterate that we would have had plenty of testimony to rebut most of what was said that was not in the direct testimony if we had been provided an opportunity ahead of the hearing to prepare that testimony and to bring those witnesses. We could have easily done that.
Okay.
But because we didn't have that opportunity, it's unfair. And I'm sure if we had tried something like that, we would have heard objections to it likewise.
All right, and I'll invite you to do the same thing. Identify the topics or the issues that you believe fell into that. I don't want to take that argument tonight, though. I'm going to do that tomorrow so that we can maximize question time and public comment. Chair Sweeney, I believe you do not have questions of this panel?
Not at this time.
All right. Vice Chair Trujillo?
Yes, I have some questions. I'll start with Mr. Ortiz. And first of all, thank you for speaking to us today and bringing your experience. It's always good to hear from a variety of perspectives. As you're giving your testimony, I couldn't help but think of a old boss I used to have, and he used to say, "I don't pay my bills with my bonuses." And it's kind of the concept of, don't pay your bills with promises that might happen. And that's kind of the way I've been thinking about these rebates. And so in your experience and working with the legislative body, why has it been historically difficult to put some of these rebates in place so that they're in place before this rule comes in and we're already able to get them without having a mandate?
That's an excellent question. And so I guess what I could start is, we've been communicating with the legislature about, our desire to spur EV adoption. As you've heard and you will hear in subsequent testimony, the investments our dealers have made and the high cost of EVs in compared to a tradition. So I'll use an example. In the 2023 legislative session, there was a bill introduced that would provided a rebate for the purchase of electric vehicles and home charging stations, and also to address the inequity of EVs not paying their fair share of road taxes. We worked on both sides of the aisle. We worked with the bill sponsor. We had discussions with the administration and several departments. Everybody was in line. going forward on this. There were a lot of other tax-related bills introduced separately, and the tax committee basically combined several bills into what was called the tax omnibus bill. Those rebates were included in the bill in the final version. It passed both the House and the Senate. Unfortunately, it was line item vetoed by the governor in about April of 2023. Much to our surprise, because, and including legislator surprises, we all thought that we were all aligned with this being the best approach for New Mexico.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, that's been one of my concerns. And kind of going along the same lines with purchase prices or purchasing and incentives. At one point in your testimony, you mentioned a lagging EV demand, and I can't help but wonder if inflation being high and an extremely high mortgage lending interest rates are correlated with car purchases. And so I'm wondering if you've come across any studies or articles focusing on consumer purchasing in the current market.
Yes, there in my rebuttal testimony, there is probably close to a dozen different articles related to either the lack of EV demand or, in my words, the pivoting going on in manufacturers where they're either delaying their EV goals, they're delaying their production facilities of battery electric plants or other facilities based on the lack of demand. So I'm happy to walk through those with you, but they are in my rebuttal, and there's several articles from several different sources.
Thank you, and I'll go back and look at them. Yeah, there's quite a bit of information. So.
And by the way, all those articles in my rebuttal testimony, except for one, is probably within 6 weeks of today, so they're very recent articles.
So can you say one way or the other that you know, the other portions of the market, like the inflation and interest rates, are affecting?
Absolutely. There's several different factors. The interest rate, you know, that folks are qualifying. You know, there used to be 2 to 3% interest. Now it's 7% interest, which is or higher, as Member Garcia mentioned. So that does have a factor, along with some of the anxiety, some of the other issues that we cited on that chart from J.D. Powers.
Thank you, and thank you for pointing me to those articles. And my last question for you, you also mentioned about, you were discussing shelf life and just purchasing vehicles and asset, or having them as an asset. Since enacting ACCII, or since it came into effect, I was just curious about the overall experience from dealers with respect to depreciating assets, or just the general experience since that rule actually came into effect.
You know, I'll turn it over to either Zach or Terry to talk about that. But once again, I just want to stress, because, you know, the department wasn't aware, others may not be aware, that it's not the manufacturer that owns this vehicle until it's sold. It's the dealer that owns it. So I'm gonna have Zach and maybe Terry talk a little bit about some of those challenges. I'm also going to ask them to discuss floor planning, or they, and how they pay interest on that vehicle as it's sitting on the lot.
Yeah, so each and every one of us have what is called a line of credit, which would be floor plan, which is what I have with Ford Credit. So for every vehicle that I get from Ford, I start paying interest on Ford. I buy that vehicle from Ford Motor Company. It's my vehicle. And I pay interest on that loan until that vehicle is sold. Once that vehicle is sold, then I send them a check and I pay that vehicle off. The main difference between the two, on an ICE vehicle, currently my holding time is about 30 days versus 60 days on ICE. I pay about $433 a month to floor a ICE vehicle. I pay double that on an EV. I pay about $866 a month to hold an EV.
I can reiterate the same thing. The examples I gave you with the Toyota all-electric BZ versus the Corolla, my floor plan for that electric vehicle is $150.78 a month. My floor plan for that Corolla is $10.68 a month to floor that vehicle until I sell it. The longer you keep those vehicles in inventory, after a certain amount of time, Toyota, I can speak for Toyota because I have their stuff here. You get the first 30 days interest free. They give you 30 days to sell the vehicle at no cost, basically, because they can't guarantee it's going to drop on the 15th of the month. They give you the first 30 days because it's got to go through pre-delivery inspection. It's got to go through the shop to make sure there's no recalls, anything. So they give you 30 days to get the vehicle, what they call lot ready or showroom ready. Then your clock starts ticking. At day 90, your floor plan interest is going to increase. If you go 6 months, you start paying curtailments where they charge you penalties on the price of that vehicle. So if we don't sell that vehicle, not only am I having to pay a higher interest rate now for it to floor it, but I'm getting penalties on top of that monthly based on how long that vehicle stays in stock. So earlier testimony was that the manufacturers are selling these BEVs and these plug-in hybrids at a discount. The manufacturers do not discount anything. The discount that they're talking about, the lower pricing, is coming because we as dealers, and I've got a prime example with a vehicle here. I had a BZ4 Toyota set on the lot for 7.5 months. I was paying $1,600 a month in penalties because it did not sell within the 6 months. I sold that vehicle to a dealer in Las Vegas, Nevada at a $4,000 loss because it was cheaper for me to take the loss than it was to pay $1,600 a month in penalties for it to set on the lot. So that's where the discounted pricing is coming from, is it's not the manufacturers saying, you know what, we realize they need cheaper EVs and plug-in hybrids in the market. It's we've had to pay full price for that vehicle and are now being penalized because that vehicle is not selling, and it's costing us additional.
Thank you. And the last couple of questions I have are just kind of about your the market that you're selling in. Since you do, as I recall from your resume, that you worked in the financing portion of it.
Correct.
So what percentage of your clientele is renting or owning a home? I'm just kind of curious, because I know that that's a question when you apply for a loan at the dealership.
40% of my customers rent or own a home. 60% live on the reservation in the Pueblo, so they don't have a housing expense. Navajo Nation, if you're an enrolled tribal member, you can live on the reservation for free. A lot of homes are built, by family members. Hogans, there's older mobile homes. Again, they don't have running water, they don't have electricity, they use outhouses. So again, only about 40% of my customers, it's usually the ones that reside in the city limits, that we have a housing cost of living for their debt to income.
Okay, and how does that compare to your Santa Fe market?
So that's a little bit different. In Santa Fe, my clientele typically owns their homes. On the EV side especially, it's a lot of cash buyers in their second homes. On the ICE side, they're paying for homes just like I am. I don't own mine outright, but that's typically what we see in Santa Fe.
Okay. And thank you for answering that. I'm just going to kind of move on to my last question here. Or actually, I have one more about the charging. I know you kind of discussed charging a little bit. How long can a vehicle sit unused before you have to charge it again?
As long as you need it to. As long as it's a newer vehicle without a lot of battery degradation, you're fine. You can go park it at the airport for a month and it'll still be at the 60% charge when you left.
Okay, that's good to know. Yeah. And then, so my last question, either one of you can answer it. From what we've heard through the testimony is that manufacturers do not want to make two different types of cars to be sold in different states, so that essentially what I've gathered is that by 2027, that the manufacturers will be making ICE cars that can be sold in every state that are California certified. And I just want to see if that is your understanding of the situation as well, and if you have any additional thoughts to add to that sales structure.
Yeah, so about 15 years ago, Ford went 50 statewide on everything that they do, because you don't want to sell for 49 states and then have to do something different in California. So they would just follow whatever that mandate is to continue selling ICE cars in all 50 states, which they do today.
Okay. So you had, I believe Ms. Garcia had given had talked a little bit about buying cars in Arizona and, you know, bringing back to New Mexico. So is there anything prohibitive in that situation come 2027?
Not to my knowledge, and we really saw it with the chip crisis that we had. You know, New Mexico is a beautiful giant state, but there's not enough of us in it, right? So on the Ford side, we lost roughly 1,200 units when COVID happened and we had our shutdowns. We still haven't recovered. We're still selling at the same share, but it's way less volume. So what we've seen, for me personally, I used to sell, I don't know, 60 to 70 Super Duty trucks a month. I got 14 all of last year. I have several customers that have gone across state lines because that's where they have to go to get a Super Duty today.
Okay.
With the same thing with going to Arizona to purchase, I haven't been able to get a definitive answer on, is this mandate going to allow those vehicles to be purchased in Arizona and brought back to New Mexico to register? So until that question can be answered, then there's no way you're going to be able to determine and reduce the emission if you're allowing New Mexico residents to go across state, purchase that same vehicle that they couldn't buy locally, and bring it right back in and register it here.
Okay.
So as of right now, there's no penalty. They can go over there, buy anything down from, like I showed you the example, a Corolla, a Trax, any ICE vehicle, even an EV, and bring it back here and register it with no penalty. And again, we have not been able to get an answer as to if this goes in 2027, is John Doe customer going to be able to drive to Holbrook, Arizona, purchase that 3/4 ton Duramax, or purchase a Chevrolet Tahoe, or purchase a gas engine Wrangler, Grand Cherokee, Compass, any of those, and bring it back to New Mexico to register?
Okay. Thank you all for your time, and that's the last question I had.
Thank you very much. Member Ely?
No questions at this time.
Thank you. Member Garcia?
Yes, I do have a question, and any one of you can answer this question. I would like to understand the process right now that you go through. This is my understanding, and you correct me if I'm wrong. When you look at your dealership, you decide on your market, what vehicles you're going to be able to sell in the previous year, and then you order for the next year what you think you're going to be able to sell, what you know your market is. So, and I understand when you get those vehicles that you're buying them, you're using a financing plan, and you have to pay interest if they don't sell. So you have a particular time frame to get those vehicles off the lot in order for you to make a profit. Otherwise, you're spending too much money on interest, et cetera. I understand that. So is that basically how you do it?
It is. The one thing I do want to mention is yeah, that would be in a perfect world. The allocation system is a bit tough on all of us. You know, again, I said that we were a giant state with a lower population, so we're typically the bottom feeder of what is the Phoenix region, right? So they feed southern Nevada and all of the Phoenix and Arizona area before we get it. So that controls the commodities that are available for us to buy, and typically that's the stuff that the bigger areas don't want, and that's what makes it a little bit more challenging for us, hence the reason I have such a hard time getting Ford Pro Lightnings. When you have a dealership like Santan in Arizona, which is a huge fleet store, they're getting all the allocation for those units because they're moving those on a fleet basis. So I might get whatever's left over they don't want, and then I'm being forced to take the higher line units.
For the manufacturers that I serve, Chevrolet, Toyota, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, or Stellantis, our allocation methodology is a lot different than Ford's. Each of the manufacturers has a separate methodology. So Toyota, for example, does an allocation every 2 weeks based off what you have sold in the past 30 days. That's why it's a running 2-week consensus. But they also take into consideration, so I'm just going to use Corolla and Camry, for instance. Let's say I have 11 Corolla sitting on ground and I have 7 Camry sitting on ground. They're going to come back and say, well, you did have 20, but now you're down to 11, but you still have 11, so we're going to cut you back and not replace everything that you sold because you still have inventory on ground. So it's called a day supply or return rate. They'll take that into consideration. So I might turn around and sell those 11 Corolla within the next 2 days, but that's not going to reflect for another 30 days until we get back to that allocation. So then they'll also go back into a historical data, and they'll look at it and say, well, you did really well with Camry last year. You sold X amount, but we don't see, or they'll adjust based on their projection of what the market's going to do, and they can adjust our allocation based off of that. So it's not a one-to-one ratio. It's unfortunately, you could have a really good week when allocation came and they replace everything, but then you could have an off week where you didn't sell everything, allocation hit, and they say, well, you still have units on ground, so we're going to cut what you had there. You might not pick anything up in that allocation. Correct.
Okay, thank you. So I understand it's a lot more complicated, but that's what's going on right now. So what would change if this rule went into effect in terms of your relationship with the manufacturer? Because my understanding is nobody's mandated to buy an electric vehicle, and so you could still have ICE vehicles. For instance, in Gallup, of course, your customers are different from the customers in Santa Fe. So there may be a market for some EVs in Santa Fe where there's barely any in Gallup. So what would change if this rule went into effect? What would change with your relationship with the manufacturers, the way you order vehicles?
So if this goes into effect with all 3 manufacturers right now, General Motors, I cannot speak on because I'm in the process of electrifying. So I can't give you allocation data on what that's going to be because I'm not an EV dealer with them yet. With Stellantis and Toyota, what this would change is I would be removed from that allocation methodology I just explained to you on an earn and turn or a 1-to-1 ratio to they would automatically send 70% of my inventory and my allocation would be plug-in hybrids or BEVs, battery EVs, if it's available in that model segment. Only 30% would be ICE engines, but that would become, again, I would have to sell it to earn it. But if I had one on ground, I would lose that allocation. So they wouldn't replenish the ICE. They would only send, and like I said, I lose all of the methodology, and they would adjust it 70-30. So 70% of my inventory, they would just automatically send whatever model lines, price ranges. We wouldn't get to dictate, well, that price range didn't sell real good. I don't want any of that. I want this. 70% of the allocation would be plug-in hybrid. EV, 30% would go to ICE, but if I still had ICE on ground, those would not be replenished.
Okay, so I understand the allocation that the manufacturer has to meet is statewide. So while they may, in order to meet the requirements of the rule, they may put, more in Albuquerque, more in Santa Fe than in the rural areas, right?
No, Stellantis is going to, no matter what, affect 70% of my allocation. They'll figure out the calculation on what my inventory needs to be to hit that first market, the 43%, and they'll adjust the allocation according to that. So that's why when I brought up, in order to order an ICE vehicle under this new allocation system, if I had a Jeep Wrangler Sahara sitting on ground, but I had a black one in gas, you came in and wanted a white one with tan interior, I now have to special order that because I do have that vehicle on ground. I can't just call and say, hey, I need to get this, or, this is what's going on. Because I have one in my 30%, it would be a special order request from that point on.
Okay, very helpful. Thank you.
I need to add to that, if I may.
Sure.
So Ford's program is a little bit different. I'm sure some of you may have seen the headlines. So Ford has separated our company into 3 categories. You have Ford Blue, which is the internal combustion engine. You have Ford Pro, which is the fleet division, and you have Model E. you were offered last year, towards the end of the year, the opportunity to sign up to be Model E. So if this mandate was enforced, currently only the 3 dealers in New Mexico, which are, I believe, or 4 maybe, the 3 guys in Albuquerque and myself have signed up. So we would be the only ones under Ford's program that would be able to take in these vehicles. But it requires the significant investment. That level, the 3 DC fast chargers I'm putting in are a part of the program. The $70,000 a month or a year I have to spend for training and the fee is all part of that. So what this mandate would do is potentially put some of the smaller dealers out of business. So each one of us received a performa. My initial performa was a $1.2 million investment for Model E Certified Elite and a $700,000 investment for Model E Certified. I chose to go Elite because I didn't believe it would be that much, and I have learned that with P&M's assistance it's not going to be that much. But not all dealers are in the position that I'm in to do that. There are rural dealers in New Mexico that would go out of business if they were forced to become a Model E dealer.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
That's all. Okay. Member Bitzer, anything quick?
Real quick. First of all, thank you for making the trip. I know you guys are probably very busy and it's a long haul. And this is fabulous perspective from contrasting communities in northern New Mexico, even sort of binocular vision. I was wondering if y'all are in communication with folks down the southern part of the state. Do they have challenges similar to those in Gallup, or are they more like Santa Fe, or?
Board member, this is Ken. Can you hear me okay? Excellent question. And part of our testimony that will probably be heard most likely tomorrow is a wide representation of dealers throughout parts of New Mexico. We have a dealer from Roswell, we have a dealer from Farmington, and then we have at least a couple of dealers from Albuquerque. So you're going to hear different perspectives from throughout New Mexico.
That's all I have.
All right, thank you. We're going to have to save the other board questions for the morning. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll return at 6 and take 1 hour of public comment. Thank you all.
Find ways to make them work and make them successful for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen Graziano? Kristen?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Terrific. Yes, I can. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
And
My first name is Kristen, Kristin. Last name is Graziano, Graziano. Thank you to the members and commissioners for this opportunity, and thank you for adding some time since so many voices need to be heard. I'm a family physician from Arroyo Seco, New Mexico. I have lived and worked in northern New Mexico for the past 10 years, spending most of my career with the Indian Health Service on the Navajo and Hickory Apache reservations, and most recently at a federally qualified health center in Cuesta. I am firmly in favor of adopting the strongest clean cars and trucks rules possible. As a doctor, I come to this issue from 2 avenues. The first is from a health and well-being perspective. The second is from a health equity perspective. We have decades of research linking air pollution from tailpipe emissions to a multitude of medical issues, including respiratory and cardiovascular problems, cancers, neuropsychiatric disorders, and poor pregnancy outcomes. And let us not forget premature death.
Dr. Graziano?
Yes.
I'm going to have to remind everyone to speak more slowly. The
Sure.
interpreters are struggling to keep up here.
Sorry. The Clean Cars and Trucks standards will prevent 158 premature deaths and more than 76,000 cases of respiratory illnesses by 2050, just by reducing particulate matter alone. In addition to air pollution, tailpipe emissions contribute to greenhouse gases and climate change, and those of us on the front lines of healthcare are seeing the detrimental health effects of climate change already occurring in New Mexico, and scientists expect things to worsen quickly. We're seeing heat-related illness, dangerous air quality due to wildfire smoke, increased depression and anxiety. By adopting the proposed rules now, we can greatly decrease the greenhouse gases fueling climate change and lessen these negative health impacts. These are my patients. I hear their stories and their frustrations from being ill because of their environment. I usher them through treatments. I order their oxygen. I write notes to excuse my pediatric patients from missing school again because of another asthma attack. I worry about my patients' quality of life and the lifelong negative health consequences they may face because of an unhealthy environment. Earlier, I mentioned health equity. We know communities of color and poorer neighborhoods are disproportionately affected by these health issues. I've spent my career in these communities, and I can tell you that my patients are no less deserving and no less worthy of having clean air and a healthy environment. Transportation is New Mexico's second largest source of climate and health harming pollution, as we have heard. We have an opportunity to improve the health of New Mexicans. We have an opportunity to do the right thing by cleaning up the air the most for those who are impacted the most. And we have an opportunity to curb climate-related health impacts that New Mexicans are facing now and are certain to increase. I strongly urge you to seize this opportunity and adopt the strongest clean cars and trucks rules as quickly as possible. And I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Doctor. Marina Herrera. Marina, oh, terrific, you're in person. Do we have any other people in person here in the room? Yes, come on up, please. And yes, sir, please come on up. Oh, great, we'll do 4. Do you and each of you swear or affirm to tell the truth? All right, when you come up, state and then spell your name, and I'll start your time.
Hello, my name is Marina Herrera, spelled Marinaherrera. I reside here in Albuquerque, and I am the Director of Development and Communications for the Rio Grande Foundation. As an independent 501c3 organization located here in Albuquerque, we are concerned when any national special interest groups advocate for stripping the freedom of choice from New Mexicans. To avoid any opportunity for hearsay, I took a look at the 22 public comment folders on the EIB website. 21 of the 22 were almost entirely in opposition to EIB number 23-56. The 22nd folder contained a handful of opposition letters and 130 messages of support from the Sierra Club from back in August. Looking closely, I noticed a large number of these letters did not include an address or phone number, and I suspect these individuals do not actually reside here in New Mexico. For those that did include addresses, nearly every single signee was from an immensely privileged community. These communities almost exclusively included White Rock and Los Alamos, Taos, Santa Fe, and the wealthiest neighborhoods of Albuquerque. This is not an accurate representation of New Mexico's people. Before I go any further, I want to thank Pamela Jones for receiving and processing all of the public comments. Without her, none of the following would be possible. The EIB has received a few thousand emails from New Mexicans voicing their opposition to EIB number 23-56. Unfortunately, as confirmed by Pamela in writing with the Mr. Nick Glad, not all of our emails have made it to her inbox. This is by no means Pamela's fault, but a limitation of technology. However, the will of the people, including several of your next door neighbors, needs to be as clear as possible. Therefore, I printed you each a copy of every public comment sent in opposition to EIB number 23-56. You will find that each page contains one email in opposition to the proposal, the sender's address, and their contact information. Every email address is verified, and unlike the comments submitted by special interest groups, every single community in New Mexico has been represented here. This includes the Pueblos, the Navajo Nation, Nuevo Mexicanos like myself, and residents of every single House district in New Mexico. I've even provided this handy little map to make the message clear, and I have a copy for every single one of you here today. Anything other than a complete rejection of EIB number 23-56 is the EIB spitting in the faces of the people of New Mexico. Please say no to EIB number 23-56. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herrera. Let's see, if you give them to Pam, she'll distribute them to the board members. Thank you. Oh, Member Bitzer, absolutely.
It's one copy for each member?
There is a copy for each member here.
Okay.
And they include every single opposition email
So
sent in.
So one for each of us then?
Correct.
All right, I'll take, yeah, don't throw mine out.
Sorry, when you say one for each, you're talking about the EIB or both the
I hate to give
EIB
it out.
and the AQCB?
The EIB.
That's 7 members.
Correct.
Okay. She's talking about the EIB.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll get mine after the meeting's over.
All right. Thank you very much. If you give the map to Pamela and the contents of the dolly. Okay. If you would, sir, and give us your name and then spell it.
Ed Garcia, EDGARCIA.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Orth and members of the boards, for your massive time commitment to these hearings. I am Edward Garcia, Executive Chairman of the Garcia Automotive Group. I speak to you with decades of experience as a dealer, owner, and operator of auto dealerships in New Mexico and Texas. And I currently serve on the Honda National Dealer Advisory Board and am president of the New Mexico Honda Dealer Advertising Association. So I get a perspective from the highest level of auto manufacturing and distribution to marketing to the actual delivery and from the service lane or the sales lot. There's a fundamental lack of understanding regarding the auto manufacturers, dealers, and customers that I hope our team can help explain in their presentations tomorrow. And there are so many flaws in the cost of ownership model and battery performance projections, I cannot begin to elaborate. This executive order and subsequent mandate, as presented, would have many unintended consequences which would hurt New Mexicans and detract from our common goal of carbon neutrality. Due to high costs and lack of compatibility with EVs, many New Mexicans would be forced to drive older, higher polluting, and less safe vehicles. Other New Mexicans will choose to purchase ICE vehicles in non-ACCII states, which also defeats the purpose. New ICE and used vehicle prices will skyrocket, and I bet a used Ford F-150 gas engine will become the gold standard, and nobody will part with one, period. Bernalillo County has good air quality according to the EPA, and let's not confuse it with the community of Sunland Park in Doña Ana County, which sits on the largest international border in the world with Mexico and Texas. 3 Japanese brands that are very familiar to all of us are Honda, Toyota, and Subaru, and they retailed 40% of all sales in Albuquerque, Santa Fe in October of 2023. These brands have a long and verifiable history of building fuel-efficient, safe, and reliable vehicles with excellent resale value. And yet, none of these 3 brands have a volume EV in their portfolio now or in the next couple of years. How would they earn meaningful early credits when nothing significant is being sold? That would force them to deliver to dealers close to 43% of the number in 2020, which is absolutely impossible. Hybrids flying off the dealer's lots, many people agree are ideal, is the next bridge solution to clean cars. I hope hydrogen works out. I wish we wouldn't have gotten shot down by the Biden administration on our New Mexico's being the leader in the hydrogen hub. I am hopeful that solid-state batteries will come commercially available in high volumes by the end of this decade, and this will revolutionary for EVs, which they have long ranges and weigh less. I believe that this current generation of EV vehicles, and for at least the next 3 to 5 years, will look like what a flip phone is to an iPhone today if solid-state becomes a reality. Then we will need to decide how to get rid of these 2,000-pound batteries. Manufacturers and dealers are working diligently to this goal. Lastly, I ask both boards to decline to adopt ACCII and note that it is your intention that the 2022 Clean Cars rules remain in effect to the fullest extent of the law. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Sir? Or, yeah. Give us your name and spell it first.
Ward McCartney, WARD-MCCARTNEY. Members and commissioners, thanks for your time tonight. I tried to get on twice yesterday anyway. My wife and I live 20 miles south of Belen, 60 miles from Albuquerque. We bought our Chevy EV Bolt in 2018 from a dealership in Colorado Springs, as it was $2,000 less than the 3 local Chevy dealerships in the local area. After the $7,500 tax rebate, the cost was $26,000. The good news, the Chevy Bolt now lists for $26,000. So after the tax incentive, less than $20,000. That's a very, very affordable. We have over $70,000 on our odometer and have had the Bolt serviced once, $29.57. They rotated the tires. 70,000 miles and no time wasted on oil changes. And we've heard from numerous people that EVs are inconvenient. Well, if you buy an ICE car, every 5,000 miles you get to go to Jiffy Lube, and every 15 you get to go to get it serviced. Talk about inconvenience and a huge amount of money you're spending. It costs about $9 in electricity to fully charge the battery. That's good for 250 miles. My Toyota Tacoma gets 20 miles to the gallon, so 250 miles costs $44 at last week's gas prices. So every 1,000 miles that we instead use the Bolt, we save $140 between gas and paying for the electricity to run the Bolt. I figure we save over $1,000 for every 10,000 miles we drive on the Bolt. No maintenance, no oil changes, no gas. My son-in-law in Montana 3 months ago put $500 down for a Bolt that was to be delivered in a month. After a month and 4 or more phone calls, he was finally told that they'd sold it to someone else. It took 2 weeks and numerous phone calls to get the $500 returned. Fortunately, another dealership helped him place an order on a Bolt on the production line with a $2,000 deposit. He ended up spending $3,000 more than the base price, but it's got leather seats and a heated steering wheel. And in Montana, that's a real plus. In closing, I strongly urge you to support the clean cars and truck rules. We have to open up the benefits of electric vehicles to the public, but the bottom line, really, it's our kids' future. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for persisting. Sir.
Hello. My name is Paul Aslaxon. I'm a resident of Albuquerque in the Northwest.
And would you spell your last name, please?
Aslaksен.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Sure. I've attended today's hearing, listened very closely to what's been said. My concern, one of my concerns is we may be talking about this rule in a vacuum. A lot of discussion about tailpipe emissions and auto manufacturers, what the auto manufacturers are going to do. You know, when you have, I live by an adage, there's no free lunch in engineering. And without going into a lot of the technical stuff I was going to talk about, because Mr. Domenici's panel spoke much more eloquently and with much more technical chops than I ever could have, I'll move ahead to what's top of mind for me, which is the electric grid robust enough to handle electric and hybrid cars? grid itself, high tension wires, transformers, all that good stuff. Is electric generating capability and capacity robust enough to handle this when we finally get there? Will neighborhoods have to be rewired to facilitate at-home chargers, say if 20 or 30% of the houses buy electric cars and put a charger in their garage? I simply don't know. Has there been testimony from PNM and other producers of electricity that they can handle this increased demand over time? Okay. If they did, great. If not, okay, let's make sure it happens. Will fire companies have the funds available to include specialty firefighting equipment for battery fires? Because they are very hard to put out. I'm concerned about that. So my question to the group is, as you consider this, have you determined the upstream and downstream effects of this rule? If you have not, don't implement this rule and implement this rule without passing parallel regulation and funding to ensure infrastructure will be able to handle it. And with that, I'll leave with a small anecdote, which is my daughter lives in Austin, Texas, and we visit her a couple times a year. 620 miles door to door. And we drive gas cars, and basically there's gas stations all over. I still have range anxiety. So I'm always I can only imagine range anxiety if you're looking for a charger. And I thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Aslaksen. All right, I'm going to go back to the list here. Laurel McCloskey. Are you on the platform?
Yes, my name is Laura McCloskey. Can you hear me?
Yes. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
If you would spell your name and then begin your statement.
Sure. My name is Laurel McCloskey. That is Laurel, and then McCloskey.
Thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Laurel McCloskey, and I'm the Executive Director of the Chronic Disease Prevention Council. It's a nonprofit organization based in Albuquerque, but serves New Mexico statewide, that's been in place for 28 years now. And the mission is to serve as a coordinating body to address chronic disease prevention. And we really look at how we can improve health for all people of New Mexico. And my statement is centered on environmental justice, which is the fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all people, regardless of race, color, national origin, or income. As defined by the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, fair treatment means that no people should bear a disproportionate share of the negative environmental consequences resulting from industrial, governmental, and commercial operations or policies. And as stated before by other individuals testifying, this happens with emissions from cars. We have one project that is a pilot project in Albuquerque, and we're looking at areas of higher air quality indexes. This means that youth and children that live in these areas have higher rates of asthma due to environmental pollution. And this has a burden to people of color, and we are working on this project to be expanded throughout the state. So consequently, this policy has great meaning to me for the considerations of health equity and how to move forward. Just a few points to note. Electric vehicles cost less than gas cars to operate, and they're fun to drive, as well as they will have an impact on these youth most in need. Previously, several New Mexicans testified that they had a hard time finding electric vehicles, and some had to go out of state to find them. But when they did, they were less than $25,000, and they can plug them into their wall outlets to charge overnight at PNM's discounted non-peak rate. And in addition, charging infrastructure is changing fast. On Tuesday, the Transportation Department's Jerry Valdez testified about the state's build-out of public electric vehicle chargers. They're rapidly increasing from 543 on September 30th to 705 today, including locations such as Espanola, Socorro, Cuesta, Angel Fire, for a few to be named. More are planned in the next 3 years to improve accessibility before the standards would take place for the 2027 model year. And in addition, plug-in hybrids, which run 30 to 50 miles on battery and switch in gas when the battery runs out, qualify as clean cars under these standards, which is a good compromise as this increases.
Ms. McCluskey, would you wrap up your statement, please?
Sure. So in summary, please consider this in terms of health equity and how it can impact the chronic disease outcome of youth of our state. Thank you.
Thank you. Glenn Weichel? Glenn Weichel, or W-I-K-L-E is what I see.
Yes, hello. I was traveling and just walked in the door. I wonder if you could let someone else go before me?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Stephen Schmidt. Stephen Schmidt. Okay. John Andrews. John Andrews.
Yes.
Oh,
can you hear me?
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right.
do
not spell your name. I'll start your time.
Yeah. It's John Andrews, Johnandrews. Thank you.
Thank you.
Global warming first became an Oval Office topic during the Johnson administration, to my knowledge. In 1986, Carl Sagan addressed Congress about its catastrophic consequences. The public at large became aware of it at the turn of the century. Finally, in 2006, an inconvenient truth brought global warming out of the closet. In 2023, humanity is still addicted to fossil fuels. We're going to AA meetings, but we get drunk as soon as we leave. Sustaining 8+ billion highly consumptive humans on our small planet requires maximizing our resources and minimizing our waste. We haven't accepted the second part about waste. We still live with the illusion that liquid, solid, and gaseous waste can go out there. That is no longer true with 8+ billion consumers. The waste out there is now in our own nest. In 2019, over 11,000 scientists co-signed an article in Nature magazine declaring a climate emergency. That declaration has recently been repeated with over 15,000 scientists co-signing. They know what they're talking about. We are the species endangering ourselves and the ecosystem that supports us. About 8 years ago, we were told by these same scientists that we have 12 years before it reaches a tipping point.
Mr. Andrews? Mr. Andrews?
Yeah.
We lost that last sentence of yours. Would you
Okay.
repeat it?
Yeah. About 8 years ago, we were told by these same scientists that we have 12 to 15 years before humanity passes a tipping point beyond which our survival in these great numbers is unlikely. The rational thing to do would have been to turn around 180 degrees when the public at large was informed of these impending consequences. But we are not a very rational group, especially when the destructive element feels good and makes some people a lot of money. At this late date before the tipping point, the oil and coal industries see that we have not definitively set upon a path of renewable sources of sources free of greenhouse gases. So they are talking clean, but planning on more drilling and mining and acting on these plans.
Would you wrap up your statement, Mr. Andrews?
Yes, give me about 15 seconds. The oil and coal industries have no more conscience than the tobacco, gun, or financial industries. Last part. Democracy is the frightened prayer that the Less powerful, many, wrestle control from the more powerful few. You are the ears and hands of that democracy, of that frightened prayer. Whether the issue is EVs or methane leakage or whatever, it is if it is related to our greenhouse gas footprint, be courageous and act boldly. Your choices and fate have put you in this position. I ask you to approve these proposals. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. Mr. Weichel, are you ready?
Yeah, I can go ahead.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right. And if you would spell your first and last name.
Yeah, Glenn, Glenn, Weichel, Wikle.
All right. Please begin.
Yeah, I am a consulting power engineer, a climate activist, and an EV owner in Santa Fe. Good evening, members and commissioners. Thank you for your public service. May you serve out your terms in full. Before my prepared statement, I wanted to quickly address the concern about the power grid. As a power engineer, I've been serving on a PNM stakeholders committee, and I want to assure everyone that PNM is absolutely prepared and actually hoping for the additional revenue that will be provided by all the new EVs that will be adopted over the next few years. In fact, newer EVs have the ability to send power back out onto the grid, which can help avoid blackouts. And back to my regular comments, instead of some of the things I wanted to talk about before, I'm putting myself in your shoes and wondering how you will trade off the concerns of a subset of car dealers versus the existential climate crisis, which could fundamentally change the environment on planet Earth. And I say a subset of car dealers because I believe General Motors and Ford are ahead of the curve. The dealers I have heard from here sell Honda and Toyota brands, which are a couple years behind in electrification. I think that's where the pushback's coming from. It would be easy to write off these anxious car salespeople as a minority opposed to the needs of the rest of us. You could call them a well-funded special interest. On the other hand, they're part of our community. They are our neighbors, and I don't like to see anyone suffer needlessly. However, I truly believe they will not suffer. We're going through a once-in-a-lifetime transition to new transportation technology. While the salespeople admit that EVs are the transportation of the future, they fear they won't have competitive vehicles to sell in 2027 and 2028 and beyond. This fear comes from looking backward, not forward. These new rules were negotiated by the automakers. They have bet their future on zero-emission vehicles. Today, they're rolling out new models so that 3 years from now, when these rules take effect, the range of EV models will be much wider. These rules provide a predictable car market so automakers can meet their own zero-emission targets. I'll say that again, their own zero-emission targets. Will dealers have to adapt? Absolutely. More salespeople must learn how to sell EVs. They will have to install more chargers. Their maintenance ads will have to stop trying to sell oil changes to EV owners and sell tires instead.
Mr. Weichel, would you wrap up your statement, please?
Sure. I guess I just wanted to remind people that the plug-in hybrids will be easy to sell. They have plenty of good Japanese models. We're in this together. New Mexico children need these rules to be healthier, and we should all play our part to meet New Mexico's climate change goals so we can all enjoy a livable climate future. Thank you, members and commissioners. I ask you to approve these rules this week. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Catherine Lukes. Catherine?
Hello, I'm here.
Hello. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right. And would you spell your first and last name, please?
Catherine Lukes, Catherine, last name Lukes, Lukes.
All right. Please begin.
Thank you so much, members and commissioners. I want to thank you for your dedication and service on this important board and commission. I am a midwife in Albuquerque, and my husband is a high school teacher. And I'm here today to represent our family's values in the hopes that my comment will lead to more wellness in our community, our state, and our planet. Our family believes that moving our society to electrification in multiple sectors will be the path that leads us towards restoring environmental balance on our planet and thereby lead to more unity for humanity. My husband and I have watched the world change right in front of our eyes in the 22 years since our son was born. When he was little, we used to have frogs and toads visit our home every monsoon season, and our bird feeders had to be replenished weekly, and colorful insects could be found in the garden. These days, the bird feeders only need filling every month or so, and the absence of toads and bugs is palpable. We believe that adopting clean car and truck standards is the key to helping to reverse environmental degradation and improve the health of human beings as well as nature, which we are not separate from. Both hubby and I drive EVs and we love them in every way. We never have to take them in for an oil change and maintenance is non-existent. It only costs us about $40 a month to charge both cars, as opposed to the same amount just once at the gas pump. No longer do we contribute to toxic carbon dioxide emissions and global wars. Our son, the one who used to wonder at the toads, is now an electrical engineer working for a company in Albuquerque, bringing large-scale solar installations to the grid. In our family, we see firsthand how moving towards renewable energy is the path to a livable future. PNM is rapidly increasing capacity with enormous solar and wind installations. I don't know if you've seen them, but the huge battery packs are about the size of a bus. 200 megawatt hours of storage capacity each to help prevent those blackouts that people fear. In his project alone, there are 53 of those batteries and 800 acres of solar panels going up. And there are several others like that going up in different parts of the state. There will be enough capacity and the charging of cars and trucks will be via clean energy. In our opinion, there is no downside to adopting these rules in New Mexico, only improved options and opportunities. And
Would you wrap up your statement, Ms. Lukes?
And benefits to humanity and the planet. I have to assume you know this is the right thing to do, and I urge you to approve the rules as soon as possible. Let's bring the birds and toads back for future generations. As a midwife, I can guarantee babies keep coming. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Laura Lucero. Laura?
Hi. Yes,
Lucero?
I'm here.
Hello. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
If you would spell your name, please, and then begin your statement.
Laura, Lora, Lucero, Lucero.
Go ahead.
Thank you, members and commissioners. I'm representing the Progressive Democrats of America. In the New Mexico chapter, we have members all over the state to urge your support for the new clean car and truck rules. Personally, I gave up my gas-powered vehicle in 2006 and started riding the city bus full-time because I was growing alarmed about the climate impacts of rising carbon emissions. Thankfully, the city of Albuquerque appears to be heading in the right direction because I've noticed more electric buses in the city's fleet. But I understand why many New Mexicans don't want to give up their cars. Getting around by bus can be challenging. That's why I'm a fan of the new clean car and truck rules. Because electric vehicles are far more energy efficient than conventional vehicles, they generally have lower life cycle emissions than conventional vehicles, even if the grid is heavily reliant on fossil fuels. In New Mexico, the emission benefits are even more pronounced. Because New Mexico has one of the strongest clean energy rules, PNM's emissions are down 60% since 2005. and SPS is down 55% since 2005. The electric sector is getting a lot cleaner, a lot faster. Gas isn't getting any cleaner. Even after accounting for the power plants currently on the grid, driving an electric vehicle in New Mexico emits 4 times less climate pollution per mile than a gasoline vehicle. Progressive Democrats of America believe the new clean car and truck rules are a win-win for everyone, and we urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lucero. Michael Prine. Oh, terrific. Is Mr. Luis Guerrero in the room?
Oh, I'm here virtually. I'm here.
Okay, I'll take you next. Mr. Prine, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
If you would spell your name and then begin your statement.
It's Michael Prine, Michaelprine.
Go ahead.
Well, I don't have any formal statement presented because I wasn't sure I was going to make it here tonight, but I've been an EV owner for 2 years, and while the new car market is a little bit dodgy, the used car market, which is what I participated in, seemed to be even more dodgy, in that as soon as the used cars came into the dealership, they got turned around and they were gone. I ordered mine from the Nissan dealership, and they hadn't even put it on their site for sale yet. I found it through the web, and I went up there because the numbers looked good, and I purchased it, and fortunately, this was 2 years ago, so I got the 2.7% interest rate. So I'm quite happy with it, and while they do have some maintenance, as has been pointed out, it's far less than you have in a conventional car. And I have been able to fortunately charge either at home or at the free public charging stations here in town, which there are still a few of. So I've only had to spend about $500 in charging over the 2 years' time I've had the car. And the only major maintenance I've had on it is a 12-volt accessory battery died last week, and I had to have that replaced for $200. But that's nothing compared to what you'd have to pay for maintenance on a conventional internal combustion car. So I'm a great advocate for EVs, although I recognize the price is a major hurdle for many people. I'm fortunate enough that I had the income to be able to participate in the market. So I advocate for accepting the rules, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prine. Mr. Guerrero.
Yes, good evening. My name is Luis Guerrero.
Do you
Yes,
swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do, yes.
All right, and if you would spell your last name, please.
Yes, of course. It's Guerrero.
Great. Please start your comment.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, good evening, members and commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Luis Guerrero, and I live in Las Cruces, where I've lived for almost 19 years. I am also the legislative and political organizer with the Sierra Club Rio Grande chapter. I am speaking today in very strong support of adopting this rule. We no longer can afford to wait to do the right thing for our environment. The threats of climate change are here, and we are living them in our daily lives, from extreme heat, rain, natural disasters, and more. We are in a place where we need to take bold action so future generations can have a shot at enjoying the planet we all have. To contrast what some people have expressed throughout this hearing, EVs and plug-in hybrids are not and should not be a luxury item. They are a necessary step that we must take to diversify from our reliance on fossil fuel vehicles. New fossil fuel vehicles in New Mexico are extremely expensive, and so are used cars. In some instances, people purposely choose to spend over $60,000 in giant trucks that are not only impractical to those surrounding them, but are not essential, or for the most part, not essential for city and urban living. The lower cost EVs, especially with the rebates, give the average New Mexicans a chance to actually buy a new car. Also, I should point out that the rule gives credit for plug-in hybrids as well, as has been mentioned. Several of the auto dealers have mentioned that they want to sell EVs, but they don't have them in stock yet. Isn't this what this rule would bring to New Mexico, so that people can buy these kind of vehicles? Also, it seems like auto technicians deserve to get the training they need from the dealers who transition with the cars so they can compete and be better prepared in the world. It is true that EVs break down less and last longer, and that will affect auto dealers and technicians' businesses. But we must think beyond profits for some, and how we can make an impact from our small part of the world to do what is the right thing for a better future, for future generations. By making EVs more accessible, we will be able to make an impact on our climate and our planet for future generations. I urge and ask you to vote in favor for the advanced ruling. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Guerrero. Unfortunately, we have reached 7 p.m., which is when we must vacate this space at the Bar Center. I do have some other names of people on the platform, and I'm sorry we did not get to you this evening. There will be a public comment opportunity tomorrow at the end of the technical case, but I can't predict exactly when that will be. If you reach out to Pam Jones, she can let you know when we're approaching that time period. Your other option is to submit your comment in writing, again, to Pam Jones. Thank you all very much. We will reconvene at 8 a.m. 8 a.m.